Audiobook title, Horizon of War, 01-124, by Han. Chapter 1, Orbis alias. Water drizzled from the metal cans that Lanzius carried with the help of a wooden pole. As he passed, the soil around the green vegetable patches grew darker. A strong earthy scent rose as the ground received more moisture. Despite having done this dozens of times, he couldn't help but think that he could have done it faster if he had sneakers or boots. Alas, all he got was a sad-looking medieval leather shoe with hardened soles. "Lans, are your legs getting wobbly already?" Mark teased from the well. Lanzius chuckled and returned to the well for a refill, but suddenly lunged his wooden pole at Mark. Ha! Mark parried with his pitchfork and launched a counter-sweep. Lanzius blocked it, and the two engaged in a friendly spar, with Mark easily blocking and dodging Lanzius' slow swings, taunting him all the while. After a few more attempts, Lanzius finally threw his arms up. No more. Hard to breathe, Mark didn't even break a sweat. Lanzius' attacks only managed to mess up his disheveled short brown hair. Having been trained to wield a polium, a simple pitchfork posed no challenge for him. "Seems like the master soldier wannabe has poor stamina," he taunted with a smirk. "Quiet, you," Lanzius chuckled breathlessly. Mark picked up the wooden pole, refilled the metal cans, and continued to water their family plot. Slowly but surely, he covered all their spring vegetables. Their livelihood depended on it. Unlike the previous year, Lanzius could now help with the work. However, he could only do so much before becoming sluggish and exhausted. Nonetheless, he found satisfaction in knowing that he wasn't a freeloader anymore. "Mark, is there no other work?" he asked in broken language as they cleaned up. Mark grinned. "Easier work for you, bro." Lanzius could only nod. He had yet to master the language well enough to argue. "Still won't do the wool shop?" "Oh, anything but that." Lanzius shook his head. Mark snickered. "You can't cook, can't do carpentry, and can't write. So either the wool shop or the tannery." The thought of working in the tannery made Lanzius' stomach churn. Tanneries used urine and manure to treat leather, and even blood, brains, and other animal waste in their process. "Well, at least you're a freeman," Mark said to cheer him up. "Freeman?" Lanzius learned a new word and sort of guessed its meaning. "Yeah, unlike us, you can go wherever you want and find work elsewhere." Lanzius furrowed his brows. "You, not free?" "Well, we could be if we paid our debts. The land, the house, and the tools are provided by the Lord, but we needed money to fix things, buy clothes, or build new fences," Mark explained. Lanzius grew worried. This was the first time he'd heard about this problem. "No worries. It's only a small sum," Mark reassured him. But at this rate, Lanzius followed Mark's gaze and understood the situation. They were planting on not even a quarter of the allotted land. Moreover, the yield was small, and vegetables held little value. "Oi, don't give me that look," Mark said. "It's true that we're in debt, but we're not planning to move, so it's fine." "You like it here?" Lanzius asked, looking at the vast green meadows. "Yep, father brought us here when we were little. It's far from the capital, but much safer from war," Mark said, recalling a fond memory of his late father. The wind blew softly, causing their loose, off-white tunics to flutter, offering a soothing sensation. As spring neared its end, the breeze carried a distinctive fragrance and a touch of aridity. "Mark." "Lans," a little girl called from outside the field. "Tanya, why are you here?" Mark, the girl's brother, asked. Tanya grinned from ear to ear and announced, "Mother bought meat from the market." "Whoops, gotta go." Mark quickly gathered his tools and sprinted home. "I'll," Lanzius protested. He lacked the stamina to chase after Mark, so he took his time cleaning up. His stomach growled at the thought of the missed opportunity. Meat was a rare treat. When Mother Aaron bought some, it was usually just bones for broth, with very little actual meat. By the time Lanzius finished, the sun had turned completely orange, sitting low on the horizon. As he walked home, he spotted Tana waiting behind the wooden fence. Her golden hair shone brightly against the backdrop of the sunset. She was the only blonde in the village, as the rest, including her brother and mother, had brown hair. "Tanya, why didn't you go with Mark?" he asked, trying to recall his vocabulary. "I'd rather walk home with you," she replied with a grin, revealing her missing tooth. Lanzius couldn't help but chuckle. He genuinely enjoyed Tanya's company. Of the three people he knew in this world, she was the closest to him, the one who had kept him sane during the lowest point of his life. "Hey, Let's talk about something. Have you got your memory back? She suddenly asked. No. I remember some things, but not much. Or, I really want to hear what your home and village look like. Like other kids, Tanya was curious about the world outside Belandia. Maybe after I learn to speak more. You're doing well. Last year, you only talked with hand signals, she said, smiling sweetly, unable to resist her charm any longer. Lanzius stopped, knelt down, and gestured for her to climb onto his back for a piggyback ride. Yay! She hopped on and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. You, heavier, he muttered. Tanya laughed, pressing her knees as if riding a horse. In reality, she was underweight like many other children in the village. Lanzius obeyed and started jogging. He adored the little girl. When Lanzius found himself in this unknown place the previous year, he was severely ill and nearly died. No one rushed him to a hospital or administered first aid. Not knowing the language or his location, he could only assume he had had an accident in a rural part of the world. After recovering, he realized something unbelievable had occurred. No matter where he looked, there were no light bulbs in Belandia, no wall clocks or even tissues. The place that resembled the medieval era was indeed from the Middle Ages. Even worse, his entire past identity had become hazy. He could recall movie plots and books, even the art of war he had been studying for some reason, and knew he had graduated and worked, but not a single personal name came to mind. No family faces, no memory of his hometown, or even his own name. The only name that remained was a nickname he had used in realistic-themed online games, Lanzius. He had used that name to lead countless players in online battles and felt comfortable being called by it. But he never expected to use the name in reality. For someone raised in the modern age, the prospect of living in a medieval era seemed bleak, filled with wars, plagues, and back-breaking labor. Lanzius became depressed, barely eating, and suffering from a series of fevers. There was little hope for him if not for Tanya. The little girl cared for him and kept him engaged with her curiosity. Gradually, her words became familiar, and he began to open up, trusting her to keep him moving forward. The season changed, and summer arrived in Belandia. Even in the heartland of the Arvina highland, the sun blazed hot. Though tempered by the cool mountain breeze, farmers who had cultivated their land sought shelter in their homes during this time of the year, tending to tasks such as fixing tools and mending clothes. The land surrounding the village ripened with yellowing crops, just a season away from harvest. Unlike crop farmers, vegetable farmers operated on short timetables, planting and replanting multiple times throughout the year. Consequently, Mother Erin's family continued working during this unforgiving season. Lanzius also lent a hand on the farm today, but after 2 hours of hard work, he was soaked in sweat and had to stop. He leaned against the cool stone well, groaning as his body ached in the shade of its roof. So hot. Damn it. Just unbelievable. Ha, told you, Mark exclaimed from beneath his large straw hat. Leave him alone and help me with this, Mother Erin called out. With a resigned sigh, Mark returned to work under the relentless heat of the sun. This is so pathetic. At this rate, I'll be depending on them forever, Lanzius observed Mark and Erin. Despite the heat, they diligently tended to the cabbage and turnip plots, weeding and replanting as needed. This was Lanzius' second year, so he thought he had what it takes to help them. However, the summer sun was nothing like the mildness of spring. The humidity, intensity, and heat easily overwhelmed him. He had tried several times, but always ended up with a nosebleed or a fever. I need a different job. Something other than manual labor if I want to stand on my own. You're probably better off accompanying Tanya in the wool shop, Erin suggested, cleaning the hem of her brown working gown from dirt as they finished for the day. Maybe, Lanzius answered indifferently while tidying up the tools. His palms ached, but he wanted to help. Lanzius' stubbornness led Erin to believe he was being too hard on himself, while Mark thought that, despite being unfit for farming, Lanzius was too proud to accept a woman's job. The wool shop, true to its name, was a place where wool was dyed and spun into yarn. Although Lanzius didn't mind this kind of work, the pay was meager, and the shop primarily served as a gathering place for village housewives to chat and gossip while working. As an introvert, it would be his worst nightmare. Erin and Mark allowed Lanzius to make his own decision. Despite their struggles, They didn't rely on his help. Though he was the same height as Mark, Lanzius had softer arms and more delicate hands. He ate sparingly and was picky, especially about boiled water for drinking, but mostly took care of himself. While there were areas where he needed help, they weren't too serious. As the sun began to set, the three fetched Tanya from the wool shop and headed home. That night, Lanzius felt a fever coming on and needed ointment for his blistered hand. Tanya applied a thin layer of salve on his injured palms and distracted him from his worries by sharing stories she'd heard at the shop. While Lanzius felt inadequate, the other family members were grateful for his efforts. He was learning the language and showing his willingness to help. Moreover, Mark was old enough to answer the Lord of Avina's call, and small farmers like them were required to fulfill military services instead of paying taxes. When selected, men from the village would follow the Lord into battle for up to 4 months each year. In those times, Arin would work alone. Lanzius' presence provided Mark some peace of mind. However, Lanzius couldn't see it that way. His inability to work like the other men disheartened him. Even without a complete memory, he knew his old life was paradise in comparison. He felt that medieval farming was nothing less than cruel, and the term back-breaking seemed like an overstatement until he experienced it firsthand. That night, like many other nights when beset by illness, he vowed to escape the farming life. The wet season arrived, and drizzle fell almost every day. Winter was still a month away, but the chill in the air was enough to penetrate one's bones. Gar, Lanzius panted as they endured the cold, light rain. A bit more, keep it up, Mark encouraged him. The two were carrying firewood for the village chief. Mark carried a stack of wood on each shoulder, while Lanzius managed only one. Is there no other job? Lanzius asked. His shoulder ached and his hips burned. Hey, you're still asking about that? Mark teased. Lanzius exhaled deeply. Easy for him to say. I don't want muscleheads' jobs. Unfortunately, most jobs were manual labor. While there were some other trades, they were typically passed down from father to son and too small scale to require additional help. Move it fast, lads, it's getting wet, urged the old man in dry, thick clothes as soon as he saw them approaching. In contrast, the two youngsters wore only 2 layers of coarse garments. The two quickened their pace and hurriedly entered an old but sturdy-looking wooden shed. The place belonged to the village chief, who was wealthy enough to have a separate shed for storing firewood. Both carefully dropped their stacks of wood on the floor and panted heavily. They had jogged to avoid getting wet but still ended up drenched. Took you too long, the chief complained as he fretted about the firewood getting wet. Nothing surprising there. He was known to be rude, senile, and cheap. Mark only took the job because the chief's wife always shared some food. But before they could claim their reward. Hey, where are you two going? Stack them first. Neatly, he ordered. Mark and Lanzius groaned but turned around and stacked the firewood as requested. Unlike the small branches they used in their home, the ones they stacked were thick logs that were properly dried. These logs were smokeless and burned longer. When the two were done, the chief scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. What's the matter? Lanzius asked while rubbing his hands for warmth. Tsk, it's nothing. I just forgot to count them before stacking. Now it's hard to count. The logs? Why, it's 36. Lanzius answered flatly. The chief immediately looked at Lanzius with doubt. Even Mark, who was busy cleaning his clothes from wood chips, watched with suspicion. Hold on. Why give me the look? It's only 6 and 6. Lanzius explained while searching his vocabulary for the exact word for multiply. He couldn't find it and started to realize what went wrong. You can multiply without using a table? Mark asked in disbelief. Why yes, Lanzius replied, realizing that in this era, people relied on multiplication tables for calculations. The use of numerals similar to Roman numerals made calculation even more challenging. They can't multiply, but of course, they have no formal education. This might be my way out. To think it's math and not something groundbreaking like making gunpowder or antibiotics. Mark looked ecstatic, but the chief wasn't convinced. Even he, along with most merchants and several farmers, knew how to calculate without using a table. So he challenged, try to calculate how many legs 3 horses have. You can use 12, Lanzius blurted out without trying. His answer startled the old man. 11 plus 7, 18. The old man continued to furrow his brows. How about, if 5 goat each give birth to 3 baby goat? How many total baby goat are there? 15 baby goat, Lanzius answered with a grin. The chief was furiously engaged in finger counting. In this method, each finger represented up to 4 units, corresponding to its 3 joints and the fingertip. He used his thumb as a pointer to keep track. With this technique, using all 8 fingers, he could easily calculate up to 32 units, sufficient to count the days of a month. When he arrived at the same result, he became slightly frustrated. He had always prided himself on being the cleverest one in the village. But this was his limit. Now, after witnessing Lanzius calculate without needing a table or fingers, he was taken aback. "Young man, have you regained your memory? Are you perhaps an apprentice to a merchant?" The old man's tone was less rude than usual. Lanzius shivered, not from the cold, but from the realization that this could be his ticket out. Disclaimer: this story, Horizon of War by Han, has not been published on Amazon. If you encounter this work on Amazon, please be aware that it has been posted without permission by an unauthorized party engaging in copyright theft. Stop before you comment that the math problem is impossibly easy and cheapens the story. This is a historical facts. The beauty of modern education is that schoolchildren can master mental multiplication, but in the medieval era, this method was not known by many and certainly not by a village chieftain. More source and other information is in the spoiler. Spoiler 1. Historically, while there are highly educated people who could to advanced mathematics, philosophers, great teacher of their time, but they didn't represent the general populace. Keep in mind that education is reserved for nobility, not the common people. For transaction, etc. merchants used multiplication tables, such as this surviving piece. A multiplication table decorated with fish and animals in colors and gold. British Library, Harley MS 549, f. 14R, detail 2. We also know that the educated class are taught to calculate using their fingers, not mental multiplication. Mathematical diagrams dating from the 11th century, BNF, Latin 10251, f. 41R. 3. The literary rate in ancient and medieval era is around 5 to 15%. In fact, up to 19th century the world literary rate is still abysmal. From a historical perspective, literacy levels for the world population have risen drastically in the last couple of centuries. While only 12% of the people in the world could read and write in 1820, https://ourworldindata.org/literacy. 4. Additionally, about the numbers itself. One thing we know from perusal of ancient and rare extracts was that, in fact, mathematical logic was not really common. The common scholar cannot possibly understand why multiplication was hard for the peasants who tried to learn it around the time of Alcuin. But the reason is a calculation looked like this: 29/v. Roman numerals were crazy hard to work with. https://www.quora.com/ Did common people in the Middle Ages know how to multiply /answer/Nelson McKee ch equals 10 and oid equals 275406627 and share equals kb 54dc9 and target_type equals answer. 5. There's also this bit which I found interesting. Samuel Pepys, who lived centuries later, was counted as a great mathematician in his day, because he mastered long division. Today every school child above about the age of 12 have mastered this, but back then it was a rare skill. At about the same, Newton and Leibniz were simultaneously inventing calculus for the very first time. Some mathematicians could handle long multiplication, and even reasonably intelligent folk could tell that if you gave 4 people 5 groats each then that came to 20 groats. But most of the common folk would have been illiterate and probably only partially numerate. Collapse. 97. Chapter 2, Bellandia. Chapter 2, Bellandia. After a brief but freezing winter, another spring arrived in the Arvenna Highlands. The snow melted, and the scenery changed dramatically. Meadows turned colorful with purple and yellow wildflowers, while the wind carried whiffs of floral scent as the land returned to life once again. Like most villagers, the Aron family spent their first week cleaning their yard and maintaining their thatched roof. Afterward, the village welcomed the new spring with a week-long festival. Only after the soil was soft enough did they return to farming. Last year, Lanzius had unexpectedly assisted with the village's annual report, a job typically reserved for the village chief, scribe, or officials. However, His hopes for rapid advancement were quickly dashed. In a rural farming community, there were seldom jobs that required such skills. Despite the setbacks, the townsfolk began to see Lanzius in a different light. They now viewed him as a foreign merchant apprentice who was robbed and lost in the woods, explaining his odd-looking clothing and inability to speak the common language. Since Lanzius lost his memory, the rumor went unchallenged. Even the village chief wrote such in his reports. The officials learned about the appearance of a foreign straggler, but with the nobles locked in conflicts, they saw it as an unnecessary tidbit. The Aran family followed their work routine as usual. During the warm spring season, Lanzius was able to help out and they planted more than usual. Things were looking promising. After the planting season was over, Mark convinced Lanzius to accompany him for daily strolls just before sundown. They would make their way around the village plaza, where the young people would socialize under the watchful eyes of their elders. Despite his social awkwardness, Lanzius engaged in small talk and gradually improved his speaking skills. In this world, the common tongue was rough-hewn and direct. Words were utilitarian tools, not elegant and well-articulated. Conversation was a matter of conveying necessity, not crafting poetry. The more polite and formal the conversation, the stiffer it became. On one such evening, the two found themselves wandering aimlessly and ended up at the butcher shop. Though they were penniless as usual, they still went inside to catch up on the latest gossip and perhaps offer their help in exchange for some slices of meat. The owner, a retired butcher from the city, required no help that day, but he halted them. "Lad, I heard you can do calculations?" Lanzius' eyes widened. "Yes, I can." Connor, the owner, was tall, muscular, with a graying mustache. "Next week I'm going to deliver a new batch of meat jerky to the city. I'm thinking to buy some supplies. Problem is, I don't know whether my savings will suffice." "Shouldn't be too difficult. Can I have something to write?" Lanzius asked. Connor gave him a wax tablet and a wooden stylus. "Would this suffice?" "Gratitude." "This will do," he said, his words fluent and formal. "Now, name the items you wish to purchase, along with their prices and quantities." Connor informed him about the goods. Lanzius tallied them and compared the sum against the savings. "You're still 40 copper short. About 3 silvers short, eh?" Connor approximated while rubbing his chin. Sensing an opportunity, Mark grinned and hyped it up. "Wow, you sure can count fast." "Not even the chief can calculate that much." Lanzius could only smile sheepishly, but Connor nodding his head. "Indeed, lad, you're pretty good with this." Mark found an opening. Surely such assistance begets some. "But of course," Connor said happily. They went home with 3 iron coins and a sausage. The treat was a pleasant surprise for Tanya and Aran. Before eating, the boys smelled their cut multiple times to savor it. The meat was juicy, unlike the dry salted meat they had on festivals. One small favor led to another. In the following weeks, the number of people asking for help, while random and inconsistent, steadily grew. Lanzius was happy, but knew that he couldn't count on them for a living. When spring almost came to a close, Connor returned from his trip. He happily reported that Lanzius' calculation had saved him from taking out loans. Now, he wanted Lanzius to teach his oldest child calculation. Lanzius, ever in a hurry to escape from farming life, immediately agreed. With Mother Aran's blessing, he took 2 students under his wing. At first, he thought that this was doomed to fail, but he soon realized that he was dealing with teenagers, not kids. They were well-behaved and curious, so the teaching went smoothly. For his effort, he earned 6 iron coins or half a copper daily. A copper was the price of a full meal with ale, so Lanzius' rate was abysmal. Earning half a meal per day was not a living wage, but he was content. The road to financial independence is never easy. Afterward, things took a positive turn. During the summer, he gained 2 additional students, the village chief's son and the baker's child. With more students, his income increased, allowing him to earn a copper a day. Summer passed smoothly, but when autumn arrived, tutoring came to an abrupt halt as the entire village turned its attention to the harvest. Harvest was the biggest celebration of the year, and other festivities like marriage and feast were commonly arranged around it. Only after the festivity ended did things slow down as people prepared for winter. One day, on a clear but windy day, without warning, hundreds of armed men marched towards Belundia. It was then that the villagers learned that Arvina was at war. Young Lord Artie led a column of men, including wounded soldiers and refugees, towards Bellandia. They camped outside Bellandia and waited for reinforcements. Mark and the other villagers were called for training. This unforeseen event made Lanzius worried. He had never had any experience with war or fighting before. Although he never said it, he felt sickened by not knowing what was going to happen. In his mind, the situation could worsen at any moment. Days passed in more or less the same routine. The only difference was that Lanzius frequently spent his free time with other men from the village. During one such gathering, the topic of magic was raised. Some believed that the Lord might employ a mage or a saint candidate as a healer. Intrigued, Lanzius found himself increasingly drawn to the subject. Magic was something he had always yearned to witness. Thus, he followed the crowds to the newly established camp nearby to listen and learn about the world beyond his village. Interestingly, the men in the camp were equally curious about Lanzius' foreign background. No one had seen dark brown hair before. They had seen blonde and lighter shades of brown, but nothing darker. Even those who had migrated or originated from distant nations like the Mercantile Kingdom in the Far East or the Navalnya Empire had never seen a person with black hair. Slowly, Lanzius came to realize his distinctiveness. However, it didn't bother him much. Finding people with dark hair wasn't high on his priority list. Then, abruptly, a voice rang out. "You with the dark hair, the young lord wants to see you," someone declared in a commanding tone. Lanzius looked around and saw that everyone's gaze had turned toward him as an imposing man in a fresh white tunic approached. The man motioned for Lanzius to follow him. The crowd's eyes dutifully followed as Lanzius and the knight headed toward a particularly large tree. Lanzius saw young Lord Artie sitting regally on a small wooden chair, surrounded by burly men, presumably his knights. Gulping, Lanzius stammered, "My lord." The words felt foreign. He had never addressed a lord before. "No need to be so tense," Artie responded. "I just heard a story of a foreigner who was robbed, lost his memory, and couldn't even speak the language." "Indeed, that is my story," Lanzius confirmed, relieved that he found the right words. "Do you remember anything about your home?" Lanzius shook his head. "I can't remember." "Ah," the young lord mumbled, then changed his tone. "Tell me, what do you do in this village?" "I teach children to calculate," Lanzius managed, feeling the constraints of his limited vocabulary. The young lord laughed upon hearing this, appearing pleased about something. "If you can count, why not calculate the number of our troops or something? Entertain us." "Will you?" said one of the burly men. "That's a good idea. Can you do it?" The young lord agreed. Lanzius hesitated for a moment. However, his interaction with the young lord validated what others had said about him. The young lord seemed genuine. Thus, he answered, "I believe I can." "Excellent," Artie replied, clearly excited. The knight who had approached Lanzius earlier now signaled to some men. "Assemble the men who can walk, no armor, no weapons, and make no unnecessary commotion." Slowly, the camp came to life with calls and shouts as everyone who was able sprang into action, readying themselves for formation. The knights watched from the sidelines, clearly considering themselves above the call. For them, this was merely entertainment. "My lord, the men are ready," the knight reported to Artie. The young lord stood and inquired, "Well, can you calculate the number of men in their current formation?" Nodding, Lanzius realized that his actions had led hundreds of men to assemble, many of whom were wounded. The pressure was immense, and the villagers watched intently. Observing the formation, he noted that the men were arranged in 5 deep ranks. The first and subsequent ranks consisted of equal numbers. Only the last was missing a few men. The front consisted of 22 men and 5 ranks deep. "So, 110, but they are missing 3 to complete the formation." "My lord, it's 107, Lanzius answered. Clearly, Artie had fully expected him to count manually or to use a stylus and multiplication table. "Ooh, that was quick. Are you certain?" Artie asked, a fierce glint in his young eyes, perhaps a byproduct of this violent era. "More or less, my lord," Lanzius confirmed. Fascinated, Artie ordered, "Send in the squires." 3 teenagers hurriedly began to count the men manually, each starting from a different point. They divided the formation into thirds and ran while counting. It was evident that they were accustomed to this method. After a short wait, the squires returned and announced, "My lord, it's 107. Lanzius was inwardly pleased. The Count matched his own calculation exactly. The knights looked pleased, as did the young lord who dispersed the formation. The 107 men also appeared amused by the recent events. Many eyes turned toward Lanzius, a level of attention he was unaccustomed to. Artie returned to his seat and asked, "What is your name, man?" "It's Lanzius, my lord," he responded, surprised that Artie would even ask. The social chasm between them was so wide that it would normally be unthinkable for Artie to need to remember the name of a lowly subject like him. "Lanzius, you're an interesting man. How about joining my retinue?" Artie's offer drew chuckles from his knights. At this, Lanzius was dumbfounded, struggling to process the unexpected offer. 2 weeks had passed since the arrival of the armed column. The trees had shed their orange leaves, and the cold air from the western Taj Mountains had descended upon the Avana highlands, signaling the approaching winter. Despite the usual calm during this time, the town and villages near Belandia saw an influx of armed men arriving from distant towns and cities. The majority didn't stay and continued their march eastward. Most traveled light, as supplies were plentiful and easy to come by so soon after the harvest. The situation reached its peak when Lord Morris of Avana, Artie's father, arrived in Belandia with his personal column. Today was the second day after the Lord's arrival. Despite all the military activities and the rising prices, the Erin's household continued their life as usual, except for the addition of a mother and daughter who were war refugees. Erin gladly sheltered them in her house. The guests helped with the chores and offered some coins for food. With the farm empty for winter, Erin, Tanya, and the guests went to the wool shop. Meanwhile, the boys were busy fixing things like roofs, window covers, and fences. Despite his training, Mark was only out at noon for a few hours. Interestingly, Mark wasn't the only one brushing up on military matters. Last week, Lanzius had encountered a rather memorable scene involving himself, the troops, and the young lord. While Lanzius didn't think much of this encounter, others insisted that he had impressed the young lord, who had asked him to join. However, Lanzius felt that the young lord was only joking, as he was neither a fighter nor a competent scribe. As the sun was rising and today was laundry day, Mark and Lanzius busily scrubbed and beat their clothes with a wooden bat before rinsing them. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from outside. "Lanzius, I'm looking for Lanzius." Mark and Lanzius stared at each other. Lanzius cleaned his hand from the white ash they used as a detergent, but Mark headed straight to the front. "Wow, a woman, not from Belandia, too. I never thought this could happen to you," Mark commented sarcastically. Lanzius splashed water on Mark for his stupid comment. "Bah." Mark reacted by trying to smack Lanzius back as he went past him, but missed. He ended up grinning and shaking his head while returning to his laundry. The woman leaned against the short wooden fence, her hands resting lightly on the rough wood. Unlike most of the women in the village, her hair was cut short. "I'm Lanzius," he said as he approached. "I can tell from the hair," she quipped. Lanzius unconsciously frowned. Unlike other people's brown hair, his was almost charcoal dark. He disliked it as it made him stand out. The woman missed the subtle change. "Are you really a foreigner?" "I think so. Even now, I'm struggling to talk." He wasn't being modest. Despite 2 years and daily chats in the village plaza, he was only slightly better than basic. "I understand you enough." She straightened her posture and revealed a weathered black gambeson. An exquisite-looking belt decorated her waist and a well-worn scabbard hung neatly on one side. "I'm Steffi, a squire. They sent me to help you on the journey ahead." She gave a little bow at the end. Lanzius blinked several times to process what he just heard. "A squire? Accompany me?" A girl. Nervously, Lanzius guessed why she was here. He concluded that the young lord's offer was real. However, nobody had informed him about this arrangement. "May I call you Master Lanzius?" she asked indifferently. No, I'm not someone important, just Lanz is enough," he clarified. Steffi stared at him briefly. Lanzius noticed that there was something about her gaze. It was so abnormally powerful and penetrating. Not wanting to start on the wrong foot, Lanzius decided to explain his stance. "Listen, before anything else, you should know that I haven't made my decision yet." She looked surprised. An invitation from a noble was a formality. It was hardly refused, either due to its prestige and opportunity, or fear of punishment. "Are you by any chance afraid of the upcoming battle?" "That is one concern." "Yes, he admitted. Life for him was already hard without sanitation and antibiotics. Adding war into the mix would be suicidal. Stevie offered a stiff smile and explained, "Be at peace. At most, you're probably going to work as a scribe, but I never travel out and I can't even write that well." Lanzius' confession broke the ice and made the squire chuckle. "That's why I'm here." "And Lans, put more trust in your ability. I was there, you know, when you counted the troops." "Ah," he muttered. The troops had barely assumed formation. "The squires just started their counts when you finished counting. How did you do that?" Stevie asked with great interest. "It's just multiplication," he said. But he knew that mental math was uncommon in this era. "But you didn't even use a multiplication table." "That's amazing." You know, the way Stevie said it made Lanzius rather proud. However, he still had doubts. "I'm just a farmer turned teacher. I only want to live in peace." "Ah, so you're that kind of man," she said, gazing out across the landscape. "I'm not sure I follow," Lanzius replied. "Humble. Many people get a speck of skill and become pompous and haughty." Lanzius couldn't help but smile at her kind words. "Is that your house?" She gestured at the small hovel. "Yup," he remarked without any intention of hiding that he lived in poverty. "Looks cozy and well taken care of, aside from the rotted thatched roof and wood panels," Stevie observed. "Indeed, it needs a bit of repair," Lanzius admitted. Stevie nodded sympathetically. "Must be costly." "Yep." Lanzius knew where the conversation was headed and braced himself for her sales pitch. "So why don't you accept the offer? Being a lord's retainer brings wealth and status." "What's not to like?" Lanzius was hesitant and asked sheepishly. "Do you know about the pay? For non-combatants on a campaign, it's usually half silver a day." Half silver was 6 copper. It was 6 times his income. Lanzius started to see the benefit. "I don't know about teachers' pay, but I think it's hard to pay for a better house," Stevie teased. Lanzius unconsciously nodded in agreement. Stevie noticed the subtle change. "I heard you guys aren't related, but don't you want to help them out? I imagine working the land is hard on the body." Lanzius exhaled deeply. Mother Erin's back was getting worse while blue dyes wrecked Tanya's fingers. The family had taken care of him. A complete stranger, it was only natural for him to help them back. "How about if I return tomorrow morning for your answer?" She knew not to push too hard. "Yeah, that's probably for the best." "I hope you say yes, otherwise I'm stuck with half pay," Stevie commented without sounding bitter. "Eh? Why?" "Well, because I don't have a duty right now," she answered flatly. "But you're a squire?" "A masterless one. My night master, unfortunately, died on a hunt." "Maybe I'll tell you about her when we have the time." "I'm sorry to hear that. But why won't other knights employ you?" She giggled. "Because I'm a female and most all other knights are males. If I fuck around and become pregnant, then they'll be the one who gets the blame." That's awful." He felt embarrassed by the frank answer. She laughed. "It's just a lame joke, but yeah, at any rate, you would be stuck with me, but don't worry. I'm more reliable than my looks." Lanzius smiled at Stevie's self-promotion. "Is it common for women to become squires or knights?" Stevie furrowed her brows momentarily. "Oh, I guess you didn't know since you're not from here. It's rare. Probably my master and I were the only ones, so I usually work with the servants." "Why? Do you wish to change for another squire?" "No, not at all," he said, shaking his head. "I'm just curious." Sensing a change in his mood, she asked, "So, how about it? Are you coming?" He mulled about it. "Are you sure about no fighting?" "Of course, we're only defending against a small incursion. We'll be mostly at the rear, far from any battle." Lanzius was getting swayed. He looked around to settle his mind and spotted Mark hanging clothes. He too would get an exemption, she whispered. Lanzius' eyes widened. He looked her dead in the eye and asked, "Are you sure? It's common knowledge that the Lord can only levy one from a family." He knew that most men in the village had already answered the call. While a lord couldn't legally force the same man to answer the call multiple times, they could impose a quota on the village or settlement. As a result, many volunteered multiple times on behalf of their sons or other male relatives. Youngsters and first-timers like Mark, who had no protection from their parents or uncles, were sure to get selected. Lanzius finally found his courage. "When will we depart?" Stevie smiled brightly. "Tomorrow after sunrise." "So soon?" he asked while trying to steel his resolve. "Winter is coming in a month or two, so we're running out of time," she remarked. "Don't worry, I'll prep you up and show you the basics." Lanzius remained doubtful. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being treated as an exotic pet with a talent for numbers. If that were the case, assigning him a squire would make sense, not as an assistant, but more like a handler. Despite his pessimism, he still wanted to repay the family's kindness. Lanzius wasn't trying to play a hero. For him, it was about survival chances. Obviously, a scribe in the back line was safer than footmen in the front line. As he reached out to offer his right hand, he found himself already contemplating the words he would use to say goodbye to the family, preparing an excuse for Erin, Mark, and especially Tanya. Steffi took Lanzius' hand, and the two clasped hands to seal the deal. "I swear to protect you from harm and injury until we reach our destination. I put my life in your care," Lanzius said, taking a leap of faith. Autumn of Elven Calendar 4422 was drawing to a close. Disclaimer: this story, Horizon of War by Han, has not been published on Amazon. If you encounter this work on Amazon, please be aware that it has been posted without permission by an unauthorized party engaging in copyright theft. 94. Chapter 3, Silesia. Chapter 3, Silesia. On his last night in Bellandia, Lanzius told his family about his decision to join young Lord Utti as his retinue. His family was mostly ecstatic. However, Mother Erin felt the need to warn him. "Remember, we're just village folk, and you still have a lot to learn about interacting with nobles. It's not that scary, Mother. Besides, expectations are low for country folks like us," Mark reassured. He then added, "Based on your abilities, you'll probably work in the Supply camp. The worst that could happen is joining a scouting party to count enemy soldiers. But that's unlikely since you'd need to know how to ride a horse." Lanzius nodded, hoping Mark's assessment was accurate. "You know what Connor told me?" Mark asked. "The butcher?" "No. Why?" "Don't overthink it. Learn as you go if you have to." "Opportunities are rare," Mark said, smirking proudly as he reiterated Connor's advice when Mark was selected for training. Mother Erin crossed her arms and muttered, "Well, the worst that can happen is they'll send you home." Mark laughed and patted Lanzius' shoulder. "I'll lend you my rucksack and shoulder bag. Now, let's prepare things for the journey." Lanzius didn't tell them that accepting the offer would spare Mark from being levied. Early in the morning after breakfast, horses around the camp were saddled, men refilled their water skins, and clothes and other gear were packed. Everyone, including a number of camp followers, was ready to march. Mules and horse carts laden with supplies were also lined up. Meanwhile, inside Erin's household, "Wear this for the winter," she instructed as she unloaded items from a wooden chest. "Gratitude." Lanzius examined the woolen coat and found it to be in good condition despite its age. "Lanz, take this for good luck," said Mark. Lanzius looked at a small iron medallion resembling a coin with intricate patterns. "Where did you get this?" "It belonged to Father." Lanzius furrowed his brows. "Are you sure you want to give me this?" "Yep," Mark said, pulling out his own medallion. "I have a better one, see?" Lanzius grinned. "Have you packed your mittens and thick gloves?" Erin interjected. "Yes, I've packed those already." "Extra foot wraps for the road?" she inquired. "Already gave him 2, Mark answered. She nodded. "That should suffice." Lanzius' rucksack was now filled. Next was the shoulder bag, which he packed with packages of dried meat, hard biscuits, a small sack of flour, some raisins, and carrots. "Here's the water skin. It's old but still sturdy and not leaky," Mark said as he handed over what was essentially his own gear to Lanzius. "Gratitude, Mark." "Let me pay you for this." "No need. You've already shared enough. I can buy another one later when I need it," said Mark. After they finished packing, Tanya came in and hugged him. "I was about to make you a hood, Lanz, but it's not finished yet. I'm sorry I can't give you anything." Her voice was tinged with regret. Lifting her, he reassured her. "Don't worry about it. Take care of Mother and Mark for me. I'll come home when I can." "Hush. You're going to work as a retinue," Erin corrected him. "Obey your master and don't ask to come home too soon. Wait until you've done something worthy. Don't worry about us." Smiling at her wise advice, Lanzius felt grateful. Given the hurried nature of his departure, he had little time to dwell on his emotions. His farewell might have been more emotional and potentially awkward if he had a more time. After saying his goodbyes and sharing warm hugs with everyone, Lanzius, with a heavy heart, stepped out the door. His family waved as Lanzius shouldered his rucksack and began to walk toward the camp. The sun was still far on the east and the wind was cool. Belendia looked amazing around time like this. As Lanzius had expected, a woman in black gamson waited not far from his house. Stifi approached Lanzius and asked, "All set?" Lanzius tapped at his shoulder bag. "Hopefully. It's enough. I'll share if you're missing something," Stifi reassured him. She then led him to a section of the camp where her horse was kept. It was already saddled and ready to go. A young servant stood by, waiting. "Gratitude. Here's a coin." Upon being paid, the servant darted into the crowd that was preparing to leave, apparently in search of his own master. "What do you think of Horsey?" Stifi asked. "She looks gentle, but I don't know anything about horses," he admitted. Stifi chuckled. "Come on, take the reins, and let's go." Lanzius wasn't sure. "I've never held horse reins before." "Don't worry, she's docile. Time to get acquainted," Stifi said, smiling. He gazed at her questioningly. "You're going to train me to ride?" "There's no reason not to. Just don't pull too hard." "Guide her gently." Lanzius did as he was told, and they finally hit the road. It was bustling with a column of people, knights, horse carts, pack mules, and even donkeys, all marching eastward toward their final destination, Riverstead City. Elven calendar 4422. In an era marked by rising tensions and escalating raids, Viscount Carius, the formidable lord of Ingalesia, committed the ultimate act of aggression. He crossed the Great River and launched a large-scale attack on the jewel of the Arvina province, the city of Riverstead. Despite Lord Morris of Arvina's attempts to fortify the city, even sending his own son to bolster its defenses, the city of Riverstead fell prey to Carius' surprise assault. The High Lords viewed this as an overt act of hostility and aimed to censure the Lord of Ingalesia. However, the Imperium's archaic bureaucracy, slow and unresponsive, sought to label the incident as a minor border squabble among its vassal lords. This attempt was a bid to preserve a semblance of peace within a realm already besieged by wars, particularly the Western Front's ongoing struggle against nomadic incursions. Unwilling to wait for the slow response of the Imperium, Lord Morris mustered his forces, marching them to Silesia on the eve of winter. Disclaimer: this story, Horizon of War by Han, has not been published on Amazon. If you encounter this work on Amazon, please be aware that it has been posted without permission by an unauthorized party engaging in copyright theft. 1 month after leaving Belendia, Lanzius was suddenly awoken by a chilling gust of wind, causing his body to stiffen and his face to ache from the cold. Blinking, he found himself curled up around a faintly glowing campfire inside an old barn. Despite the fire's warmth, he could see his breath turning into vapor. "It's still not dawn," Stifi whispered beside him. Lanzius nodded and pulled his rough woolen blanket tighter around himself. The wind outside howled and shook the barn, making it feel even colder. Despite the thick rags and hay mats on the ground, the cold still seeped through. Only the crackling fire and the friendly faces of his comrades brought any relief. Gradually, Lanzius began to drift back to sleep. Lanzius and the Arvina troops had been marching to retake Riverstead for almost a month when they encountered sudden, drastic changes in the weather. No one wanted to be caught in a blizzard, so they scrambled to find winter quarters. Lanzius' group had found refuge in an abandoned barn in Silesia village, where they had been trapped for over a month. Yet winter was still in full force, with frequent snowfall and blizzards. Today was another cloudy day, with weak sunlight filtering through the gaps in the wood panels. The early risers were already up and about, preparing breakfast. Nobility and city dwellers didn't typically eat so early in the morning, but on a campaign, it was a necessity. Morning was one of the few times they could cook without much interruption. Lanzius's stomach growled, and he knew the wine and water he drank each night would upset his digestion. Nevertheless, he needed a sip or two to warm up. Just as he was about to sigh, Stifi appeared with a bowl of stew she had received from the cook. "You're awake?" she asked, offering him the bowl. "Gratitude," he said, taking the bowl and sipping the warm, savory broth. "Smells burnt just as usual, but the warmth hits the spot." Lanzius took another spoonful, while Stifi gobbled down a thick, round bread. They swapped the bowl for the bread and continued eating. Stifi didn't bat an eye when they shared the bowl and spoon, partly because she was raised as a squire, but mainly because of practicality. Most men carried a wooden plate and spoon. but washing them repeatedly in ice-cold water was a daunting task. One trick was to use a heated rock from the fireplace and dunk it in a bucket to warm the water, but even then, nobody wanted to do it repeatedly. Thus, sharing utensils was a common practice. However, don't think about it, but this is the same bowl and spoon. For better or worse, Lanzius hadn't been close to a woman his own age in 2 years, but now, he and Steffi were practically inseparable. They marched, ate, and slept beside each other every day. Steffi, despite being younger, was experienced and had taught Lanzius the basics of survival during their journey, including what to wear, what to eat, and how to prepare a tent. As they traveled, they inadvertently shared some intimate moments. Once, cleaning and washing resulted in a skinny dip in the stream. Another time, 2 straight days of steady drizzle meant they had to sleep half naked in the tent. While Steffi seemed oblivious to the intimacy of their shared experiences, Lanzius treasured each memory, vividly etching them onto the canvas of his mind. There had even been a spur-of-the-moment kiss from Steffi, not out of passion, but mischievously. Apart from a few innocent slip-ups, Lanzius had managed to conduct himself exceptionally well, earning Steffi's respect. Her mentor had warned Steffi about men's lecherous tendencies, yet Lanzius had proved himself an exception. For Steffi, what had started as a menial job babysitting a scribe had turned into a pleasant experience. Their camaraderie led others to tease them as a couple, which wasn't surprising given their closeness. Anyone who knew saw them as socially compatible and of the right age to marry. As for themselves, despite her brash demeanor, Lanzius admired her honesty and resourcefulness. Meanwhile, Steffi respected Lanzius' educated background and his status as part of the young lord's retinue. A pat on Lanzius' shoulder brought him back to the present. "Time for some sparring," Steffi said. "Right," Lanzius responded as he followed her with a borrowed sword. The owner allowed anyone to use it for training, but it was old and dull. As Lanzius unsheathed it, he felt surprised that it was so light, unlike what he had imagined. "Show me your middle guard," Steffi instructed, preparing her own stance. Lanzius gripped the handle and pointed his sword at shoulder height, remembering where to place his thumb and not to death grip the handle. "All right, parry mid, low, and high. End guard." With a swift motion, Steffi thrust her sword toward Lanzius' torso. It came like a blur, but Lanzius parried it sideways. Steffi continued with a low slash. Lanzius took a step back and defended his limb with a block. Steffi wasn't done and directed her sword upward. Lanzius knew the routine, but instinct made him to dodge backward. He felt it was more natural. However, she followed up with a swing that stopped inches from Lanzius' neck. "You need to parry it," she warned him before pulling out her sword. "My bad," he exclaimed, "but it feels natural." Steffi didn't bother with his rant. Again, they resumed their stance. Repetition built muscle memory, and gradually there was less hesitation in Lanzius' moves. Steffi had worked tirelessly to teach him the correct way. At first, he had been clumsy and had some misconceptions about swordsmanship, but now he was starting to get the basics right. The two weren't the only ones practicing. Breakfast had ended, and more people were exercising. Many young first-timers practiced with their spears, but Steffi felt that more spear training would be useless for Lanzius. Since there were no words about Lanzius' appointment, Steffi, as a squire, fell back on things she knew best, which was sword training. She thought that teaching him some sword combat would be useful. Around midday, the barn turned into a chaotic work group. Some people searched for cracks in the walls to patch up, while others tended to the horses and mules. A few went outside, braving against ankle-deep snow to relieve themselves in the adjacent hut. When the sun was at its highest, everyone paused to bask in its warmth. Unfortunately, lunch wasn't very appetizing. The bread from this morning was blackened and soggy. Lanzius sat with his back against the wall, trying to munch the tasteless bread. A slice of ham, cheese, or pickles would have been a welcome addition, but those were reserved for the nobles. "Still having trouble with the bread?" Steffi asked. He groaned. "It's mushy and tastes horrible." She chuckled. "Just be grateful it's still white. When things get hard, they use cheap grains, the ones they used to feed the mules." In shock, he asked, "How does that thing taste? Horse bread? They're gross, smell and taste like dirt." Lanzius' terrified face made Steffi giggle. "Finish your bread and do some riding while there's still light," she said and rose up. Lanzius followed and spent an hour riding slowly around the tight enclosure. Far from riding on his own, Steffi was the one pulling the horse's reins on foot. She taught him how to sit correctly on the saddle and what not to do when riding. Despite just sitting on the saddle, it was tiring for someone who wasn't accustomed to the rocking motion. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined, and the horse's smell was giving him a hard time. "Are you sure the saddle is all right? Well, maybe it could have better paddings, but..." She shook her head. Lanzius understood the reason. Maintaining her gear alone was costly. Boots needed new soles, coats needed mending, and horses needed fodder, to name a few. It was lucky that her old master used good bridles that still worked despite years of usage. "Well, don't mind my ramblings. I'm already grateful that you are teaching me how to ride," she chuckled. "Give thanks to Horsey. She's the one who carried you around." The horse neighed as if she understood. Soon, the sun began to set in the west. The temperature dropped and people begrudgingly donned coats and blankets. Despite daily exercise or handling animals, they rarely bathed, only doing so when absolutely necessary. Lanzius too adopted this practice to some degree, finding the hassle of bathing not worth the effort. When he did wash up, he used a bucket of warm water, a clean cloth, and firewood ash as soap. Cleanliness was appreciated but difficult to achieve. Thus it was common to find cases of rashes and other skin disorders. Clothing was the only thing preventing an outbreak of body odor and putrid smells, as the many layers of fabric kept the unpleasant odors inside. As someone with a sensitive nose, Lanzius avoided unpleasant smells when possible, but his introversion made him reluctant to say anything about his group. Eventually, Steffi noticed and moved together to a group that stank less. The new group eventually found out about Lanzius' hair. Despite his attempt to always cover it up with a hood or traveling cloak, he couldn't hide them forever. Unlike what he had feared, nobody behaved differently. The men were interested in his foreign background, but largely unconcerned. Only then did Lanzius feel truly welcomed. The cold season seemed endless, and people passed the time with chatting, playing dice, and preparing meals. When the sun went down, the barn grew quiet except for the bubbling of the cauldron and the crackling of the fire. Despite the monotonous routine, people did their best to entertain themselves with music, storytelling, or gossip. As a foreigner, Lanzius often found himself at the center of attention, but he was cautious about revealing his origin, and only offered vague answers about his birthplace. The monotony continued for 3 weeks. During this period, some of the younger soldiers improved their weapon handling skills or picked up soft skills like reading and cooking. Lanzius, however, made little progress beyond the basics in his sword training. He instead focused on learning cursive writing with a wax stylus. A balding lieutenant with an arm tattoo, believing in Lanzius' potential, offered to tutor him without charge, thinking that Lanzius had potential and would go places. One day, 4 men arrived and gathered the captain and lieutenant from Lanzius' shelter. Rumors of an impending attack spread like wildfire. Indeed, the weather had calmed down, and the snow was only ankle-deep. When the captains and lieutenants returned, they confirmed the rumors. "Pack your gear. We're going out tomorrow at dawn." The shelter sprang to life as preparations for the journey began. Like Steffi, several of the group hailed from Riverstead. Driven out in the previous season, they were eager to return home. It finally happened, Steffi said to Lanzius, who could only nod with a sense of uneasiness. The next day dawned in Silesia, with a drop in temperature and a fierce wind. The barn doors, which were usually closed, stood wide open, and lanterns and torches illuminated the inside. Dozens of men dressed in their winter gear were ready for departure. Similar scenes were taking place in neighboring towns and villages. After being cooped up in their shelters for over a month, the Arvana troops were finally returning to march. As squire and scribe apprentice, the young lord assigned Steffi and Lanzius to stay behind and take charge of the supplies. It wasn't surprising. They needed someone to guard the supplies and record them. "Hope they win," Steffi murmured as the army received their order to march out. "Otherwise, we'll have to defend this place with only remnants and leftovers." "How big is the opponent's army?" Lanzius asked. "Interested in war, are you?" Steffi quipped. "Not much, just trying new vocabulary." He avoided the question, fearing that Steffi might use it as an excuse to train him harder. "Well, hard to know. But ours should be bigger. I say 2,000 versus a few hundred?" Steffi shrugged. Lanzius found it hard to believe, but he had some suspicion when he saw how many marched with him. He realized he had been mistaken in his assumption about the scale of the world he found himself in. Although he had initially believed it to be similar to medieval times, he now saw that it was more akin to an imperial Roman, one that had thrived into the medieval era. So, not just a lord, but more like a Roman governor with cohorts to commands. "Ah, so it's likely we'll win," he muttered, more to himself. Steffi shook her head. "Nothing is certain in a war. Securing the river crossing won't be easy." Lanzius had heard that the river between Silesia and Riverstead was wide and had strong currents. There was only one narrow bridge which was often damaged by flood. The forces who occupied Riverstead surely understood this bridge's importance and put efforts to defend it. "Looks like it's going to be a messy battle. Unless, if the river is frozen." He considered the possibility that if the river was frozen, the Arvenians could split their forces, cross the river, and attempt a pincer attack. However, he realized that he knew nothing about the Lord of Avina's personality and whether he would gamble on such a risky maneuver. "Steffi," he called as he approached and whispered, "is the Lord of Avina bold?" Steffi furrowed her brows and met his gaze. "Lans, we're campaigning in the middle of winter. If that's not bold, then I don't know what is." Lanzius felt foolish for asking. "Oh, right. Of course." Steffi crossed her arms in a relaxed way. "What's on your mind?" "Oh, I'm just thinking, if the river is frozen, then it's going to be easy win at the crossing?" Steffi guessed. Lanzius nodded. "Yeah, something like that." "Well, you're on to something. If it's frozen, then it's only a matter of sending our strongest detachment across and attack their camp." "However," Steffi continued, "it's not that simple. The river is wide, and it rarely freezes entirely. Have you ever walked on thin ice before?" Lanzius shook his head. "Well, you never want to cross it in armor, and definitely not with a group of armored men," Steffi cautioned. "I see. So it's possible, but dangerous." Steffi completed the sentence. "Lastly, if that's the plan, then they'll need to move quickly." "Why is that?" Lanzius asked. "The coldest time was several weeks ago. By now, the river may already be thawing," Steffi said with a sigh. Lanzius now realized that time was running out. With the weather unpredictable and the bridge likely fortified, the Arvenians needed to act fast. The fate of their campaign depended solely on their speed. 80. Chapter 4, Riverstead. Chapter 4, Riverstead. 2 weeks had elapsed since the Arvenian troops had set out. Lanzius sighed from boredom. For what felt like the 100th time, he had taken Steffi's advice to clean and maintain his equipment. His spare cloth was neatly rolled in his bag. The wooden bowl was scrubbed spotless, and he had even aired out the woolen coats and blankets until they were fluffy again. Still, he found himself with time on his hands. "I really could use a book. I wonder how everyone is doing in Belandia. I hope Tanu isn't overworking herself. It pains me to see her nails and fingers stained blue. And Mother Erin, too." He exhaled yet another sigh. "I wish I were with them." The relentless weather was the primary source of his gloominess. However, it hadn't always been this way. Upon the soldiers' departure 2 weeks prior, the weather had cleared, allowing Lanzius to roam Silesia without hindrance. It was then that they received uplifting news. The Arvina forces had triumphantly crossed the frozen river, securing the bridge and opening the road to retake Riverstead from the occupier force. Regrettably, just as the Arvenians should have been advancing towards Riverstead for the siege, the weather took a sudden turn for the worse. A relentless snowstorm besieged the region, with no end in sight. "It's snowing again," one of the 2 elderly men dressed in worn gambesons muttered. His companion stood up, looking concerned. They went to the barn door and secured it tightly. "I'm worried about our people," the second man whispered. "They'll be fine. Riverstead is a 4-day journey from here." His friend attempted to comfort him. "But what about their supplies? They must be running low. Their provisions should suffice." "There's no need to entertain such an ill-conceived thought." Lanzius, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. "We've captured the bridge, but maintaining a siege and taking a city is a different matter. Especially in a winter like this." Lanzius, Steffi, 2 old men, and 2 boys were in charge of a cartload of grains, small barrels of ale, cheese, and salted meat. They made up the Silesia supply line. Before the weather worsened, a group of men and mules would come regularly to resupply, but the last visit was 10 days ago. Keeping 2,000 men from freezing with just medieval technology is almost unthinkable. Men need more than just food, tents, and blankets to survive the winter. Without roaring fire, nobody will survive the night. And firewood is cumbersome and not easy to get. His experience in Belandia had taught him that firewood must be dried through the summer. A properly dried wood would make good heat with almost no smoke. Meanwhile, recently cut logs have too much moisture and produce less heat with lots of smoke. With the path likely blocked by heavy snow, Lanzius could only imagine the hardship that befell the men on the front line. The nobles could furnish themselves with charcoal heaters, but the common folks could only rely on foraging the snowy woodlands for dead branches. Meanwhile, the stacks of firewood in Silesia lay unused. No use worrying about it. Surviving winter in the open was notoriously treacherous, making warfare during the season a rarity. This made the siege of Rivestead especially risky. The dullness endured until the orange glow of the setting sun seeped through the cracks in the wooden walls. Observing this, the two elderly men enlisted the boys' help with chores. The boys weren't particularly helpful, but the men appreciated their company. The youngsters were the same age as their grandchildren, and their lively chatter provided a welcome distraction from thoughts of war. As the pottage bubbled away in the cauldron, the food preparations came to an end. To fill the time before supper, one of the men chopped wood while the other taught the boys some winter crafts. In contrast, Steffi seemed to snooze effortlessly, as if she hadn't to worry in the world. After sword training, a lunch break, and a bit of horse riding, she indulged in a well-earned nap. To be fair, she had been eager for another round of training, but Lanzius had declined, as his hands had developed painful blisters and calluses. Coincidentally, as Steffi shifted in her sleep, she faced Lanzius' direction. She does have a cute side. Without the fierce eyes, she looks fragile, even innocent. His stomach suddenly growled and ruined the mood. He caressed his stomach, to no avail. It was getting worse, but he didn't know why. Without realizing it, his habit of drinking wine, even when diluted with plenty of water, was causing discomfort in his unaccustomed stomach. Trying to distract himself from the discomfort, he looked at Steffi, but she had turned away once more. Well, the horse is fine too. A live animal documentary shouldn't be too bad. He shifted in his seat and watched Horsey instead. However, the horse rarely did anything interesting. Only the occasional farting and neighing when she heard rats making noises in the ceiling. Sigh. How I would kill for the internet and some films. Quietly, Lanzius resigned himself to the boredom and unease. He could try to strike up a conversation, but they had already exhausted their topics. Even Lanzius, with his keen interest in the history of the Imperium, had grown weary of the old men's tales. He longed to learn more about the ancients, the elves, half-elves, and dwarves. While most people had some knowledge about their world's origins, their understanding was limited compared to the insights a wandering minstrel could provide. The issue, however, was that a wandering minstrel typically sang a variety of songs and only occasionally delved into the world's origin. The barn was suddenly filled with the sound of a creaking door. Lanzius only managed a brief glance in its direction before Steffi sprang awake from her slumber. Sword, metallic flashes propelled Lanzius into action. As Steffi rushed to the door with sword in hand, Lanzius grabbed his sparring spear and ran after her. The two old men also scrambled for their weapons, but it was all for naught. "Hello, boys," greeted a familiar bearded face as he opened up the barn door. "Thomas," shouted the old man behind Lanzius. "Please spare me the blade," Thomas said with a grin. Steffi smirked and sheathed her sword. Lanzius too recognized the man and lowered his guard. Thomas was old enough to sport a full grey beard, but a protruding axe that hung on his belt proved he was still in his prime. Along with 4 other men, their horses, cart, and mules, they went inside to warm themselves. Everybody asked about the front line, but they just looked at each other with big grins and bright faces. "Ah, damn it, just say it. We won," Thomas said in the most anticlimactic way. Everybody couldn't believe what they heard. "Did you?" Lanzius tried to ask. "We won." Somebody cut in and the rest followed. A wave of emotion erupted as they realized that the war was over. Youngsters and old men alike jumped in joy and danced happily in celebration. Spring of 4423 was yet to arrive when the Arvina troops successfully took back Rivestead city after a short siege. It had been 10 days since Thomas arrived in Silesia, and they had begun their march toward Rivestead. The trees were bare, their branches bleached white by the frosty winter, while the road was still covered in a thin layer of ice. Despite the conditions, Steffi, Lanzius, and the Silesia supply group marched on toward Riverstead City in high spirits. As today marked the final leg of their journey, Steffi rode her horse, while the coachman and the boys journeyed on the horse-drawn supply cart. Lanzius, Thomas, and the others walked beside the mules laden with goods. By midday, they reached the outskirts of the city where they found a cobblestone road, significantly easing their travel. The imposing towers and bridges of Riverstead were an impressive sight even from a distance. Lanzius was captivated by the grand city. As they drew nearer, the view became even more remarkable, with colorful roof tiles visible through the snow, rows of tall buildings, and white plastered walls adorning the cityscape. "Hee, you like it here?" Steffi teased as they crossed the stone bridge leading into the city. "This is awesome," Lanzius admitted as they entered. "Wait till you see the market when it returns to normal. They have everything, though currently sparse due to the war." The vividly colored shops and stalls caught Lanzius' attention. He marveled at the city's advanced appearance compared to Bellandia. "Come, let's report before dark," Steffi urged. They said their farewells to Thomas and the rest of the Supply group. Since they served the same lord and were stationed in the same town, they knew they would likely cross paths often. Steffi and Lanzius left their horse at the city stable and went in search of the captain. After asking several people, they finally found him supervising reconstruction efforts. Despite being well over 50, he still possessed an imposing figure. He wore a thick woolen tunic in a rich yellow hue, layered over a padded gambeson for warmth. Spotting Steffi, the captain gestured for her to approach. "No mule is lost or injured, sir," Steffi reported. "What? That's not how to report." The captain appeared annoyed, confirming Lanzius' suspicions. "The goods, are they safe?" Unable to answer, Steffi nudged Lanzius, who pulled a parchment from his bag and presented it. "The supplies from Silesia village are present and accounted for, sir." The captain glanced at the parchment but dismissed it. "Keep it for the Seneschal's men." Then, addressing Steffi, he said, "Make sure the animals are fed and rested. We're going to need them soon." "Another battle, sir?" she inquired. The captain snorted. "The northern bastard still refuses a truce or surrender. The Lord is hunting the remnants as we speak." "I see," she murmured. "Will that be all?" The old man questioned. Seemingly uneasy, she asked, "Sir, any chance of payments?" The captain shook his head. "You'll have to take it up with the marshal or his deputy." "And they're both away," she sighed. "Sir, what about him?" Her question perplexed the captain. "What about him? A new scribe?" Steffi grinned. "We're not sure yet, but the young lord personally recruited him." Her statement surprised the captain, who took a closer look at Lanzius. "I'm Lanzius, from Bellandia village." "Sir." "Well, Lanzius of Bellandia, what makes the young lord want you as his retinue?" "I'm not sure." "Don't be modest," Steffi interrupted. "He can calculate real fast." The captain noticed Lanzius' dark hair peeking out from his hood but disregarded it, as it wasn't part of his job. "Did the young lord say anything more specific?" Both shook their heads in unison. The man sighed as he considered the situation. It wasn't the first time the young lord had recruited someone on a whim and then forgotten about them. The captain didn't want to deal with this, but it was a waste of money and talent. After all, retainers were entitled to full payment, even if they hadn't done any work except following their lord. "Oi, fetch me the scribe," he instructed his squire. After waiting, an even older man appeared, wearing a long blue tunic and brown robe. The captain dictated a brief letter and handed it to Lanzius. "Give this letter to the municipal office tomorrow morning." "That'll be all." He dismissed the duo. Lanzius bowed his head, but Steffi had another question. "Sir, what about me?" "Let me guess, you convinced no one?" The captain joked. Having predicted that no knight would take Steffi as their squire, she shook her head and feigned sadness. "Oh, begone," he scolded her. "Just stick with this Lanzius fellow." Really? I can do that?" The captain didn't elaborate and waved his hand to send them away. The two walked away from the reconstruction site and headed into the main street. "Well, I guess we're stuck together," Steffi said lightly. "So glad that we're both employed," Lanzius remarked. She chuckled. "Come, let's head home before dark." "I reckon there's a lot to be done." That made him stop in his track. "Home? You have a house?" "Of course. I lived here, you dummy." "Well, it's my master's, but nobody threw me out. So, she explained carefree. Doesn't the city have a? He tried to find the word barrack, but he couldn't find it in his vocabulary. Steffi tilted her head. Lanzius seemed to realize that the word might not exist. What's the building where soldiers sleep? Guardhouse? That's reserved for a guardsman, and it's cramped. What about the other men-at-arms? Oh, you mean billets? Yeah. The Lord could ask the townsfolk to provide housing for his men, but I guess right now, Riverstead doesn't need one. The city was empty. Its people had evacuated when the war started last year. Some refugees had returned, but many would wait until spring or summer when the road was firm and passable. The two walked down the cobbled path toward a lifeless, narrow alley. Not 1 in 10 buildings had lights in their windows or smoke coming out from their chimney. They passed a tavern that was crowded with soldiers and city folks. Want to give it a go? Lanzius asked as he saw Steffi sniff the heavenly smell of grilled meat. We can't, she exclaimed and walked away. He followed up and asked, is the place expensive? 2 copper, but we need to be frugal. Otherwise, we'll go broke. Both of them sighed. Nobody expected the opponent to refuse a truce after defeat and keep up fighting. With the Lord and most of his troops continuing the mop-up, nobody in Riverstead could pay them. Isn't Lord Artie in Riverstead? He asked with hope. Lands, never ask money directly from the nobles. They'll get irritated. The ones who pay are either the seneschal or the chamberlain. Both didn't take part in the campaign, only their assistants attached to the lord or the marshal. I see. Lanzius took her advice to heart. The sky above them transformed from a mesmerizing golden hue to a breathtaking reddish-orange as the chilling wind whipped through the deserted alleyway. With empty pockets but hearts full of hope, Lanzius and Steffi continued to stride forward, neither knowing what the future would hold for them. 79. Chapter 5, Tall Clouds. Chapter 5, Tall Clouds. The growing darkness and mounds of snow on either side of the road didn't hinder Steffi from finding her home. With Lanzius by her side, Steffi headed to one particular house in a row of similarly sized buildings. As they arrived at the door, they saw that the door lock was smashed open. Lanzius nervously turned to Steffi, waiting for her response. Steffi drew her sword, gave a confident nod to Lanzius, and cautiously pushed the door ajar. The creaking noise from the frozen hinges heralded their entry, but no challenge came from inside. Steffi went in and was followed by Lanzius with a knife. The house wasn't large and was only modestly furnished, so they could easily see that nobody was inside. They checked the kitchen and the wet area but found nothing. Steffi dropped her bag and motioned upstairs. She ran up the flight of stairs and disappeared from view. Lanzius heard a door being flung open and then another, but then, there was only silence. Slowly, the knife in his hand felt insignificant. He stopped hesitating and went for the stairs, but the sounds of footsteps stopped him. Steffi appeared from upstairs with an unlit candle. All clear, she said with a faint smile. Anything lost? He asked while sheathing his knife. It took 2 tries, as his hand was unusually tense. I'll worry about it later when I have time, she responded. There were clear signs of looting or burglary inside, but there was nothing they could do about it. As darkness fell, Steffi placed a candle on the wooden table and began unwrapping her small pouch. A stone, a metal object, and pieces of wood emerged. She grabbed the flint, struck it against the iron to produce sparks, and directed them onto the small pieces of wood from last night's fire. After several attempts, an ember glowed red, and she carefully used it to light the candle. Lanzius found a wooden plank lying on the floor, lifted it, and placed it into the corresponding iron bracket to secure the door. Come, let's head upstairs, she called, holding the lit candle in her hand. The narrow wooden stairs creaked almost with every step. Upstairs, they were greeted by 2 doors. One led to a large bedroom that housed the whole family, while the other led to a separate study that also served as a guest room. It's my late master's room. You better not enter. I see. So where do you sleep? My bed is beside hers, Steffi said vaguely as she led him toward the study. Its door was ajar. Lanzius followed her inside. So where will I sleep? Here, she lightly stomped on the wooden floor. At least it won't be cold, he responded, fully expecting to sleep on the floor. No, I haven't pulled out the bed, she clarified. Oh, he remarked shyly. That made her giggle. Lans, you're my charge. I won't let you suffer. The room was dusty and damp, so they did what they could with a broom and ragged clothes. Steffi found a dry rushlight on the cabinet and lit it up. Afterward, she went inside her room and dragged a bed out. "You sure you can do it alone?" Lanzius asked in between the screeching noises, but with only a few tries, she managed to get the oaken bed frame out. Out of curiosity, Lanzius tried to move it. This is heavy." The bed refused to budge. She chuckled. "Better do it together." The two moved the bed into the study without an issue. Afterward, they returned downstairs only to realize that all the firewood was gone. Lanzius wanted to give it another look, but Steffi said, "Wait here." She lifted the wood plank on the door and head outside. He followed and spotted her just as she entered an empty-looking neighbor's house. Did she just barge into her neighbor's house? He glanced around nervously, feeling like an amateurish thief's accomplice. Fortunately, Steffi returned quickly with two sizable objects in each hand. She handed one to Lanzius as she walked by, and the two hurriedly returned to their place. "What are we going to do with these chairs?" Lanzius asked her as they barred the door once more. "They belong to the jerk. He used to piss from his window at night, right onto my lawn," she explained, lifting the chair and heading into the kitchen. "What?" Lanzius couldn't believe what he'd just heard. "After my master passed away," she began, "this neighbor kept bothering me. One time, he even waggled his privates when I walked home." Lanzius was taken aback. "You let that go unpunished?" She sighed. "I can't do anything. If I cause an incident, I might lose the house." "How come?" "It's a long story, Lanz," she said, with little intention to elaborate. After a brief pause, Lanzius asked, "So, do you have a mallet?" His question made her smile. Steffi didn't have a mallet, but she did have a small, rusty axe. Despite its bluntness, they quickly turned the chairs into firewood. Now, the wood burned brightly. Steffi put the clean snow she had gathered into the cauldron and let it boil. Meanwhile, Lanzius removed his coat and watched as Steffi arranged what they had left on the table. "Lanz, there's only gruel until I can get something from the market tomorrow. Let me pay for the food." "Better save your coins. You might need better clothes," she said, pouring the grains into the cauldron. "Ah, you think so?" He realized that all his clothes were shabby. "You need to look the part, like the captain's scribe earlier. Let's visit some second-hand shops tomorrow." The image of a long blue tunic came to Lanzius' mind. "But don't I need to report in the morning?" "Ah, it's fine. You can show up later. It's not like the captain would send a runner to inform them about you." Lanzius nodded. He knew he wasn't important enough to warrant that kind of treatment. Without things to worry about, he started to unwind. The comfort of home felt luxurious after a prolonged stay in barns and tents. He looked around and couldn't help but compare this place and his home in Bellandia. Almost every feature in this house looked better. Even in a lower-class area, the house had a sturdy construction and a separate living space. This way, the soot and stench from the kitchen area stayed below. The cauldron made noises as it boiled. Steffi diligently stirred and added her last chunk of cheese, followed by a portion of salted meat from a waxed linen wrap. "It's almost ready." Lanzius picked up a bowl from his bag while Steffi grabbed one from the cupboard. The meal was a humble one, but the mood was uplifting. They had been sleeping rough for months, so the prospect of spending the night on proper beds was overwhelming. As they ate, a curiosity dawned on Lanzius. "Steffi, is it all right in the city for unmarried men and women to spend the night in a house together?" "Of course not. If they're caught, they'll be forced to marry." Her voice trailed off as she slowly realized what it was all about. "Oh, shit. We've been together for so long that I forgot about this." Lanzius exhaled deeply. Although they were technically still on a campaign, they were now stationed inside a city, which meant they could get in trouble with the parish laws. He had only recently learned about the restrictive and unreasonable rules that governed medieval society, such as the sumptuary laws that dictated what clothing, colors, fur, and jewelry were permissible based on a person's social status. Worse still were the laws imposed on unmarried couples. If a man and woman were found alone together without a chaperone, the parish would levy a fine. If they were caught touching, the fine would be even heftier. If they spent a significant amount of time together, it could be deemed as adultery, a criminal act with its own punishment. In addition, the fines had to be paid when the woman got married, which served as a form of public shaming. "I knew it." Something felt off with just the two of us. "Jay, just keep this a secret," she whispered. Nobody needs to know, and no one will be the wiser. He nodded. It wasn't like he could find another place to stay with the sun already setting. I'll find somewhere else to stay tomorrow. It's getting late, you should get some rest. Steffi took a deep breath and sipped her drink. I'll help you out. There must be something I can sell around this house. Sell? Lanzius furrowed. No, I think I have enough to pay for rents. But you also need a new tunic for work, she reminded him. Lanzius smiled, appreciating her good intentions. We'll figure something out tomorrow. Oh, I can watch the fire for you. You haven't cleaned your room. Right, I still need to do that. Good night then, Lans. She took her cup and went upstairs. Lanzius, left alone with his thoughts, couldn't help but imagine what would happen if they were caught and forced to marry. Although he couldn't remember his exact age, he felt that he was older than 20. Meanwhile, based on her story, Steffi was nearing 20 as well. Both were considered old enough to marry, but will that work out? Probably not. The smoldering fireplace interrupted his daydream. He approached the fireplace and knelt to light the candle. Afterward, he went upstairs to the study. Once inside, he realized he had the entire room to himself. The newfound privacy relieved him like no other, but fatigue from days of walking and camping crept in quickly. He forced himself to arrange his bag and coat. Afterward, he blew out the wax candle, slipped into the bed, and pulled the blanket. Today was full of new experiences for him. He had finally reached Riverstead and looked forward to a new job. The feeling that he might just pull this off and help his family financially put his mind at ease. The only thing nagging him was that he must find another place to stay tomorrow, and that might ruin him financially. The temptation to seek shelter in one of the vacant homes loomed large, but the risk of accusations of looting or theft was too great to ignore. Oh, I'll worry about them tomorrow. With a reckless abandon, Lanzius finally found peace and drifted into sleep. 74. Chapter 5-2, Two Sides of the Coin. Chapter 5-2, Two Sides of the Coin. Lanzius awoke to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling, gradually recalling that he was sleeping in Steffi's house. As the events of the previous night flooded back into his mind, he took a deep breath, pushed his blanket aside, and rose to his feet. The room was dark and cold, but a sliver of weak orange light streamed in through a slit in the window. Picking up his bag without bothering to change his clothes, Lanzius quietly left his room. The house was silent, and Steffi's door remained closed. He carefully descended the nearly pitch-black staircase, feeling his way down and listening to the creaking of the wooden steps beneath his weight. Reaching the bottom without a mishap, Lanzius congratulated himself and headed to the kitchen. There, he noticed more light seeping through the cracks of the door and front window. He approached the fireplace where he had hung his old, worn shoes and socks. The lingering heat from the fireplace overnight had dried them from the previous day's mud. He was grateful to have dry footwear for the day. Pulling out a chair, he sat down and began to put on his socks. The wealthy could afford longer socks or hose, but Lanzius found cheap wool to be especially itchy. After putting on his socks and shoes, he thought to start a fire. Noticing that Steffi had left a fire-starting kit on the table, Lanzius picked up one of the charred pieces of wood from the previous day and began to strike the stone and metal together to produce sparks. Despite a couple of unsuccessful attempts, he persisted, considering this a valuable opportunity to practice his fire-making skills. Steffi yawned as she descended the stairs, wearing an off-white mantle and hood over her head. Her face was pale from the cold, her eyes unfocused, and even her lips lacked their usual pinkness. Surprisingly, a good night's sleep had actually made her drowsy. She didn't even notice the crackling fire and was caught off guard by the warmth and light from the fireplace. Morning, Lanzius greeted her. Lans, you made a fire? Well, you taught me correctly. Turns out it's not that hard when it's dry, he replied with a hint of excitement. Steffi chuckled, wanting to commend him but feeling too shy to do so early and without preparation. She approached the fireplace and knelt, basking in its warmth. Gradually, her pale face regained some of its healthy color. Lanzius offered Steffi a cup. Without needing to ask, she took it and drank slowly, aware that drinking too fast could provoke a cough since her throat was dry. After months stranded in winter, it had become routine to drink watered wine to keep warm. Soon, more redness returned to her face, especially her lips and cheeks. How's the weather outside? She asked. Windy, with a bit of snow, he said as he sat near her. She took another sip, Have you had breakfast? Not yet. I was thinking of waiting for you first. She nodded, rose slowly, and approached the cupboard to find her small bag of grain and cheese. How's your stomach? Ready for some gruel? Lanzius joked as it was the only thing they had at the moment. Steffi snorted and turned apologetic. I'll cook stew tonight. I should be able to get something from the field kitchen. I'm not sure it's necessary, Lanzius said in a serious tone. Steffi looked at him, puzzled, and Lanzius explained. I'm going to rent a place tonight. Somewhere close, if possible. Ah, she muttered, clearly understanding his reasoning. Her face turned a bit sad. Lanzius, ever perceptive, noticed and asked, You're good with that, right? What? Oh, sure. I'm just thinking that I'm going to eat alone again, Steffi admitted, revealing more than she wanted. Dang. Why did I say that? Now, Lanzius glanced to the side, seemingly perplexed before suddenly announcing, All right, change of plan. I'm staying then. Steffi almost jumped. No, you can't, she said sharply. Someone will see and start a ruckus. He furrowed his brows in doubt and asked, They'll do that, even after a siege? Steffi sighed and tried to explain, especially after a war like this when they're bored and without any entertainment. Lanzius nodded. Yesterday, he had seen several houses lit, evidence that May had stayed throughout the siege. Riverstead was populous enough, and many were affluent families of craftsmen and tradesmen. A siege wouldn't uproot them. I wonder what they'll gossip about us. Lanzius mused, a playful tone in his voice. Steffi met his gaze, but Lanzius quickly looked away, feigning ignorance. Finishing her drink, Steffi placed the wooden cup on the table. My Night Master would have liked you, she commented without any particular intention. Her cryptic remarks seemed lost on Lanzius. Come again? Why do you think Isolde would like me? Steffi's face softened, and she stifled a laugh as she recalled Isolde's eccentricity. She's always unpredictable. She outwardly tried to push me into a marriage, but secretly she always warned me not to because all men are not to be trusted. That's a mixed signal, he frowned. Indeed, she's like that, and it's not like I could afford it. She quipped, the combination of an empty stomach and wine loosening her tongue. What do you mean? Lanzius asked, intrigued. Well, the only thing I have is Horsey, and I don't intend to give her for dowry. The thought of Horsey as a dowry amused Lanzius, who burst into laughter. What's so funny? She glared at him menacingly. No, it's just, Horsey as a dowry? He stammered between laughs, unable to provide a better explanation. She misunderstood his reaction and stared at him, making him flinch. Growing annoyed, she asked bluntly, Lanz, do you need some knockings? Wait, no, hear me out, Lanzius replied quickly, attempting to come up with an excuse. I mean, in my homeland, it's men who pay dowry. His explanation took Steffi aback. Her previous annoyance faded, replaced by curiosity as she nervously asked, How much is this dowry? Trying to suppress his laughter, Lanzius offered a number, probably more than 3 years of pay. Steffi nodded. Her brows furrowed as she tried to calculate the sum. That's huge. Definitely huge. They pay educated men more than common footmen or lowly squires. How about it? Suddenly interested, Lanzius teased. Only if they're well behaved, strong, but not brutish. However, Steffi soon realized that Lanzius was the only foreigner she had ever seen in Riverstead. There were no other black-haired men around. She paused to look at him and found him watching her so innocently with a faint smile. That led her to the wrong conclusion that he was subtly proposing. Is he really into me? She couldn't help but think that for a lowly squire like her to get an educated man who even pays the dowry would be quite the catch. She noticed that Lanzius had become bolder since they first met. Is it because he saw me naked once? If he really wants me. Maybe. However, her past experience made her reluctant to exploit such an innocent, sweet guy. With so many thoughts racing through her mind, Steffi chose the approach she was trained for. She chuckled menacingly, alarming Lanzius. All this talk about marriage so early in the morning. Maybe we're too drunk, and a morning training session is needed to clear our heads. Lanzius jumped from his seat, shuddering and shaking his head. Wait, what? No, calm down. We don't have swords, and yours isn't dull. Steffi grinned maliciously and threatened, sooner or later, you'll need to practice against a real sword. Today is as good a day as any. Oh, Remember, we need to hit the shop and buy some clothes," Lanzius said, trying to change the subject. Steffi maintained her gaze, contemplating what they could use for sparring. Lanzius quickly added, "Maybe buy some breakfast too?" "I'll treat," she blinked, her eyes softening a little. "Bribery, huh? I doubt you have the money, but I know just the place." "All right, let's go then. I'm hungry," Lanzius said, half urging. He knew he had just narrowly avoided a disaster. Even with sticks or blunt weapons, he had enough bruises on his body and arms to know that he wasn't gifted with swords. "Let me change my clothes first," Steffi said. Her tone returned to normal, much to Lanzius' relief. Lanzius. Over 3,000 years, Riverstead had witnessed the rise and fall of numerous kingdoms and all three imperiums. This ancient city, rebuilt multiple times from ruins, was strategically located around three rivers that flowed toward the Great River. Despite the presence of these rivers, the surrounding land wasn't fertile. Instead, it was rich in minerals such as sand, rock, and ore, which had been mined since ancient times. As a result, generations of craftsmen had made their living here. With access to the Great River, Riverstead maintained direct trade connections with the Far East kingdoms and served as a local trade hub for the Imperium's northern provinces. Through the city, goods from other provinces, particularly the industrious Midlandia, flowed northward and eastward. Grey cobblestones paved the roads, and the city's vastness was apparent, boasting hundreds, if not thousands, of buildings, including several multi-story structures. Lanzius found it fascinating that some of the buildings resembled ancient Greek or Roman styles. That morning, Lanzius accompanied Steffi to the bustling market area, where they discovered open stalls teeming with people. Even in a war-torn city, people needed to eat, and stall owners always found a way to make ends meet. Steffi chatted with some of the stall owners who eyed Lanzius and made comments about him. She either shrugged or waved them off, then returned with a wooden plate filled with various morsels. One particular dish caught Lanzius' attention: a white-yellowish, sauceless lasagna. Lanzius took his knife, rubbed it on his inner clothes, and tried to get a taste, but he couldn't manage it. The pasta-like dish was slippery. Seeing him struggle, Steffi used her spoon and thumb to pinch off a piece of the lasagna and fed it to Lanzius. Once he tasted it, he found it to be similar to pasta with salt and cheese but without tomato sauce. "Pretty good. I wonder if they have macaroni or spaghetti." As the two ate standing in the street, the city slowly began to stir. The market was still recovering from the war, but those stalls that were open were crowded. "Fortune favors the brave," Steffi remarked, noticing where Lanzius was looking. Lanzius nodded and commented so casually, "Profit makes the world go round." "So, you've heard the lore about the ancients, huh?" she asked. "What lore?" Lanzius was intrigued. Steffi furrowed her brows. "The round world? You know the world is round?" Lanzius asked, surprised. Seeking confirmation, she looked at him quizzically. "It's a children's story. Everyone knows that the ancients transformed into dragons and soared around the world, outpacing the sun in a race. I suppose you foreigners don't have that tale." Lanzius shook his head. "Mark never mentioned it, and I've never heard a bard sing that song." Steffi chuckled. "It's a children's story. Bards don't usually sing those." "Try asking a wet nurse next time." "Wet nurse? What's that?" He was certain of his vocabulary, but nothing came to mind. Steffi just laughed it off. "Come on, we still have things to do." "Finding you a new tunic is a priority." With that, she led him deeper into the market, where shops lined both sides of the bustling streets. As they entered and browsed various cheap stalls, excitement sparkled in their eyes. The day was still young, but it didn't always end the way they wanted. 57. Chapter 5-3, A Man and His Trade. Chapter 5-3, A Man and His Trade. Lanzius and Steffi continued browsing the quiet market, where only a few persistent vendors remained after the siege. They discovered a small shop tucked between two larger, shuttered establishments. Although there was no wooden sign, an assortment of colorful clothes hung gracefully from the second-floor window. "Ah, the old grandpa made it through," Steffi exclaimed excitedly, pulling Lanzius by the hand and pushing the door open with the other. Upon entering, they were met with the scent of well-worn fabric and leather. A tall, sharp-looking man with a thin beard and contrasting dark clothing rose from his seat, setting aside his needle and unfinished work. "Ah, Miss Squire. It's a pleasure to see a familiar face in Riverstead. Happy I'm not running from my debts, Keith?" Stevie teased. Keith stifled a polite laugh, noting that he didn't recognize Lanzius. Assuming Lanzius might be someone else's confidant, he asked, "How may I help you, tradesman?" He gestured towards the wares in his shop. "I need a tunic, affordable but with a formal appearance," Lanzius replied as formally as he could be, looking at the neatly organized racks of clothing, which included tunics, dresses, and cloaks. "And for what purpose?" Keith inquired politely, albeit his demeanor was more akin to a soldier than a tailor. "He's a scribe," Stevie chimed in. "Ah," Keith murmured, turning to a neatly stacked pile of garments. "Why not this one?" Stevie suggested, pointing to an already folded piece of clothing. Keith glanced at Lanzius, and Stevie assured him, "He's all right, he's with me." Lanzius quickly added, "I can keep a secret." Keith smiled and explained, "The folded ones are likely looted from this city or nearby area. Lord Carius' men forced me to buy them. I've already bribed their officers, but they still demand more." Stevie looked at them, found something she liked, and inquired, "Can't you sell them to us? Let's avoid trouble. Those garments are tailored for nobles, and someone will recognize the original owner. If word gets out, we could all face consequences," Keith reasoned. Pulling 2 tunics from the pile, one yellow and one blue. Lanzius immediately took a liking to the vibrant blue tunic, but he maintained a neutral expression and replied, "Don't you have something brighter?" "I don't want my employer to think I'm uneducated." Keith chuckled, refraining from commenting on Lanzius' accent, and returned to the stack, searching for a tunic that would suit Lanzius' needs. Stevie approached Lanzius and whispered, "I like the blue one. If you're in a fight, do you show your intention to your opponent?" Stevie was taken aback and understood his reasoning. "Good thinking. I'm not a teacher for nothing," Lanzius quipped. "Now, here's a brighter one." Keith pulled out a red tunic. Its color was slightly faded, making it closer to a pink salmon, but the intricate embroidery along the neckline and hem spoke of its former elegance. Lanzius had no intention of buying that one, but he put down his leather bag on the table and tried on the red tunic. The fabric felt soft and comfortable against his skin. Linen can be this soft? It's not too old based on its stitches. You can wear it until you're too old to work," Keith joked, promoting the tunic. "What's the price for this one?" Lanzius asked. If it were new, Keith employed his merchant skills. The material, dye, and tailoring cost would make this tunic worth at least 4 silver. Lanzius softly sighed and said firmly, "Too expensive." "You haven't heard my offer." Keith tried to negotiate. Lanzius removed the tunic and politely handed it back to Keith, saying, "If it's around 40 copper new, then I probably can't afford it. Do you have anything else? How about this centurion blue tunic?" Keith suggested. Lanzius feigned disinterest. "How much for the yellow one, though it's a bit too big?" "Don't worry about the size. I can tailor it for you." Lanzius smiled. "I believe that may add to the cost." Keith chuckled. 11 copper for this fine yellow tunic, adjustments included. He then showcased its features. "Feel it, fine Midlandian linen, no patched holes, no frayed stitches. It will last you a long time. You can pass it down to your son and grandson. How about 5 copper?" Lanzius countered. "I can't do it for less than 10. 6, and I'll pay the adjustment fee." "That's too low for a piece like this." Keith shook his head. Lanzius sighed and politely said, "Maybe some other time then. You won't find pieces like this anywhere else," Keith cautioned. "That's precisely my problem. Your wares are too good. I can't afford them." "That's most unfortunate." "May I interest you in some less bright-colored tunics?" "I have quite a selection perfect for your size." "Like that blue one?" Lanzius asked nonchalantly. "Yes. Why don't you try the blue one?" Lanzius tried it on and found it in excellent condition, with no stains on the hem, indicating it had been well cared for. It wasn't as soft as the red one, but it was undoubtedly better than the coarse ones he had acquired from Belandia. "I don't like the color, but beggars can't be choosers," he quipped, much to the shop owner's delight. "I like you, and since you're Stevie's friend, I'll give it a good price." 7 coppers. 4. Even 4 is too much for blue dyes. "I can't do that." Keith expertly positioned the tunic in the sunlight to reveal its deeper color. Lanzius only looked at Keith's face. "I believe you still make a profit with 4 copper. How about it?" "It's still early, and I heard it's good business to start your day with a fortune." Keith smiled and said, "Since you're a good lad, let's make it 6. That's best I can do is 5 copper." Lanzius pulled his purse and began fishing for 5 copper. "6 is a fair price," Keith said. But Lanzius ignored him, so he looked to Steffi, who smiled back at him. "He's a good tradesman, Keith," Steffi remarked. Lanzius presented the copper coins, spreading them on his palm for Keith to see. 5 coppers will both profit, and this might be the start of a good business relationship. Keith looked unsure, but Steffi delivered the coup de grace. "He's the young lord's newest retainer, you know." With his thumb and index finger, Lanzius pinched the 5 coins and offered them to Keith. Keith snorted, amused, and opened his palm. Lanzius placed the 5 coins into it, and the deal was sealed. "Gratitude, you drive a hard bargain. May I learn your name, tradesman?" "I'm just a nobody. Call me Lanzius." "People call me Keith Sr. the tailor," he introduced himself. "If I'm not around, my son, Keith Jr., will be happy to help you." "Nice meeting you, Keith." "Well, try fitting it out. If you need a simple adjustment, I can do it for you, free of charge," Keith said happily. Even at 5 copper, he still had quite a margin. But he rarely encountered people who haggled this quickly and precisely. Others might haggle lower, but they usually ended up with the worst deal or returned at a later time, only for Keith to upcharge them for the same piece. Lanzius proudly wore his new blue tunic as he stepped out of the shop, brimming with newfound confidence. "Come here," Steffi beckoned, wanting to admire the blue tunic with its intricate orange embroidery along the neckline and "Lanz, it looks good on you." "Now you look the part," she complimented. "Of course, it cost me 5 copper, Lanzius quipped. "That's enough to buy food for a week." Steffi giggled and elbowed him, knowing he had gotten it at a bargain. What's that for?" Lanzius complained but couldn't help chuckling as he followed her. "Next up is the sword," she announced. No, I'm a scribe." "I don't need a sword," he blurted, fearing she was going to train him with a sharp sword for real. Steffi paused and pondered. "All right, then let's just head there," she decided, leading him southward, toward a large building at the end of the market district. "What's this place?" Lanzius observed the tall stone compound with walls and large double gates for carts. "Hopefully, your new office," Steffi replied. Lanzius was taken aback by the size of the municipal office. "But weren't we planning to do this tomorrow?" "Well, it's nearby, and it can't hurt to try out your new Centurion blue tunic." The two walked until they saw a small door just beside the double gate. A guard in brigandine lazily greeted them with a nod but didn't ask any questions. They entered through the open door and past several other guards who watched them with similarly little interest. Inside, they discovered a garden and a large paved courtyard, with the towering 3-story Riverstead Municipal Office building overhead. The structure was once a proper castle, but now it served as storage and a taxation office. "Oh, a show garden." Lanzius marveled at the well-maintained medieval garden, filled mostly with herbs and a few blossoming flowers and plants protected by a fence. A carpet of grass and tall, old trees with roots spreading into the stone wall and buildings completed the picturesque scene. The garden was so well taken care of that Lanzius commented without thinking, "This would be a great spot for a picnic." Steffi looked at him and asked, "What's a picnic?" Eating out in the open on the grass." "Like when we're stuck outside on a campaign? Why would you want to do that again?" She rolled her eyes. Lanzius chuckled but refrained from explaining further. They finally entered the building and observed its disheveled interior, a clear sign that it had been ransacked during the siege. The garden outside had survived, likely because it had been covered by snow all winter. But the once orderly office, a symbol of Riverstead's administrative prowess, now resembled a war-torn relic. The staff had made attempts to restore order, but it was a work in progress. Lanzius observed the partially empty wooden cabinets lining the walls and the broken chairs, tables, and desks possibly pulled here to be repaired. Light filtered in through the shattered windows in the back, casting a gentle glow over the sorry scene. 2 servant boys were cleaning up, while a staff member in a great tunic eyed Lanzius and Steffi with suspicion, mistaking them for a merchant and his bodyguard. "My apologies, but didn't the guard inform you that the office is still closed?" "We're not here for business." "The guards probably can see that," Steffi clarified. Lanzius reached into his bag and pulled out a letter from the captain, displaying it to the staff member. I'm part of the young lord's retinue. The captain sent me. The staff member hastily wiped his hands on his sleeve before approaching Lanzius. May I see the letter? Lanzius glanced at Steffi, who gave a nod of approval. The staff member accepted the letter with a respectful gesture and skimmed its contents. A new member? His gaze flicked between the letter and Lanzius, clearly taken aback. However, he decided it wasn't his place to question. Please wait here. I'll inform Master Hubert. 55, Chapter 5-4, Novice. Chapter 5-4, Novice. A tall, slender man with a slightly hunched posture from years of poring over documents and ledgers descended the stairs. His confident gait and footsteps signaled a healthy individual. Despite his age, his thinning hair, peppered with streaks of silver, was combed back and meticulously maintained, just like his sharp, vibrant blue attire with its extravagant contrasting silver embroidery. It made Lanzius' second-hand tunic seem second-rate. Lanzius sculpted as the man exuded an aura of eccentricity. Unlike the predatory air of a noble, this man meant business. Well? Master Hubert asked impatiently. The staff member, not much older than Lanzius, hastily introduced his master. This is Master Hubert, the current head clerk of Riverstead Municipal Office. Hubert corrected. The old fool vanished before the siege, and we've been unable to bribe her because of him. Lord Morris should have listened. He rambled and continued quickly. Now, how may I help you? The letter. Lanzius found his voice. Yes, I read it. But you're not trained in bookkeeping. I have been trained, Master Hubert, just not in the Imperium standardized bookkeeping style. Lanzius countered with as much technicality as his vocabulary allowed. Hubert glanced at Lanzius and cast his judgment. The Eastern style is not to be trusted. I'm not from the Eastern Kingdom. Indeed, theirs is not as advanced. Lanzius clarified. Standing tall, old Hubert let out a sharp sigh and extended his right arm. The staff member hurriedly placed Lanzius' letter into the master's palm. Hubert gave it another glance and noticed Steffi in her black gambeson, a color of wealth. The captain's scribe's signature, the claim of being part of the young lord's retinue, and a wealthy squire at his side led Hubert to guess that Lanzius was either a wealthy donor or a bastard. Fortunately or unfortunately for Lanzius, Hubert completely missed his black hair that jutted out from his hat. The head clerk looked around, and without even catching his gaze, the servant boys scrubbed the floor harder and faster. I can't ignore the captain's wishes. So be it, Hubert said without even facing Lanzius. He then quickly added to his staff, don't let him touch ink or paper. Get him into storage and see if he can help in any way. Thank you, Lanzius replied sincerely. Though he hadn't recovered his memory from his past, he somehow knew this treatment all too well. As Master Hubert climbed back up the stairs, Lanzius was left with the same staff member who didn't mince words. Are you a noble? No, Lanzius replied, knowing he would be at the bottom of the pecking order. Before the staff member could nod, Steffi stepped forward. He's my master, though, and a direct retainer of young Lord Artie. I'd be careful if I were you. There should be no problem between us. My name is Vince. I'm not very smart, but my family has been clerks here for generations. He extended his hand to Lanzius. Lanzius grasped Vince's hand, saying, call me Lanzius. I hope I can be of help. Hopefully so. We need lots of hands to clear this mess. Vince rubbed what little goatee he had. Lanzius noted that the man's hair was neat and slick, a sign that he was trying hard despite his modest introduction. Oi, Jan, come here. Vince suddenly called for one of the boys. A bright-looking boy stopped scrubbing and ran toward them. Yes, Vince? Take care of Lance for me. Show him the empty quarter at the far end, so old Hubert doesn't see him, Vince added. No offense, none taken, Lanzius replied lightly, but then asked, empty quarter? For your lodging? Of course. You're a clerk now, not a scribe. We can't let new staff go in and out every day. There are too many risks involved, but don't worry. The dormitories are quite neat. You'll like it unless you're from a much higher station than me. Lanzius nodded and exchanged glances with Steffi, who was also nodding excitedly. They had just solved Lanzius' housing problem, and he got it for free. I have to buy something for that captain. The man's a hero. Vince furrowed his brows, watching the duo's reaction, suspicious of their relationship, but continued. As I said before, Jan will show you the room and then escort you to the storage. That's all, Junior. Lanzius chuckled. Vince introduced himself as a fool, but in the end, he asserted his seniority. Yes, Senior Vince. I'll comply. Vince looked pleased as he patted Lanzius' right arm and headed out to the guardhouse, likely to lecture them for allowing a guest to enter without notice. Come, Master Lanz, Squire, I'll show you the room. Jan happily motioned for them to follow him up the stairs. Lanzius and Steffi followed Jan to a quarter on the third floor of the same building. The complex, while old and fortified with grey stones on the outside, boasted a more refined interior that was plastered and painted a pastel orange. Despite the aging paint, the corridor remained neat and more attractive than most buildings Lanzius had entered. The place was well ventilated. From the window, Lanzius could observe the comings and goings at the building's gate. Another window offered a view of the storage room entrance, likely designed for monitoring purposes. The three walked past the row of rooms for the officials working there, noticing that only half were occupied since many hadn't returned to Riverstead. This is the place, Jan said as they reached the furthest end. Pushing the door open, Lanzius smelled damp, but the room was adequate and showed little evidence of looting. The walls were plastered, and since they were on the third floor, the flooring was timber. The room also had a glass window, which Jan promptly opened, letting in the spring breeze and sunlight. It's glass. This window was the first high-quality glass Lanzius had seen in this world. It was lightly tinted but transparent, unlike the ones used in lanterns, which were only as transparent as parchment or fabric. The room contained a proper raised bed with legs, a mattress without bedding, a small work table, a chair, and a wardrobe. Do you like it? Jan asked cheekily. I will. After I clean this, Lanzius replied. Jan grinned. I'll help you with it. Steffi approached the wardrobe and discovered a selection of fine linen clothing. There was even a silk undergarment. Is the owner not returning? She asked. Jan licked his lips and said, the previous owner is unlikely to return. He's one of the few who ran before the siege happened, along with the stolen money. Steffi nodded, reached into the drawer, and found several woolen socks. Old and new, long and short. She picked the old ones and signaled for Jan to take them. For me, Squire? Jan asked uncertainly. She nodded and said, I'm Steffi. It's nice to meet you, January. Lanzius understood the intention and added, if we find more, we'll give you more. Would that be a problem? Jan shook his head. Maybe someone will ask, so don't give them all away at once. Steffi chuckled, glanced at Lanzius, and remarked, he's smart. Pleased with the compliment, Jan bowed his head. Oh, don't put your bag here yet. We should get the key first, but that has to wait until super. Well, that can wait. Let's head down to the storage and see what my job looks like, Lanzius said with a hint of excitement. After being stranded in a barn all winter, he too wanted some piece of action worth his skills. Ground floor. At Lanzius' request, Jan led them to the ground floor, where they encountered three cavernous warehouses that made the storage area. Each warehouse could accommodate 3 carts at once for loading or unloading. After introducing themselves to the other staff, Lanzius quickly surveyed his designated work area and found it a mess. His shoulders slumped as he took in the chaotic scene that resembled a crash site more than a warehouse. Sacks of grains and flour were piled haphazardly, wooden crates were scattered everywhere, and piles of leather curled from mismanaged storage, giving off a strong odor. Earthen jugs, likely filled with wine, were tied against the wall to an old wooden rack, while wooden or wicker baskets of various sizes held smaller jugs. To make matters worse, dozens of wooden barrels blocked the way, making it hard to move around. Some of the unmarked barrels contained ale, while others were filled with goods like nails, fur coats, or blankets. The Lord just won a tremendous victory at a fort near the Grand River, Jan said proudly. I can see that. Lanzius observed another unsorted pile near the warehouse gate, likely dumped after the valuables were recovered. This is going to take 10 men and a week just to tidy things around, Steffi commented with stiff lips. Lanzius let out a sigh. He approached the mess, trying to figure out where to start. The workers are at your command if you need help, Jan informed him. I can't stay for long, though. I'll be needed in the kitchen soon. For lunch? Steffi guessed. Will we get any? Of course. Where do you want to take your lunch? Jan inquired. Probably here, Lanzius said, rolling up his sleeves. "I've got a lot of work to do today." "This is just like Silesia," Steffi quipped as Jan left the warehouse. "Silesia isn't plundered and pillaged like this," Lanzius joked. "That old fart, he named me a clerk but gave me manual labor." The irony was not lost on Lanzius as he examined the crates one by one and drew a crude map on a wax tablet, trying to come up with a plan. As time passed, their efforts seemed to have little effect. Despite working through lunch, Lanzius, Steffi, and a single worker had only managed to rearrange some of the items. The storage area now appeared even more chaotic, like a half-finished puzzle of misplaced pieces. "This isn't working," Lanzius mumbled, sitting on a crate, his blue tunic soaked with sweat. "We only got one worker, and the rest just nod their heads when called, but leave as soon as someone else calls them back," Steffi replied, sweat dripping from her chin. Lanzius observed the workers in the neighboring warehouse and snorted, realizing their tactics. "Whether working here or there, hard or not, the pay is probably the same. It's time to change the game." "Steffi," Lanzius called. "Yeah?" She noticed the shift in his tone. "I need your help with something that might solve our problem." Steffi looked around at the disorganized warehouse. "Show me your magic, Lanz, because we won't finish this on our own." 56, Chapter 5-5, Compatriots. Chapter 5-5, Compatriots. Lanzius enjoyed his late lunch in peace, undisturbed by the shouting and yelling from the staff in the neighboring warehouse. He filled his thick bread with ham and cheese, then offered half to the worker, who graciously accepted it. "Thank you, master." "Eat well, my good man," Lanzius said casually. The man was baffled by the kind treatment but ate heartily. Lanzius took out Steffi's wineskin from his bag, poured a bit into his half-filled water cup, and offered it to the man. The worker didn't refuse the offer, as he was just trying to make a living. "Thank you, master," he said again, gulping it down. Lanzius wasn't trying to bribe him with food, as that would be impossibly difficult. Instead, he struck up a conversation. "So, how many years have you worked here?" "Since the young lord was still a toddler," the worker recalled. "Must be more than a dozen years. How much do they pay you?" The man chuckled and rubbed his coarse facial hair. "Too little, a copper and two?" Lanzius guessed. His lips formed a small grin. "Master, if you know." "Why ask?" "I don't. I'm new here, and they won't tell me anything." "Tell me, how much does a staff member like me make?" Lanzius asked, offering him 2 pieces of berries. The worker took the fruit, looked at Lanzius, and said, "I heard from a drunken staff member that he got 4 copper a day." "About the same. Mine was 6 copper on campaign, probably 4 copper on peacetime." "And how much for a new staff that works in the warehouse?" Lanzius inquired. "Unfortunately, a lot less," he said apologetically. "Not if I can help it." Lanzius grinned. "Tell you what, I'm just here because the captain said so. I believe when things return to normal, I'll be recalled to Lord Artie's side." The name drop shocked the man. "You're part of the young lord's retinue?" He sized up Lanzius again, nodding his head as he recalled how Lanzius was accompanied by a squire in black gambeson. "I wish you fortune then, master." "Your stay here might be unpleasant." "Why is that?" Lanzius asked. The man looked around and whispered, "The one who runs this place is a bit odd in the head." Lanzius chuckled. "I have the same opinion." The two laughed heartily. Steffi appeared at the warehouse entrance and walked briskly toward Lanzius, sweaty from her efforts. Lanzius rose and quickly offered her a jug of water, which she took and drank gracefully. The man grinned while admiring Steffi's appearance. "Did you get it?" Lanzius asked. "Keith drove a hard bargain, but your note saved the day." Lanzius grinned. He had sent Steffi with 2 pieces of high-quality clothing from the wardrobe in their room to Keith. Keith wasn't going to give them a good price easily, but Lanzius had written a note stating that he still had a lot and would sell to another if the price wasn't acceptable. Keith faced a dilemma and gave an acceptable price of 3 copper per piece. "He wouldn't give me socks as a bonus, but he gave me these." Steffi pulled out 2 yellowing head caps. Lanzius was amused. "Keith was a tough nut, but you cracked him good." "I've never seen him give that much ground before." Lanzius gestured for Steffi to take a seat on the clean crate, and she did so, resting her legs from the return trip. Meanwhile, Lanzius checked the head cap, finding it worn and yellowish, but clean, dry, and comfortable. He offered it to the lone worker. "Monsieur, I can't accept this." He refused, half embarrassed and half out of fear because of Lanzius' earlier announcement that he was the young lord's retinue. "What's your name?" Lanzius asked. "Wade, master." Lanzius knelt and placed one of the head caps in Wade's hand. "Nice to know you." "I'm Lanzius, but you can call me Lans." Wade clenched the head cap. "Good to meet you, Master Lans." Lanzius returned to the crate and sat as if addressing his subject. "Wade, I've been thinking about what you said earlier about how things might be unpleasant for me." Wade nodded. So Lanzius continued, "I want to make my stay as enjoyable as possible. Can you help with that?" "But how, Master?" Lanzius smiled. "Tomorrow, bring a friend," he instructed while pinching another head cap. "If you bring more, I can always part with several iron coins if they're strong. Work hard and fast." Wade grinned. "I have friends. I'll only bring the best." "Tomorrow then. Now, let's wrap up and end the day." "But it's barely past midday, Master Lans," Wade asked. "It's useless with just us. I want you to be fresh tomorrow." Wade nodded happily, grateful to find a benevolent staff member who wasn't stingy with his purse. The following day, after a good night's sleep, Lanzius arrived at his section of the warehouse to find 5 men already working. Stevie had yet to arrive, but he didn't mind. "Morning, Master Lans," Wade greeted him, while the rest bowed their heads slightly in respect. "Morning, Wade. You're working early today." Wade and the men smiled, charmed by Lanzius' down-to-earth attitude, unlike that of the other staff. "Are these men enough, Master Lans?" "Only if they're as good as you said," Lanzius replied. "I can give 2 irons per person, to be paid each evening." "I'll allow you to return to your original post, so as not to offend the senior staff, but try to return when you can, otherwise, I can only give 1 iron." The men understood and grinned knowingly. Lanzius continued, "Let's keep this a secret between us, lest the acting head clerk causes us problems." "There won't be any," Wade said with confidence. Lanzius pulled a head cap from his bag and gave it to Wade. "Foreman, Wade. Reward this to whomever you please." With that, Lanzius effectively established the hierarchy and command structure. While the ones who ultimately paid for the workers was the office, by using bonuses or bribes, he made them more inclined to work for him instead of the other staff. Afterward, things progressed smoothly despite the inevitable mishaps and snags that accompanied untangling such a large mess. In just 3 days, the warehouse had visibly transformed. Master Hubert had heard rumors but chose to ignore them until Vince brought him the record. "Yes, I read that. Did you want more praise?" Hubert scolded his staff while remaining seated behind a large mahogany table. "Master, a confession. I wrote that, but the calculation was the new clerk's doing." Hubert's sharp eyes gazed at Vince, who didn't back down. "Are you implying that he works at noon and calculates records at night? Does he not need sleep?" "Oh, I checked, Master." "The light in his room faded before midnight," Vince clarified. "Then how is it possible, unless he's really good with numbers?" Vince nodded. "But why did you report this to me and not use it to your advantage?" the acting head clerk inquired. "Because the new clerk is just too good, and now everybody wants to use him too." Hubert chuckled. "And what are you proposing?" Vince didn't hesitate. "Give him a chamber and put him to work. Let us be the only 2 who have access to him." Hubert smiled. "Arrange it." A few weeks had passed, and the frigid winds and snow that had held Riverstead City in their grip finally dissipated. Warmer air from the western sea quickly brought changes to the landscape. The snow thawed, rivers flowed once more, and the grasslands and tree lines sprang back to life. Despite the muddy roads and persistent drizzle, refugees began to flock back to the city. The first week of spring saw Riverstead come alive with bustling markets and ongoing repairs throughout the city. There were even talks of spring festivals and victory celebrations. As the city returned to normalcy, Lanzius continued working alone in a small study. As he had planned, Hubert finally accepted him as a fully fledged clerk with all its benefits. He was assigned to the 3rd floor, just at the far end from his room. Hubert through Vince kept supplying Lanzius with endless calculation work, ranging from minor purchases for kitchen supplies to various taxes received by the city. Dark shadows circled Lanzius' eyes, and he yawned at random intervals. However, the cause of his sleep deprivation was not work-related. While he feigned naivety around Hubert and Vince, Lanzius knew all too well that working too quickly would only lead to overwork. Given that he was paid daily instead of per work completion, he deliberately slowed down. Sometimes he would double-check, other times, He would study the documents, but his favorite method was to read books at work under the guise of studying. The municipal office had no proper library, but Lanzius had stumbled upon 2 old, leather-bound history books. Though they read like children's stories about creation and heroic tales, he found them captivating. He read them during the day and used the dim light of his rushlight to continue reading long after the sun had set. This passion for reading led to his peers respecting him, mistaking his haggard looks as proof of his hard work. Sudden knocks alerted Lanzius, who, before he could complete his sentence, a woman in a black gambeson barged in. Lanzius recognized who had entered and continued working as if nothing had happened. Steffi took the only other seat and slouched. "Ah, it's much cooler in here." "Well, it's the 3rd floor." She noticed a plate with a slice of spiced ham, beans, and hard bread on the table. "Oh, Jan has made his rounds?" "Yeah, not long ago." "Help yourself," he said, without losing focus on his parchment and wax tablets. "They'll whip a squire like me if I ate before the master," she teased. He chuckled but remained focused. Steffi took the only cup on the table and drank it straight. However, her simple act robbed Lanzius of his focus. Her lips on my cup. "Ah, it's refreshing." He banished his inappropriate thoughts, which had been triggered more often since they were apart. It's just water." "Well, it doesn't matter," she exclaimed and unfastened the lower part of her gambeson. Lanzius' eyes opened wide in anticipation. "There you go." Steffi pulled out a wrapped package and slammed it on the table. "Oh, a gift?" he blurted, half relieved, half disappointed. He, a present for graduating from that warehouse." Lanzius chuckled as he unwrapped the package. "A belt." "Oh, you didn't have to." "Go on. Test it," urged Steffi. Lanzius approached her and tried on the belt by wrapping it around his waist. However, he had never tied a sword belt before and got confused. Steffi assisted him and tied the ring belt. With her help, the sword belt fits snugly and correctly. "So, this is how you wear one." He moved about to appreciate the look. "You're very good at this," she chuckled at his remark. "Lans, I'm a squire. That's what I do for a living." Lanzius realized his error and grinned sheepishly. Indeed, a squire's primary job was to help their knight don their gear. "Do you like it?" she asked. "Of course, but are you sure it's not pricey?" "Don't fret. You need it. The old one is worn out," she added. "Next here's a sword and shoes." He found her enthusiasm amusing. "I don't think a clerk needs a sword." Steffi shrugged and poured another cup of water as Lanzius returned to his seat. He then brought an earthen jar to the table along with a bronze goblet from the bottom cabinet. "What's that for?" she asked, nodding towards the jar and goblet. Lanzius smiled as he poured the contents generously into the goblet. The rich aroma had a hint of honeyed sweetness. "It's mead." "Where did you get it?" She became excited. "One of Wade's men broke an amphora, so all of them got their pay docked. I felt pity and helped out a little." She whistled. "Must be expensive." "Yeah, but I got this in return. So drink up and be delighted." He handed the goblet to her. She gulped it with a big grin on her face. Her reaction brought a smile to his face. "Hey, wanna go out for lunch?" Lanzius asked. "If you insist," Steffi masterfully quipped, putting a smile on Lanzius' face. He wanted to visit Keith's shop again to buy gifts for Mark, Tanya, and Erin. His campaign money was yet to be distributed, but that didn't deter his eagerness to browse around. "Master Lanzius." Came a frantic knock at the door. Lanzius opened the door slightly wider, peering out into the pitch-black hallway. Only the dim light of a servant's lantern illuminated their surroundings. "Jan?" Lanzius opened the door slightly wider. The boy looked distraught. "Some people are leaving the city in a hurry," Jan whispered frantically. "Master Hubert and Vince too." Wade saw them packing goods onto a fast carriage. Lanzius' mind raced as he tried to make sense of why even the eccentric Hubert left along with Vince. Embezzlement? No. The old crook is far too eccentric for that, and Vince collects wages for doing nothing. There was only one possibility left: war. "Quick, help me pack my things," Lanzius said, rushing over to the cabinet and flinging its contents aside. He knew he was probably too late, but he didn't need to outsmart anyone, just enough to get himself out of harm's way. 57. Chapter 6, Crossroads. Chapter 6, Crossroads. The large glass window on the second floor creaked as Jan heaved it open. "Remember to climb down the bricks, it's too high to jump," the young servant whispered, opening the window to its fullest extent. Lanzia's heart raced. Earlier, Jan had convinced him this was the only way out without being seen by the guards. The municipal office was built like a castle and had just one exit. Can't Wade smuggle me out or something? He can hardly even get out himself. Together with you, it's just not possible, Jan argued. Lanzius knew that was true. Vince had once bribed a guard for a favor, but it led to a lengthy extortion. Slowly, he approached the window and was surprised by his disheveled appearance in the incomplete reflection on the glass. But the chilly evening air rushed inside and demanded his priority. "Which part of the garden is beneath us?" he asked, knowing the soft ground was his only safety net. "The one at the far end, near the old tree." Lanzius hesitated. The chilling wind brought a sense of reality to his face, while the darkness challenged him to jump. "Master, please be quick, or someone will find out," Jan urged, as they were on the same floor as the staff's dormitory. "Are you sure you don't want to leave with me?" Lanzius asked. "Who would feed me if I go? I'm a servant. I was here when the city was taken. They did little harm to me," Jan whispered. Taking a deep breath, Lanzius flexed his hands to test his grip and began to climb. He placed his hands on the stone window frame and pulled his body up so his legs could find footing. The night sky came into view, showcasing both beauty and terror. Fear would surely paralyze him if he could measure the height. "Turn around," Jan urged him. "I know, just give me a moment." Lanzius turned to face the wall and climbed down. The earthy scent of moss warned him that the stone surface might be slippery, but he quickly found suitable spots for his hands and feet, securing solid footing. "This isn't too hard." The municipal building was nearly ancient, having faced partial destruction and rebuilding several times throughout the centuries. Each time, only its entrance and courtyard received proper repairs, while the other sides remained rough and ill-finished. "Good luck, Master Lanzius." Lanzius looked up, but the creaking from the window signaled that Jan had already left. With no way back, he took a deep breath and continued his descent. Just 2 steps down, he encountered a snag. Unlike his first attempt, he couldn't find secure footing. Some stone bricks jutted out, but they were too slippery for his feet. Growing frustrated after a series of failed attempts, his hands grew sweaty and raw. He paused on the last good footing to catch his breath. At one point, he glanced down and saw the silhouette of a tree. "This is only the 2nd floor, right?" An idea came to him. He carefully dropped his bag down, but the leather bag didn't make enough noise to reveal the height. Now, out of options and with hands throbbing from strain, he felt more inclined to jump. First, he knelt, gripping the last jutting stone brick, and planned to lower his body down. However, he couldn't hold his weight and quickly lost his grip. Gasp! Ouch! The fall was swift. He landed feet first and fell sideways. Despite the sharp pain in his ankle and back, adrenaline kept the pain at bay. In the darkness, he could see the silhouettes of trees and a line of bushes. He forced himself to run for cover, crouching behind the nearest bushes, and waited. The building remained silent. No noise or lights were disturbed. Lanzius felt relieved and sneaked to find his bag. It took several tries, as only faint starlight illuminated the area. Once he retrieved it, he quickly left through the narrow path between 2 buildings. He made several turns and suddenly emerged onto the main street. He looked around to get his bearings. "Master," someone called to him from the shadows. "Wade?" Lanzius whispered, and the man urgently motioned for Lanzius to come closer. As Lanzius approached, Wade pulled back his hood and placed a small purse in Lanzius' hand. "I gave the guard a hard bargain, only a copper to let me out." "Keep the rest, Wade. You've earned it," Lanzius said, proud of his men. Wade grinned. "I knew you'd say that," he said, pocketing the bribe money Lanzius had sent through January. "Are you hurt?" "Nothing's broken," Lanzius assured. Wade nodded. "So, where do we go next?" "Steffi. We need to get her." "Where does the squire live?" Lanzius racked his memory before recalling the location. "The old cobbler's alley." "I know the way." "Stay close." Wade looked around and led the way, not wanting to attract attention. They walked close to the buildings. The main street was deserted at this hour, and both sides were empty. As his adrenaline subsided, Lanzius felt aches in his palms, left ankle, and back. Riverstead was almost pitch black, save for a few establishments like the tavern that maintained lit lanterns in their front yards. As they walked, They came across a glowing orb that illuminated a large area. The source of the orb was a giant glass lantern, adorned with a statue of a grotesque giant lizard, marking an intersection. Wade approached the low-hanging lantern and opened its small metallic window. The city had placed it there for wayfarers to light their lanterns if they went out. Wade pulled a candle from his lantern and lit it. Then the two of them ventured into a dark, winding alleyway. The area was notoriously challenging to navigate, even at noon. Wade had to stop and study the building signs to make sure he wasn't lost. "This is it. The old cobbler's alley," Wade remarked. Lanzius took the lantern from Wade. As they walked further down, he noticed a row of similarly sized buildings and quickened his pace. With Wade following, they arrived at one of the houses, and Lanzius began knocking on the door. Stephania," he called repeatedly while continuing to knock. After a while, Wade stopped him and tried to push the door several times. "Master, it's locked but not barred," Wade said. "She isn't inside?" Lanzius was horrified and surveyed the area. He was confident that this was the house. Meanwhile, Wade examined the ground with his lantern and discovered footprints. "She's not here. Someone must have called her." Lanzius inspected the footprints in the muddy ground, kneeling to get a better look. There were indeed footprints, but he couldn't tell if they were fresh. "We have to go," Wade urged. "She's most likely called to arms." Lanzius hesitated, but Wade pulled on his arm. As if pursued by ghosts, Wade led Lanzius through the dark maze until they finally returned to the junction. The grotesque lizard guarding the giant orb lantern greeted them again. Only then did they notice the roads growing livelier, with carriages now appearing. As they neared the south gate, they encountered taller-than-man torches and lanterns, illuminating the numerous horse-drawn carriages and carts. Most were armed, with some even accompanied by cavalrymen. A palpable sense of fear and anxiety permeated the atmosphere. No one would take a clerk and his assistant seriously, but Lanzius had no option. As they passed various carts and carriages, those inside eyed them nervously, their panic evident in the haphazard loading of their carriages. It was unprecedented for a city to face another siege in such a short time. Everyone here had likely received a tip and was attempting to flee the impending siege. As Lanzius drew closer, he overheard a heated exchange between the crowd and the guards. "No men of arms are to leave the city," a man hoarsely argued with the crowd. "I assure you, these are only my master's private household guards," someone in the crowd responded. "We know you let a dozen carriages leave just moments ago," another accused, and the bickering persisted. Judging by their fancy coats and garments, the crowd obviously hailed from wealthy backgrounds. "Even they can't get through," Wayne observed. "Hey!" A voice called from the direction of a cart they had just passed. They turned to see who it was. "It's you, Lanzius." The coachman removed his hood to reveal his bearded face. "Thomas." Lanzius couldn't believe his eyes and jogged to Thomas's side. "Why are you here?" Thomas inquired, noticing Lanzius's gamson. "So, you've heard?" "I heard some bad news, but I'm not sure if it's true." "It probably is." Thomas grunted. "Well, do you have a pass to get out?" Lanzius shook his head. Suddenly, they heard a commotion at the gate. The massive silhouette of the city gates began to move, and people hurriedly readied themselves to leave. "Jump aboard." "I could use more help," urged Thomas. Lanzius hesitated. "I still need to find Steffi." "The squire?" Thomas questioned before standing up to assess the situation. "We have to go. Chances are this is the last time they'll open the gates." At the gate, 3 horsemen rode forth with brass lanterns that illuminated only the path ahead. Noticing Lanzius's indecision, Thomas added, "Your friend must be in one of the carriages." As the drawbridge in front of the gate lowered, revealing the road outside, Lanzius struggled to make up his mind. Thomas noticed and grabbed Lanzius by the collar of his gamson. "What are you doing?" Lanzius protested, but Wade pushed him up from behind. "I'm saving your ass," Thomas replied as he called out to Theo, "Help us." The 3 hoisted Lanzius into the back of the cart, where he fell between wooden crates. Wincing from the fall, he was greeted by friendly faces. "I'm Theo, and this big fellow here is Max." The youth introduced themselves. "Thomas," Lanzius complained, but the carriages started to move, and Thomas ignored him. Only then did Lanzius realize Wade wasn't there. "Wade," he shouted when he saw him on the roadside. "Take care, Master Lanz." Wade waved. Lanzius was aghast. "Jump in." "I can't." My family and friends are here, Wade said while walking alongside. Riverstead is home. No matter who the Lord is, they're going to need a warehouse worker like me. Despite acting brave, Wade's face was bitter. He had just survived 2 sieges, and there was no guarantee he would survive another. But he knew next to nothing about the world outside Riverstead. Before Lanzius could react, a second figure, a woman beside Thomas hidden in a traveling cloak, shouted at them. Theo, Max, don't let your new friend do anything funny. Sorry, mister, Theo apologized, while the big-bodied Max groaned, wiped his blurry sleepy eyes, and kept them fixed on Lanzius. The noise and chaos from dozens of carriages, horses, and guards were deafening. Soon, the wide arches of the city gate passed above their heads, and only the clear night sky remained. Lanzius stared at the other carriages. You lied to me, didn't you? He asked Thomas once the cart had crossed the stone bridge and the noise subsided. Blame me if you want, but there's nothing for you in Riverstead, Thomas replied. What will happen to the city? Another siege, the female figure next to Thomas replied in a somber tone. Can we win it? Lanzius asked. Nobody knows. But Riverstead has never held against a siege. Thomas' words made Lanzius feel dejected. Try to make peace with it. I need you to stay alert. Are we not safe here? Lanzius questioned. Sieges are always bad, whether you're inside or outside, Thomas scoffed. The horsemen may chase us for supplies and hostages, Theo added. The cart became bumpier as the horses picked up speed. Riding in the dark, even with lanterns and torches, was dangerous. But everyone risked it rather than getting captured. The sound of cracking whips filled the air as the coachmen fought their horses' instinct not to run in the dark. Lanzius kept his eyes fixed on Riverstead. Steffi, Jan, Wade, please stay safe. As the convoy continued to move forward, the glimmering lights north of the city grew numerous and more defined. At first, they thought it was an eerie reflection of the night sky, but then they realized that those weren't stars. Those were hundreds of fireplaces in the newly erected enemy encampment. The size of the encampment was staggering, large enough to be seen from afar, indicating that they were housing a massive army, possibly in the thousands. The fact that a defeated army, supposedly on its last breath, appeared more numerous than ever, was perplexing to everyone in the convoy. Fear and hopelessness weighed heavily on them as they left Riverstead to its fate. 60. Chapter 7, Bridge to the West. Chapter 7, Bridge to the West. A speck of light glowed on the far horizon and the once dark sky turned into bronze yellow. The wind blew fiercely, as if hailing the birth of a new day. Lanzius felt someone pushed his shoulder. The sun is almost out, Theo, who slept next to Lanzius, said weakly. A moment. Lanzius fought the sleepiness off his head. His body felt stiff while his eyes painful to open. He saw the underside of the cart and reminded himself not to get up like normal or risk smacking his head. He rolled his body to the right instead and immediately felt the cold sensation from the dew-covered grass. He stood up and shivered. It was his second night, but nothing improved. They carried no tent and slept underneath their carts as cover. It was better than sleeping out in the open, but way more cramped, smelly, and still cold. Lanzius lazily folded a sheet of canvas that he had used as a blanket. Theo appeared from beneath the cart. He looked equally miserable. The long and bumpy ride had taken a toll on all their bodies. The horses, for certain, had it worse. They were moodier than ever and easily agitated by everything. Lanzius, who had some experience with horses, took them to the patches of high grass and tied them to a tree as a precaution. Lanzius watched as Theo and Max started their task by getting water from a nearby creek. A strong breeze blew past them and he shivered again despite his gambeson. Morning. Thomas greeted him from behind. Lanzius turned to face him. Good to see you, Spirited, Chief. Hey, you'll act the same when you learn about this, he teased. Learn what? The scout said it's only half a day's journey till we reach the river, the older man explained. We're that close to Silesia? Lanzius' mood changed for the better. Yep. With luck, we could be there before sundown. Chief, I hope you'll find a better place than that barn. Lanzius jested. Thomas laughed and slapped Lanzius back. Hey, it's not that bad. It's spacious, and the roof is solid. The morning went without a hitch and the convoy departed in high spirits. They kept riding west and now the trees looked different, taller, with less branches. The horses could only move at a slower pace as they faced more inclination. Some carts even had their men walk to ease their horses as they went uphill. The cart Thomas commandeered wasn't that loaded, so nobody needed to dismount. It was a slow ride. The sky was cloudy and breezy. Big boy Max found the weather so irresistible that he dozed on and off. Meanwhile, Theo continued on the lookout. The lad was dependable despite being only a year older than Max. Compared to them, Lanzius looked fragile. Unlike Max, who could sleep in an awkward position with head unsupported and both hands gripping crates to keep him from falling, Lanzius kept awake because he couldn't make himself comfortable. Unintentionally, he counted 5 carts and 2 carriages that made up the convoy. It was less than half when they began. Too disheartened by war-torn Arvina, many had gone south into Midlandia, whose lord was on good terms with Lord Morris. The convoy Lanzius was in traveled the same path he had taken last winter. Nobody questioned the decision. For them, it was only natural to return to the heartland. Like many, he was eager to return home and couldn't care less about the reason. Since yesterday, Lanzius had been dreaming of finally arriving in Bellandia and seeing his family. That thought kept him going despite the situation. Even the awful taste of the hard biscuits, which he had to soften with water just to make them edible, did little to dampen his spirits once he reminded himself that he could taste Mother Erin's cooking in a few weeks. He couldn't wait to play with Tanya and trade stories with Mark. On the surface, he felt happy, but the guilt of leaving Steffi behind was eating at him from the inside. Lanzius kept to himself more than usual. He didn't ask about Theo or Max's background, not inquiring about the figure who sat next to Thomas. It was only because of their close vicinity that he overheard the boys describing Miranda as a guard for hire. Miranda wasn't much of a talker, but had once mentioned how her only son bore a resemblance to Theo. She did little but maintain her prized crossbow every night, despite no apparent usage. The cart slowed to a stop. Everybody but Max looked around to find the reason, but Thomas glanced and shushed them with his finger. Listen, there were faint sounds of water moving rapidly. The river, exclaimed Theo. The convoy needed to wait before they could cross the narrow bridge. They needed to check it for safety. The old wooden structure often had its support beams weakened by the strong current. The rest of the convoy dismounted as they waited. Most went to the river to sightsee, fill their canteen, or wash their face. Lanzius and Theo saw Miranda dismount, and they decided to follow. Thomas tied the horse to a tree and jogged after them, leaving Max sleeping alone in the cart. This is perfect for a picnic. Lanzius thought about the picturesque spot in the lovely weather. A good respite from all the rough rides they had these past few days. Many sat on the ground or rested their back on the grass. "Boss!" Max cried from behind. The tone made Thomas to jump into action. As he ran to the cart, Lanzius and Theo followed. They watched as men from the other carts panicked and scrambled for the wooded area with just their weapons. Miranda ran past Thomas and jumped to the top of the coachman's seat. She didn't like what she saw. "Grab your spears and run to the trees." The carts in front made a risky dash to cross the bridge, but for the rest of them, there was no choice but to run for the woods. The smell of earth and decomposing leaves was everywhere as Lanzius followed Miranda and Thomas deeper into the woods. It wasn't nearly as easy to hide as he had thought. The trees were tall but sparse. Miranda found a hidden slope behind an old tree and signaled to take cover. "Stay away from the boulder," she instructed. Lanzius was too breathless to think, but Theo gave a questioning look. "Any distinct spot like a rock formation is a landmark. Don't linger near them." "The enemy will certainly look for you near there," she explained. "Will they be chasing us?" Lanzius asked as he sat behind the tree's giant roots. "Calm down, lads. With luck they might just take the carts and leave us alone," Thomas said. That gave some sort of relief, but soon the screaming and shouting dashed their hope. It wasn't possible to tell what happened, but the situation wasn't promising. "We need eyes," Thomas said to himself. "I'll go. Your old bones might not be fit for the job." Miranda loosened her mail coif, put her sword and crossbow on the ground, then crawled out. She tried concealing herself while moving to the direction of their cart. As she went farther, the trees and vegetation hid her from sight. "You three, wait here, I'm going to look for another spot." Thomas went deeper into the woods. Theo looked at the other two. "Do you think we'll be safe here?" Lanzius couldn't answer while Max let out a loud sigh and complained. "I shouldn't have listened. I never wanted to go to Riverstead. The sound of leaves rustling alerted them. Theo went on the lookout. "It's Miranda, she's back." She dashed toward them. Breathless and looked troubled, she hid behind the giant tree. "Thomas?" Before anyone could answer, Thomas returned and crouched in front of her. "Not good," he reported. "What did you find?" Miranda asked. "Horsemen. They've cut off our escape." "Damn it. They also got footmen encroaching on us. We're trapped." "They wanted hostages or slaves," Thomas added. "So, what should we do?" Theo asked, his voice laden with worry. They were trapped, with horsemen at their backs, a river to their left, and footmen blocking their path ahead. Their options were dwindling rapidly. A cold sweat formed on Lanzius' back and his grip on his spear tightened. Thomas was silent. He knew the grim reality. Their entire convoy consisted of only 30 men, most of whom were not fighters. Miranda pulled her leather strap necklace. It connected to a small pouch she hid behind her ring mail. She emptied the content into her palm and revealed rings, jewelry, and gold coins. Such valuables were so unexpected that they did a double take for them. The value of such treasure was beyond their ability to comprehend. "My job is to deliver this to Alba Castle," she began the story. "Surian was wounded in battle. He's in no condition to ride and chances are he'll get captured along with Riverstead. He wanted to send his signet ring and valuables to his son. That way, his son could either ransom him or succeed him if he perishes." Miranda handed 2 decorated silver rings to Thomas. "Return these to his family and claim your reward." "Why are you doing this? You should do this yourself," Thomas protested. "Someone needs to lead them." "I'll manage somehow. Alone? It's too risky. I can't let these boys be taken into slavery," Miranda insisted, and Thomas relented. "The worst that could happen is to meet my son and husband in the afterlife." Her words stunned the 3, while Thomas looked grim as if remembering a bad memory. Without wasting more time, she gave Theo a jewel-encrusted brooch and Max an ornamented buckle. Then she handed out half the coins to Lanzius. "You're a scribe of some sort." "Count it." 6 gold coins and 16 silvers. "Good. Remember to return it to Alba Castle or I'm going to find you and turn you into target practice," Miranda said to Lanzius, who was older and not so naive as the boys. Lanzius nodded. It would be a simple task to find the only black hair in Avena. "Thomas, get them out safely. I'll cover you." "Best of luck then," Thomas said and left with the trio. Lanzius took one last glance and saw Miranda fastening her ring mail coif. When she noticed, Lanzius bowed his head in respect. That simple gesture made her smile. Thomas led the trio to crouch over the vegetation and tall trees, hopping between slopes and taking cover behind irregular mounds. The sound of cracking branches and horses' heavy hooves alerted them. The sound was getting closer. Thomas hid his head between shrubs while the other wouldn't risk getting seen. They waited in fear before the horseman in orange and black circuit came into view. He was wearing a skull-cap helmet and ring mail while his horse was without armor. The horseman crept while keeping his eyes on the lookout. "Come out, you little dirty rabbits." A voice came from another direction. "Evners, keep your mouths shut," came a distant response. The banter between still unseen individuals made the orange and black horseman chuckle. Thomas pulled himself from the lookout and whispered, "I need to draw him away. Remember to keep walking with the river to your right. Find a shallow place and cross, but avoid Silesia. The enemy will be there." And then, without warning, Thomas climbed and ran in the opposite direction. "Halt!" the horseman cried as he spotted Thomas. "I found one," he declared to his comrades, and clenched his legs to signal the horse to speed up. "Evners, go assist him," commanded the other person, but before the second rider could come, the rider in black and orange had given chase. Meanwhile, Theo froze, but Max, who understood the situation, dragged his friend from the spot. Lanzius followed without a word. Thomas zigzagged between the trees as he ran, but the horseman kept his cool and trailed him from a distance. He couldn't run and hide forever. Out of breath, he slowed down. Before he stopped, instinct guided him to stand in the open instead of hiding behind the trees. The horseman closed in with a drawn sword. The sound of hooves pounding the ground echoed through the air as he charged, intending to kill. Thomas stood on his ground, his axe ready in his right hand, but the rider's approach left no gap, forcing Thomas to dodge roll at the last moment into the trees. The horseman overshot his approach, trotted his horse around, and prepared for another pass. He could afford to play this cat-and-mouse game patiently. One more pass and then another. The horseman kept harassing his prey to provoke them into making a mistake. Out of breath and out of tricks, Thomas' attempt to bait the rider into a duel on foot had failed. Now, he risked meeting up with the footman, or worse, the second horseman. The horseman seemed to enjoy this and started another approach when a sharp, distinct sound echoed. It wasn't loud, but the rider staggered, dropped his sword, and moved about erratically. A bolt had penetrated his ring mail, through the doublet, and ruptured his lung. The rider soon suffocated as his lung became filled with blood. Thomas dragged his tired legs, attempted to deliver the killing blow. But before he could, someone rushed in from another direction and speared the rider. The rider cried out in pain, but was unable to retaliate, his flailing causing his horse to panic. He fell backwards, hitting the ground hard as the horse galloped away. The fallen man, decked in the orange and black circuit, lay motionless, either from the fall or his fatal wound. "Ronan," Thomas called. "Thomas, who shot the bolt?" Ronan asked as he pulled his spear from the dead body. "It's Miranda." "Where are the other guys?" "Dead. They even killed Ulrich." Ronan's voice was full of anger and sadness. "The lad, but he's no older than 14. Thomas felt sickened. "There's no reason to kill him." He grew frustrated. "Nothing good will come from this. Better run while you still can," he warned and walked away. "Where you're going?" "Swim, and lose all your gear?" Thomas asked. Ronan turned to face him and opened his arms to signal. "What else can I do?" Thomas reflected, but chose not to follow, probably because he had no kids of his own. He wanted to save Theo and the rest. Footsteps on his right surprised Thomas. He readied his axe, but saw Miranda and felt relieved. "Good shot." Miranda pulled Thomas behind a tree and forced him to crouch. "Don't do that again." Thomas grinned. "Hey, let's bait another one." "Are you an idiot? You'd be dead if I can't find a clear line of sight." Not wanting to hear his response, she added, "The footmen are closing in. Let's get out from here." Thomas seemed to remember something. He took 2 rings from his pouch and threw them one by one to Miranda. "Catch." "What are you doing?" She couldn't believe that Thomas she knew had turned suicidal. "One more for the boys," he said, and went searching for the second horseman. 59. Chapter 8. Amertume Forest. Chapter 8. Amertume Forest. Tall trees with lush leaves and sturdy branches painted the backdrop as the trio ventured deeper into the forest. The undergrowth was teeming with bright green ferns, mosses, and shrubs that carpeted the forest floor. Max led the way, with Theo and Lanzius following closely behind. Their only guide was to keep the river on their right. Despite having trekked for some time, they had yet to encounter anything suspicious. This lack of threat emboldened Max to look for a shallow spot to cross the river. Recognizing Max's intent as he steered them closer to the river, Lanzius voiced his concern. "Max, I think we should walk further before attempting to cross." Max halted, catching his breath. "We'll get too tired if we walk further. The sooner we cross, the better," Theo chimed in. Lanzius nodded. He didn't want to stall progress with a debate. Thus, they continued alongside the river until they found a suitable spot with jutting boulders. Max was the first to wade into the water. He made steady progress initially, but then suddenly found himself submerged up to his chest. The other two could only exchange glances as a soaked Max returned. Taking over Max's bag, they continued their search along the riverbank. Before they knew it, they stumbled upon a potential solution. Theo spotted a rundown hut not far from the river. Next to it, a piece of a canoe jutted out from overgrown shrubs. Hopeful, they jogged over to inspect the boat. It was old and decayed but, crucially, didn't have a gaping hole. Max and Lanzius cleared the debris from the small boat while Theo investigated the hut. Despite his efforts, Theo returned empty-handed. "So, can we use it?" Max looked at Lanzius, who nodded and replied, "This might just do the job." Together, they lifted the small wooden canoe into the river. Despite their panting and heaving, they were elated when the old boat floated without leaking much. With help from the others, Max climbed aboard with an equally weathered oar, followed by Theo. The boat wobbled precariously. "If we all get in, this dinghy will capsize," Lanzius warned. "What should we do then?" Theo asked. "You go first with Theo and come back for me later," Lanzius suggested. "Okay, just wait here." Max began to row, unsteadily at first. Lanzius stood back and watched, a smile tugging at his lips as Max grappled with the oar. The boat drifted aimlessly at first, but Max was starting to get the hang of it. The emerging sun cast beautiful reflections on the water's surface. Max was making good progress when he abruptly stopped and lurched forward. Theo quickly steadied his friend before shouting and waving at Lanzius. Lanzius couldn't make out what Theo was saying due to the river's noise. He initially thought Max had grown weary from rowing, but then he spotted a blot of red on Max's tunic. He instinctively ducked and scanned the area in terror. Confirming his fear, a silvery object darted again towards the boat, striking its side. Crossbowman? Lanzius scanned the area where the threat had come from, half expecting another bolt to be loosed in his direction. "Get the boys, kill them. They might be Morris's bastards." A chilling voice echoed from the woods, but the expected bolt didn't come, and Lanzius saw no one. His survival instincts surged, and he abandoned his friends, sprinting away from the riverbank as fast as he could. He had left his spear behind, but he didn't care. He ceased thinking and just urged his weary legs to keep moving. He slipped, crashed into a tree, then pushed off and continued to run. His left ankle twisted as it caught a tree root, sending him tumbling, but he got up and pressed on, delving deeper into the forest. Lanzius eventually came to a stop, collapsing in a fit of uncontrollable coughing. Exhaustion had finally caught up to him. He was drenched in sweat, and his body felt drained of strength. His limbs throbbed with every beat of his heart. For a long while, he could do nothing but lie there, gasping for breath. He noticed the trees around him were older, their bark a darker shade of brown. The ground beneath him was softer, the air thick with the smell of decomposing leaves. The rustling leaves and branches above him created a serene soundscape, the sunlight and shadows dancing in a playful game, but all he could see were flashes of Max and Theo. Damn it! He cursed, tears stinging his eyes. He had known the boys for 3 whole days. They had traveled together, eaten together, slept side by side. To think they have to die like that. Overwhelmed by shock and grief, Lanzius struggled to his feet. He was dizzy and in poor shape, but he had no other options. He clung to Thomas's advice. Keep walking with the river to your right. So, he pressed onward, alone, further into the heart of the ancient forest. The chirping of birds stirred Lanzius from his restless slumber. He woke to find himself chilled and crawling with ants and insects. Groaning, he rose, shaking off the tiny invaders and even beating his clothes against a tree trunk to dislodge them. Afterward, he staggered to the largest tree nearby, draping his blanket over one of its branches and settling down on a protruding root. He was consumed by exhaustion, his sleep cycle disrupted, his nights were sleepless and filled with fear. To make matters worse, his empty stomach churned, making him feel as if he might vomit at any moment. The lightheadedness persisted, so he occupied himself by massaging his legs. His left ankle throbbed painfully, and his right knee was sore from numerous falls and slips. Even his shoes were beginning to fall apart. This morning marked the 3rd day Lanzius had wandered alone. As his heart worked to pump blood into his weary head, he pulled out his traveling bag and rummaged through its contents. One by one, he put its content into his lap. He saw a piece of hard biscuit wrapped in linen, a wooden bowl and spoon, a tin cup, 2 small purple carrots, and a peculiar red fruit he had found but dared not to eat. In his determination to not leave anything behind, he shook the bag and a pouch tumbled out onto his lap. It was his money pouch, which he had kept in his bag due to its significant value. He had forgotten about it, and out of curiosity, he emptied it. Gold, silver, and copper coins formed a small pile on his lap. He picked up one of the gold coins, inspecting it closely. How many months of work is one of these worth? It was a rhetorical question, but he found the irony amusing and burst into laughter. To think that I would die with 6 gold coins in my hand. His laughter only served to worsen his pounding headache. Dizzy and starving, he glanced at his meager ration of hard biscuit, but knew it was too dry to eat without water. He reached for his water pouch and took a few sips, then bit off a small piece of biscuit, chewing it like an awfully tasting candy. He had less than a third of his water remaining. He knew he needed to find the river or some sort of creek. The problem lay therein. The previous day, he had bet on finding another village if he kept following the river, reasoning that most settlements were located near a water source. Silesia farmland was near a river delta. Belendia had a large creek, and Riverstead was flanked by 3 rivers. However, he had underestimated the terrain. The river had become increasingly difficult to follow on foot, frequently disappearing into steep ravines or similarly impassable areas. Yet, Lanzius could still hear the distant murmur of the stream, providing a glimmer of hope. He looked at the sun, steeling himself for another exhausting journey. He knew there was no turning back. He didn't have enough food to retrace his steps. Now, it was either move forward or die trying. Aided by a walking stick he fashioned from a broken branch, he once again set out into the vast forest. Lanzius' stomach churned. He felt so weak and famished that he felt like boiling some leaves or mushrooms. His lack of tools to start a fire was now his greatest regret. It had cost him dearly. Fire would help ward off the chilly nights and kept insects from crawling over him, but most importantly, the absence of fire limited him to wild berries he dared to eat. Hunger was all in his mind. Yesterday, he had eaten the last half of his hard biscuit. Now, only a leftover carrot remained. But even after chewing it, he found little respite from his hunger. To make matters worse, his water skin was nearly empty, as he still hadn't located the river. The sun was high on the horizon when he finally found the will to continue southward. His legs wobbled with exhaustion and fever seized him in waves, yet he trudged on almost mindlessly. He knew that if he didn't find a settlement today, surviving tomorrow would be near impossible. The terrain was unforgiving, forcing him to mind his steps on the moss-covered rocks, fallen branches, and overgrown shrubs. There was never a direct path. He constantly had to adapt and navigate when the terrain became too treacherous. By midday, his stamina had dwindled to the point that he needed to lean on a large branch for support. The dizziness persisted, and he slumped to the forest floor. He reached for the last piece of food he had, a fruit resembling a red mango. With his left hand, he unsheathed his knife and inspected the short blade, but instead of using it to cut the fruit, the sharp edge seemed to beckon him. After days of wandering alone in the wilderness, he questioned his own sanity. He tried to soothe his racing thoughts, but feverish images persisted. Steffi, January, Thomas, Max, Theo, Miranda. Lanzius recalled their faces and exhaled deeply. Half of him felt so guilty that he contemplated ending it all right there, but the other half clung to a sliver of hope. Before he knew it, he was overcome by shivers, and exhaustion claimed him. He managed to sheath his knife before collapsing onto his side. He intended to take a brief nap, but half an hour turned into 12. Lanzius didn't realize a new day had dawned when he opened his eyes. He felt surprisingly refreshed, and even his ankles seemed better. Oddly enough, he didn't find the usual insects crawling on his clothes. There was nothing unusual in his surroundings, except for a plant with dark purple leaves near him. With nothing to lose, he took his knife and carefully excavated the plant, making sure to extract it complete with its roots. He wrapped it in leftover linen and stored it in his bag. Afterward, he checked his gear, took the last sip of water, and mustered his will for another trek. Strangely, he no longer felt hungry. Unbeknownst to him, his digestion had slowed down as he'd barely eaten in almost a week. Now, his muscle tapped directly into his fat and he became skinnier each day. After what felt like 2 hours, he could hear the river more distinctly than before. This spurred him to continue. Suddenly, his foot plunged into what felt like a puddle of water. He instinctively pulled it out, startled by the cold, wet sensation. On examining his surroundings, he found he had stepped on a hidden creek that was concealed by ferns, shrubs, and other vegetation. This stroke of luck made him burst into laughter. Suddenly, a loud neighing sound startled Lanzius, causing him to jump sideways and land on his backside. A horse. He could hear the animal's heavy breathing emanating from behind the trees. He quickly filled his canteen from the creek and set off to find the horse. He was concerned about the horse's rider, but after being alone for so long, he was willing to risk even a cell or a dungeon. As Lanzius peered between the trees, he spotted a brown horse with white spots. It was calmly drinking from the creek in the middle of a small clearing. The horse was saddled and had reins, indicating the presence of an owner. Lanzius scanned the surroundings, but found no one even after several minutes. After some deliberation, he slowly approached the stream, doing his best to appear non-threatening. The horse neighed unhappily, but Lanzius remained calm. He knelt by the creek to clean his hands and face, something he hadn't done in days. He continued to observe his surroundings and noticed saddlebags on the horse. Seeing them as a potential lifeline, he gathered the courage to approach. He racked his brain to recall what Stevie had taught him about horses. He made no sudden movements, approached the horse indirectly, and stayed within its line of sight. After a tense moment in which the horse moved several times and Lanzius paused to give it space, he finally managed to grab the reins. As he took hold of the leather strap, the horse protested but didn't run or kick. "Easy, boy." Lanzius patted the horse's head to calm it down before moving to the saddle. He wasn't planning to ride, his horse riding skills were far too poor. Instead, he opened the saddlebags and unloaded their contents onto the forest floor. There were pouches, ropes, onion-smelling thing, linens, and various other items. On the other side, he found water pouches, a metallic flask, a black metal pot, and a sheet of fabric. The last thing he did was unstrap a sword from the saddle. As the sword clattered to the ground, he first gathered the pouches and moved the items away from the horse, lest the animal trample them. Once done, Lanzius let go of the reins. "Go on, you're free to go." The horse remained distrustful but eventually trotted away. He had considered keeping her, but he was too worried that her rider was nearby. He was also concerned that leading a horse might make him an easier target to track. Loaded with goods, Lanzius moved to find some cover. He continued until he found a cluster of gigantic trees with tall shrubs on either side. Then he began to unpack peanuts. "This is promising. And this is, moldy bread." Yuck. He threw the bread away, along with some rotten salted meat to deter any carnivores. Without wasting any time, he popped a handful of nuts into his mouth. Finding they tasted somewhat like almonds, he then uncovered thin biscuits and eagerly devoured them. Those biscuits were superb, better than any he had ever had. Next, he cut a chunk of cheese and ate it whole. Curiosity led him to sample the ale from the engraved metallic flask. He coughed heavily as his throat burned, but he felt invigorated. A metallic glint caught his attention. He had forgotten about the sword. He picked it up and drew it from its scabbard. It was a fine-looking arming sword. Its blade had a fuller, the crossguard looked sturdy, and the pommel was rounded. The blade only had minor defects or imperfections. As Stevie had taught him, only the area around the tip was razor-sharp. The rest of the blade was only as sharp as scissors and meant to be used against an armored opponent. Feeling satisfied, Lanzius sheathed the sword again and felt somewhat safer because of it. Not knowing how much time had passed, as the woods obscured the sun, he decided to push his luck further and continued his search for a way out. A horse, even a lost one, is a good sign that a settlement is near. With renewed spirit, he slung his newfound sword over his shoulder, along with his loaded bag, and set off again. His instincts told him to follow the creek, so he abandoned his search for the river. The terrain became more challenging with boulders scattered here and there. The sun changed its hue to a reddish-orange, and the trees began to thin out. This urged him to quicken his pace, and he noticed a spot where numerous beams of light penetrated the forest floor. Jogging toward the clearing, he hoped to find something, but what he saw left him speechless. Vast meadows, two distant hills, a lake, and small rectangular shapes that could be farms or orchards. It wasn't just a clearing. It was a way out. A warm wind greeted Lanzius as he emerged back into the civilized world. 57. Chapter 9, A Village by the Lake. Chapter 9. A Village by the Lake. Holding his breath, Lanzius sprinted through the woods until his better judgment stopped him. He surveyed his surroundings and concealed himself. Examining his bag, he realized he had items that could arouse suspicion. A clerk fleeing from war with a sword wouldn't go unnoticed, and carrying a large sum of gold coins would be unwise. At best, they could be confiscated. At worst, he could be robbed or jailed as a thief. So, he scanned the area and noticed something gray. Lanzius cautiously approached the spot, careful not to lose his bearings. As he got closer, he saw a large half-buried boulder, which was easy to locate even from a distance. Perfect as a landmark but not for hiding. Lanzius then spotted an old tree with dark-colored bark behind some shrubs. He pushed through the surrounding vegetation and reached the tree. Sitting on one of its giant roots, he felt protected by the plants that concealed the spot. Lanzius then noticed a gap in the tree roots and cautiously inserted his sword, still in its scabbard, to test its depth while praying he wouldn't disturb any snakes or spiders inside. Finding the hole deep enough and undisturbed, He pulled out the sword and dug a small hole for his money pouch. He carefully placed the pouch, covered it with dirt, and flattened the surface using the scabbard. He then gathered several stones and plugged the hole, followed by a layer of dried leaves to conceal it further. Satisfied with his work, Lanzius checked his pockets for anything that might raise suspicion and found his purple plants. On a whim, he pulled out his knife and began digging in a clearing near the ancient tree. He planted the purple plants and sprinkled some water on them. Now, he was ready to meet the villagers. Filled with anticipation and hope, Lanzius retraced his steps to the grey boulder and then walked east toward the village beyond vast meadows and a clear, azure blue lake. After an hour of walking, Lanzius spotted an elderly couple in their orchard, staring at him. Lanzius waved at them, and they quickly dropped their gardening tools and approached him. "Young man," they called. Lanzius stopped, his heart racing, as he finally met them. "Young man, are you a merchant?" the elderly woman in grey gardening attire asked. "Huh? He isn't." "Martha, your eyes are deceiving you again," said the elderly man with a thin face but sharp eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm not a merchant," Lanzius replied. "May I ask the name of this village?" They were stunned. "Are you lost? But Tura is far from anywhere." "I came through the woods," Lanzius pointed out, gesturing toward the forest. The couple was taken aback. The elderly woman motioned for him to follow her, while the elderly man grasped Lanzius' hand and led him away. "Come with us. The village chief will need to know." Over 2 weeks had passed in peaceful monotony. Life in Tura village was much like Belandia for Lanzius, slow and tranquil. The sun blazed on this day, but a cool, pleasant breeze persisted. Lanzius sat on a backyard porch bench as the village chief skillfully cut his hair. The old man with graying hair wielded his large scissors with ease. It had been more than 2 weeks since Lanzius emerged from the forest. "There, now you look the part," the chief said. "Thank you, chief." Lanzius then took a refreshing outdoor bath using water from the well, a quintessential summer activity. "So, you're leaving tomorrow?" the chief inquired while sweeping the porch. "Yes, in the morning." "I see." The old man nodded. "I'll ask my daughter to cook breakfast for you." "Gratitude," Lanzius replied with a smile. The chief waved his hand and went inside. Lanzius dried himself with a clean cloth and dressed in his work clothes. Though the summer sun would make him sweat soon enough, he didn't mind. He retrieved a wicker basket, a hemp sack, and a large, round hat from the shed. Lanzius routinely gathered firewood and wild berries, viewing it as both exercise and a way to contribute as a guest. He strolled leisurely along the path leading to the forest, waving politely to the people he encountered. Serene and picturesque, Tura village featured fields and terraced farms that had recently turned a subtle shade of yellow, enlivening the landscape. Cicadas sang, and birds flew freely around the lake, which teemed with life. As usual, Lanzius chatted with the elderly couple he first met in Tura before excusing himself and heading toward the forest entrance. Ensuring no one followed, he made his way to a grey boulder. His recently purchased second-hand shoes were slightly oversized, but they protected his feet against occasional sharp pebbles. Usually, Lanzius would head directly to the half-buried boulder where he had hidden a thick piece of wood about the size of a sword. This piece was heavier than a real one, and he often used it for training after gathering firewood. Several trees had low-hanging branches that were perfect for this purpose. While he could have used the blade he had found, he didn't want anyone to see him in possession of a sword. However, today was different. Upon catching sight of the grey boulder, Lanzius veered right, heading toward an ancient oak tree. Pushing through the surrounding shrubs, he found a comfortable spot on one of its giant roots. A nearby plant with purple leaves seemed to keep the area insect-free. Lanzius watered the healthy plant using his water pouch, carefully weeding out any other vegetation around it. Through walking, carrying out small chores, and engaging in occasional training, he felt that he had recovered. He had gained weight, and the blisters on his feet had healed. His left ankle, however, never felt quite the same, but he accepted that there was little he could do to change that. Birdsong from overhead reminded him of his task. Today, he didn't need to forage. Instead, he lowered his basket, knelt, and removed dried leaves from between the tree roots. He easily found the stack of firewood he had saved earlier. Afterward, he removed several stones between the roots where he had hidden his sword and money pouch. Seeing no signs of spiders or snakes, he carefully reached inside and retrieved his arming sword. Even within its scabbard, The sword felt light, resisting the urge to check the blade. He placed it inside a hemp sack and concealed it in a wicker basket, covering it with firewood. Next, he dug a little deeper and pulled out his old money pouch. After confirming the contents of gold and silver, he placed it in his trusted bag. Lanzius felt guilty for keeping these items a secret. The chief had been kind to him despite his dubious background and circumstances. But he couldn't risk confiscation. The sun turned orange and bathed the clouds in gold-colored rays. Lanzius packed his gear. His old fear of getting lost in the forest haunted him deeply. He knew it was a close brush with death. The villagers told him that the river he had followed flowed westward into the great forest. If he had gone there, then he would have certainly died. There was no known path, and it would take weeks to cross it. That is if he survived the rumored foul beasts and the monsters that lurked inside. Lanzius looked at the purple plants one last time. Despite its special properties, he had no heart to pluck it for the second time. He left the plants and oak tree behind. With hurried steps, he returned to the village. Sundown came, and supper was served. The chief finished early as usual and left the two youngsters to clean up. "I heard you're going?" Amelia, the chief's daughter, asked while cleaning the plates. "Yeah, while you were away." The land official returned with a travel permit. Lanzius replied while scrubbing the cauldron. "I see." The village was so remote that the official needed 7 days to learn about Lanzius and to arrange someone to visit. When they finally met, Lanzius shocked them with his report of war in Avena. They forbade him from leaving until they could verify his story. As it turned out, confirming Lanzius' story took another 7 days, and an additional 3 days to find an official bound to Tara so they could deliver his permit. "Well, I understand why you want to leave," Amelia said in between cleaning. Lanzius stopped scrubbing. "How so?" "This village. There's nothing in here but old couples and farm life." He chuckled. "That's not true. Tara has a lake and freshwater fish are a delicacy." Amelia giggled. "Too bad they're fishy and rot easily. Also, without salt, we can only grill them." Lanzius laughed. The two had talked about this topic several times. She was a few years older than him, but already a widow. Her much older husband had succumbed to an illness 2 years ago. "Honestly, I like staying here. It's peaceful." Amelia paused her work, turned around, and looked at Lanzius. "Then stay." Her tone was serious. Lanzius exhaled. Even as dense as he was, he knew Amelia wanted him as a brother she never had, or as a substitute for her late husband. Tara was surrounded by dense forest and lacked any trade routes, causing many young people to seek employment in neighboring villages with more opportunities. This led to a severe shortage of eligible partners for marriage. "I wish I could," Lanzius said. He had too much guilt to accept such an offer. Amelia said nothing and returned to cleaning. Lanzius did the same. This was his last day, and he intended to clean as thoroughly as possible. While his hands worked, his mind wandered. The offer was a tempting one. If he stayed, then his future would be set. As an educated man, he could apply for a clerical job in the nearest estate. Moreover, the chief's vast farming land would be his. If he married Amelia, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. To top the list, Amelia had a sweet side and was dependable by nature. "I'm going to prepare something for you tomorrow," she said when they were done. "Gratitude," Lanzius said politely, and the conversation ended that way. As morning arrived, Lanzius enjoyed an early breakfast. He had discarded his moldy gambeson, which was too conspicuous when not on a campaign. Instead, he traded it for a second-hand gray doublet that he confidently wore. Carefully packing his belongings into a hemp sack fashioned like a duffel bag, he donned a felt hat to cover his hair. Unbeknownst to him, the chief had arranged for a donkey cart. "I can't repay your kindness, Chief," Lanzius said, touched by the stranger's generosity. "Don't get me wrong, lad, you've been a great help to me." The chief pulled an envelope from his coat and handed it to the coachman. "For the baronet." The coachman nodded and kept it in his breast pocket. Lanzius smiled with satisfaction. The envelope represented his idea to initiate trade between Tara and its nearest neighbor. Although Tara lacked a prized commodity and wouldn't typically benefit financially from trade, Lanzius believed the villagers should barter their harvest for salted meat. While salted meat was expensive, this trade could help alleviate the village's salt shortage, which Lanzius suspected had caused illness and deaths after the salt mine closed due to a lack of young miners. He also suggested the chief invite people who knew about the smoking process to preserve fish, potentially turning the underappreciated catch into a valuable commodity. Don't get in trouble again. Visit True if you find yourself nearby. The chief bid farewell. Thanks again, chief. Until next time. Lanzius carefully loaded the hemp sack and climbed aboard the cart. The coachman gently nudged the donkey, and the cart began to move. Visit us when you can. Amelia waved. I will. Take care, Amelia. As Lanzius left a village with the sun yet to shine brightly, he eagerly anticipated his return to the world outside. 57. Chapter 92, Midlandia. Chapter 92, Midlandia. For more than 1,000 years, the Imperium stood as the largest human bastion in the great continent. Under its reign, the populace had seen unrivaled peace, order, and prosperity. However, its rule gradually fell apart. The Imperium required vast resources just to maintain its vast territories, burdened by an archaic bureaucracy. It consumed more than it could collect in taxes. As the treasury dwindled, the economy was strained and steadily worsened. Since the turn of the century, the Imperium found itself unable to maintain its borders. Strategic outposts were deserted, public buildings, roads, and bridges were left to ruin. Yet, the capital continued to siphon more and more wealth, leaving only crumbs for the rest of the populace. Regions closest to the border suffered the greatest. Neglected, but pressured by harsh tax and labor obligations, many abandoned their birthplaces. All over the continent, there were signs of unrest. The weakened border triggered a nomadic uprising in the west. To the north, the ever tenacious northerners had defied the High Court and annexed regions with thinly veiled pretexts. However, for the Imperium's elites, it was business as usual. Despite the deterioration, the status quo in the Central Plains remained unchallenged. Their lavish parties and grand festivals masqueraded as ceremonies continued without interruption. The summer of the Elven calendar year 4423 arrived with tidings that shocked the Imperium to its core. Arvina, one of the provinces in the Central Plain, had fallen. Ever ambitious, Margrave Gottfried had unified the rebellious northerners and led them across the Grand River and into Arvina. His pretext was to stop a feud between a minor lord and Earl Morris. In an ensuing conflict, Earl Morris, his descendants, and inner circle went missing, presumably killed, allowing the Margrave to occupy Arvina. A massacre of a member of the High Houses and a blatant takeover of an important region created a crisis. With the army held in the west against the nomads, the Imperium couldn't risk opening another front. However, everyone knew the Margrave had crossed the line. Things wouldn't be the same anymore. For the Northerners, further conflict was a chance for revenge against their oppressors. For the ordinary folks in the Central Plains, this was a prelude to disaster. After leaving Terra, Lanzius had been living on the road for 2 weeks. He rode open carts when they were available at a good price, usually when the cart was half empty. But for the most part, he traveled on foot. As much as he wanted to arrive faster at the eastern part, he knew money might be a problem. So he tried to balance speed and cost. As was customary, he traveled in a large group with traveling peddlers, seasonal laborers, and people running errands. The group provided protection and the added benefit of someone who could cook in exchange for goods or money. Nonetheless, he was cautious about what he ate. The last thing he wanted was to fall ill due to diarrhea. Without access to medicine, stomachaches were not just an inconvenience but a potentially deadly disease. Despite resembling a guardsman with his doublet and sword hung on his belt, Lanzius took precautions and sewed the gold coins into his doublet, blanket, and the inner part of his bag. He needed protection against thieves who might blend in with the group. As he traveled, he learned about the Midlandia province and its complex relationship with slavery. The Imperium strictly forbade the enslavement of humans. However, they allowed the sale of captured beastmen or nomadic people as slaves, who were mostly brought to the eastern kingdoms. However, as the Imperium declined and increasingly relied on the lords to fight their border wars, they needed another source to fund their campaigns. As a result, they began to dabble in slavery, and the Imperium turned a blind eye. This situation created a sense of urgency for Lanzius. He believed that if any captured people from Riverstead were to appear, it would be in Feodosia. However, time and money would be in short supply, as the eastern kingdoms were always hungry for more slaves. Lanzius thought about the gold coins. He knew they weren't his, But if he found Stevie or any of his friends, he would gladly buy their freedom and risk confrontation with Miranda or Sir Arian's house. The sliver of hope that he might save someone motivated him to hit the road through the summer sun every morning. Despite the heat, summer traveling was the norm, as the ground was firm and solid during the season. However, the heat posed a problem. At midday, travelers needed to seek cover under shade or risk getting heat stroke. Only after the sun waned did they dare to continue until sundown or until they arrived at a town or village along the way. But that wasn't much of a problem. Central Midlandia was bustling with towns and villages surrounded by farmlands and orchards. These places were busy, large, and industrious. Carts and carriages filled the roads, while the markets were full of traders with their goods and wares. The towns had shops and workshops that offered all kinds of products. One, in particular, caught Lanzius' attention. After much deliberation, he traded his shoes for new, better-fitting boots. While the soles were hard, they served him well in lessening the heat from the road. Just one more village to go. Lanzius walked with a determined stride. Today was a lovely day, but the sun was merciless. It was so hot that the birds stopped chirping. Unlike the norm, Lanzius walked alone. This time, safety wasn't an issue, as the road was busy with carts and carriages. Since his escape from Riverstead, more than a month had passed. There was a growing fear that the slaver could sell his friends before he arrived. This propelled him to travel faster, even if it meant traveling alone. Lanzius had upgraded his hat into a larger one, but the summer sun still burned into his back, the solar rays tanning his hands and any other exposed skin. The occasional breeze was his only respite, while the sound of cicadas provided the only distraction from the maddening heat. When even the cobblestone was too hot for his new boots' soles, he walked on the roadside where the grass was cooler. As midday approached, the road became less crowded. Most travelers had stopped to rest. But Lanzius kept going for an extra mile. By chance, he heard a quarrel on a speedy horse carriage that was moving toward him. A couple's quarrel? He was ready to dismiss it, but the rising voice and the harshness of the tone signaled that something was off. "No, no, don't. That's dangerous. Watch out." The coachman yelled. Lanzius looked at the speeding cart that barely passed him. His eyes widened as he saw long golden hair fluttering in the wind. Mesmerized by it, he failed to notice anything else. "Oh, Lanzius cried. The area around his face suddenly felt warm. Something heavy had smacked him and sent him falling backward. He landed on the ground with a thud and hit the back of his head. The impact nearly knocked him out and left him dizzy and confused. Lanzius groaned weakly. He didn't know what had happened and could only see stars spinning with his closed eyes. Worse, throbbing pain came from his head, chest, and back. "Oh, so sorry," said a concerned woman with a lovely voice. "A girl? From where?" Lanzius tried to see, but it was all blurry and painful. The metallic taste grew stronger in his mouth, so he spat into the grass. "So sorry." She kept apologizing and grabbed Lanzius' hand. His knees felt powerless, so despite her help, he could only sit on the ground. With head still felt like spinning, he asked, "What happened? You fell pretty hard." "Does your head feel all right? Do you see what hit me?" "More or less. Can you tell me?" "If it's a wooden crate or barrel, I might need a bandage." He gently rubbed his pained head. "No, you should be all right. I'm not that heavy," she said, while pulling her straw hat down slightly. "Why you fell into me?" Lanzius, for the first time, managed to open his eyes and glanced at the lady. He was awestruck by the sweet-looking face, blue as your eyes, and gorgeous golden hair. "Oh no, you're in shock," she said, panicking. No, I'm thinking about her." "I'm just preoccupied, that's all," he stammered. "Let me check." She moved beside him and checked the back of his head. "There's no blood." "Oh, my, what a lovely hair color." Lanzius was stunned and pulled his hat firmly down over his ears. "Please." "It's all right. I'm fine, my lady," he added as he just remembered that blonde hair usually meant nobility. She giggled. "Relax, I'm not a noble." Again, she offered her hand. Her smile swayed Lanzius to take her hand. She helped him to get up with a smile and whispered, "It's all right. I saw nothing." Lanzius flustered and nodded quickly. Anyway, are you okay?" "I mean, you're jumping from a running cart." "Seems that way." She looked at her left and right side. "Just some light bruises." She showed him her reddened elbow. to get away from a speeding cart with just bruises. That's truly good luck. Hee, my friends always called me lucky. I guess I am, she said with the most radiant smile. Lanzia's heart skipped a beat. He turned his face around and noticed the cart was coming back. I apologize for minding your business, but why did you jump? Ah, the jerk lied to me, she said sharply. He said just a minor detour before heading to Feodosia, but here we are, almost a city away. He also wouldn't stop to let me down. His eyes lit up. You were kidnapped? 40. Chapter 10, Fortuna. Chapter 10, Fortuna. Beneath the sweltering summer sun, Lanzius found himself in the midst of an unexpected encounter on his way to Feodosia. He had come across a blonde stranger who appeared to have been kidnapped, and now she stood her ground, boldly facing the approaching cart that might have been involved in her abduction. Do you need help? Lanzius asked as the cart slowed down. Nah, I'll take care of it, she said confidently and stood firmly. Lanzius watched by her side as the coachman parked his cart. The man immediately rushed to her, and yelled, Why did you jump like that? Lanzius cleared his throat, catching the coachman's attention. He noticed how Lanzius looked like a guardsman and had his hand resting on the hilt. Why are you lying to me? You're not heading to Feodosia, but away from it. The lady stated her case. Miss, you're mistaken. I'm merely taking a slight detour to fetch my goods, he argued. Detour so far in an opposite direction? How absurd. I'm done with your words, she said firmly. But you agreed to pay, the coachman said, fuming. I said I'm done. I'd rather walk, she replied as she turned around and walked away. But miss, it's a long way, the man protested, about to follow her. Lanzius stepped forward and blocked his path. She was spoken. Please leave. The coachman's face turned sinister. Don't interfere, you'll regret this. The tone triggered Lanzius, who drew his sword in an instant. He pointed the sharpened steel at the coachman. Remove yourself, he said in a low, cold voice that he didn't know he had. The coachman took a step back. He muttered curses under his breath, but turned and walked away. The lady peeked from behind Lanzius. Did you get agitated easily before? I don't know. It's actually my first time pulling a sword at someone, he whispered and sheathed the sword back. She grinned mischievously. I really need to take a better look at your head. Please don't, I beg you, he said meekly. His hair was obviously dirty from all the dust and sweat. The lady giggled. Afterward, the two of them quietly watched the cart until it went out of view. Any chance you're a minor noble? She asked as they resumed their walk. No, if I were a noble, I wouldn't travel on foot. True. Too bad neither of us are noble, she said cheerfully. Lanzius felt something was off about her. She was too casual with a man she had just met. He also noticed that she looked upper class from her attire, not a mere village-born. Even her straw hat was painted white. She said she's not a noble, a bastard, and why is she so friendly? She saw the hair too. Lanzius felt uneasy about her friendliness. Are you sure you want to walk beside me? He asked. What do you mean? She replied, holding her straw hat as the wind blew past them. I mean, I'm a vagrant. If you need someone to watch over you, I can follow you from behind, she giggled. The heat has gotten to you. Come on, let's not stay under the midday sun any longer. She wandered off the road, and Lanzius had no choice but to follow her. Why am I getting lucky with women so suddenly? First Amelia, and now this pretty blonde. He knew for sure that even in Midlandia, pretty girls were hard to find. The two of them walked through the grassy area and into a nearby cluster of trees, finding a small grove with several old, withering trees. She sat under the largest one, which unfortunately had only half its branches full of leaves. The sparse shade they provided left Lanzius with no good place to sit away from the sun. Come sit beside me, she said, tapping the grassy ground beside her. Normally, he would shy away from the offer, but the midday sun was relentless, so he gladly accepted. They sat side by side, resting their backs against the old tree. Without any hesitation, she unlatched her shoulder bag and pulled out a wrapped item. Unwrapping the linen, she revealed a slice of meat pie. She broke it in half and offered a portion to Lanzius. You don't have to, he said. She insisted, so he reluctantly took the pie and gave it a bite. Mamma mia! This is fantastic. Lanzius hid his reaction to avoid being ridiculed. He then took out the bread he'd bought that morning, broke it in half, and offered it to her. She smiled but shook her head. It's just plain bread. think nothing of it, he insisted. She accepted the rye bread. Oh, silly me. We haven't introduced ourselves. My name is Felicity. I'm nobody's daughter. She chuckled at her own jest. I'm Lanzius, also nobody's son. He responded with a chuckle. Call me Felis. Everybody does that. So, Felis, why are you heading to Feodosia? He asked. I work there. Well, it's more like I live there now. But occasionally, I still need to go home to check on my parents. I see. Lanzius wanted to ask about the slave market but hesitated. It wasn't a topic he wanted to discuss with a newfound friend. The sun was at its zenith, and there was nothing the two could do but stay under the shade and rest. As they rested, Lanzius noticed that Felis was his complete opposite. She wasn't shy or timid and trusted others easily. Earlier, she had said she wanted some rest, folded her cloak like a sleeping rug, and just like that, she fell asleep. I did help her a little, but still, there was no one around but the two of them as far as the eye could see. How can a girl be so careless like this? Even I, given the chance, could turn into a. As if teasing him, Felis opened her mouth slightly, revealing her alluring lips, which disrupted his train of thought. Lanzius gulped. The sight of a young woman sleeping so close was a huge temptation. He noticed her chest rising and falling with each breath. He averted his gaze and let out a sigh. Somehow, the sight made him think of Steffi. He shook his head, trying to erase the sudden gloom, but the guilt had resurfaced. He felt terrible sitting so casually beside a pretty blonde while Steffi might be enslaved or dead. The occasional breeze offered some comfort, but Lanzius could only look downcast. As the midday sun finally waned, the travelers continued on their journey. Felis had awakened, and together with Lanzius, they marched eastward. After 3 hours of walking under the sun, they arrived in Pozna village. Pozna, I'm back again, Felis said bitterly. She had been here earlier that morning before the cart fiasco. Well, what's your plan now? Lanzius asked, glancing around the new village. I'm going to report that guy first. Felis stormed towards the stable master. The old man was grumpy because of the heat, and he grew even more irritable when he heard Felis' story. It's crazy that this happens so often these days. What would have happened if I had been kidnapped? Felis asked boldly. Well, they'd have taken you somewhere remote in the next province and assigned you some work. They wouldn't let you return unless you paid them an exorbitant sum for transport, food, and lodgings. Felis remained unfazed, while Lanzius felt disgusted. It's not slavery, but it's still very much evil. Felis provided the coachman's description so the stable master could warn other travelers. She left the place with a satisfied expression. I'm guessing we'll stay the night here? Lanzius asked. Yup, as much as I want to return to Feodosia. There's still half a day's walk ahead. Unfamiliar with the area, Lanzius chose to follow Felis' suggestion. However, she showed no sign of stopping in Pozna. We're not staying in Pozna? He asked as they passed the village limit. Oh, I'm used to staying at a nearby inn. If I'm lucky, maybe I can still use my room from last night. Felis led him towards a large intersection. There on one side stood a 2-story building with white plaster, glass windows, and several chimneys. It had an adjacent stable where a carriage and at least 2 carts were parked. She entered through the front entrance and effortlessly pushed the mahogany door open. The clean hallway and high ceiling gave the place a classy appearance. This is so different from the cheap ones. I bet they have separate rooms, not a shared floor for everybody. At this point, Lanzius didn't dare to tell Felis that he used to sleep in the corner of a barn or on people's porches if he had to. Back again so soon, mademoiselle? A man with a rounded belly, vibrant colored clothing, and a work apron asked Felis from behind the counter. Yes, there were some circumstances. My previous room, please, and another one for my friend, she said to the innkeeper, pulling a silver coin from her purse. Before Felis handed over the coin, Lanzius whispered, you know, I can sleep in a servant's quarters or a warehouse corner. Don't spend your hard-earned money on me. Don't worry about it. Take it as a thank you for helping me out. Besides, I enjoyed your company. Felis smiled. Hearing praise like that, Lanzius couldn't help but smile. The innkeeper smiled warmly as he received the silver and produced 8 coppers as change. Super is included. A teenage boy led them to their rooms. The small room was furnished with a bed, a window, and a small desk. Compared to Lanzius' usual Spartan arrangements, it was luxurious. It's also clean. Lanzius felt the urge to clean himself. As expected, he found a water basin on the table and a bucket in the corner. He washed his face first, then his hands. Next, he changed his clothes so as not to look out of place in the establishment. His doublet wasn't too dirty, but the tunic underneath was yellowing from sweat. Thus, he pulled his only spare tunic from his hemp sack and put it on. The clean linen felt good on his skin. The tunic had stitches in several places from when he had ventured deep into the woods. He almost reminisced but pushed the thought away. Now clean and proper, he sat on the bed and found it comfortable. He leaned back and found bliss. He knew he should wash his clothes. There should be a well near the inn, but after 2 weeks of rough sleeping, the bed was irresistible. Maybe I could take a short nap. Feelers eventually knocked on the door after half an hour, and they went downstairs for an early supper. Lanzius didn't dare to leave his belongings in the room, so he brought everything. They chose a corner table with an open window. Nobody offered them a menu. It wasn't necessary. The inn would serve their guests a plate of whatever they cooked that day. Anything more, like extra ale or wine, would cost extra. This inn is famous for its roast meat, Feelers said. Lanzius' nose agreed. The aroma was rich and savory. The meat pie we had this afternoon was also good. You liked it? I got the pie from here too. 2 slices for a copper. Reasonable price. It's delicious. Even as thrifty as he was, he had to admit it was a good deal. A servant boy brought 2 cups, a pitcher of water, and a smaller pitcher of ale. Feelers filled their cups with ale. Let's toast to a good meeting. Cheers. The 2 raised their cups and drank. The ale tasted fruity, malty, with a hint of bitterness. This is stronger than what I usually got. Need to dilute this, otherwise I'll be tipsy in no time. She giggled. The cool breeze, the inn's well-maintained wooden furniture, and Felicity, who looked like a goddess, made this supper an exceptionally pleasant experience for Lanzius. Outside, the sun lost its luster, but sundown was still a good 1 or 2 hours away. More people were coming to the inn and the dining hall was halfway filled. From the look, Lanzius guessed tradespeople, local yeomen, and maybe even a member of the lower nobility. 3 more people entered the premise. 2 looked like guardsmen in bright brigandine, while the third was much older in fancy-colored doublet. Lanzius thought nothing of them. For travelers, guardsmen equal safety and protection against bandits. However, the man in fancy clothing saw Lanzius and stood in silence as if struck by something. It was odd enough that Lanzius caught the act out of the corner of his eye. Lanzius glanced at him, but dared not to see his face for too long. He didn't recognize the clean-shaven and neatly combed man, probably just gawking at Feelers. He calmly gestured Feelers about the man, but she shook her head. The man stormed toward Lanzius. It's you. Why yes? Surprised, Lanzius replied warily. He never caused a problem in Midlandia, so he quickly assumed this was some trickery or scheme. Oi, what's the fuss? One of the young guards, who was built like a bear, approached. Ainsi, this is the guy, we found him, the man said to the guard, who looked at Lanzius with ferocious eyes. Lanzius could see the smirk and sadistic eyes radiating from the big fella toward him. Oh, SHT, what did I do wrong? His brain went into high gear and recalled an entrapment like this. The group he had been with taught him that the best way out was to challenge them to reveal his name. If they couldn't name him correctly, then he could rally the other guests to intervene. Before Lanzius could open his mouth, Feelers said innocently, is there a problem with my friend Lanzius? Lanzius was sweating bullets. Feelers, unknowingly, had thrown him under the cart. 49, Chapter 11, Binding Chains. Chapter 11, Binding Chains. The sun was halfway to the west, and the weather turned pleasant. More travelers showed up in cheap inns round Posner village after a day's journey, but the better part of the society headed straight to the crossroad where a well-known inn, the Swan, was located. While most inns offered communal hall to sleep, the Swan offered cleanliness, separate cabins and lavish meal. Right now, the atmosphere in the hall was perfect to wind down. Comfortable chairs, excellent ales, and cool airy halls made possible by the inn's high ceiling and multitudes of windows. Whiffs of rich aroma from the grill complemented the scene. But for Lanzius, it just turned into a dilemma. One old man in fancy clothes and his guard had flanked him for reason unknown. He had nowhere to hide and Feelers, unknowingly, had given his identity. Goddamn it, it's really you Lanzius. The old man getting chummy with him. Lanzius felt cornered. He was sure this was some sort of trickery. "My lady, please excuse us." Ainsi, the tall and muscular guard, said, despite looking like a musclehead. But he seemed educated. "Can I talk myself out of this?" Before Lanzius could try anything, the old man kept arguing. "Lans, it's me. How could you not recognize me?" "Apology, but I don't know you," Lanzius answered, as polite as he could. The old man chuckled. "It's me, damn it, it's Thomas." The name struck Lanzius. He did a double take, but the clean-shaved and neatly combed person looked so different. Only now he noticed the similarity. His jaw dropped and his eyes widened unconsciously. Thomas laughed, watching Lanzius' reaction, and slapped the man's back. "Ouch. Why do you do that for?" Lanzius winced, but couldn't resist grinning. He was relieved to see Thomas and also gladdened that nobody actually tried to scam him. Phyllis and Ainsi chuckled softly. Thomas straightened up and adopted a more formal demeanor, turning towards Phyllis. "Please forgive our behavior, my lady." Phyllis shook her head gently. "No need to apologize. I'm not of noble birth. I'm sorry if I gave you that impression." She bowed her head respectfully. The second guard overheard the discussion as he approached. "Mademoiselle, your blonde hair and blue eyes would make a high noble-born envious." Phyllis smiled at the flattery. "Please call me Phyllis." Ainsi elbowed the second guard, who gasped in pain before returning the favor by a good punch to the guts. Thomas shook his head as the 20-something lads traded friendly jabs at each other. "Guys, knock it off." They quickly stopped and allowed Thomas to ask Phyllis, "Mademoiselle and Lans, if you don't mind, care to join my table for a chat?" Lanzius shot a questioning glance at Phyllis. She nodded, and the two followed Thomas to a bigger table. "I better introduce ourselves. I'm Thomas. This is Ainsi and Hugo. They are Sir Peter's squires." And then to the squires. "Boys, this is Lanzius, the clerk whom I befriended in Riverstead." Despite the lack of introduction, Ainsi bowed his head to Phyllis first, before giving a weird grin to Lanzius and offered his hand. They clasped hands, which Lanzius found to be firm and strong. Hugo, the lean-looking squire, followed afterward. "Nice to see another Arvenians." As they sat together, Lanzius asked Thomas, "How did you get here?" "Isn't Arvena occupied?" "We went the long way round through Tiberia and Elandia," Thomas explained. "So, what happened to you in the river crossing?" The topic turned heavy, despite not prepared for it, but Lanzius told them everything, including what happened to Theo and Max. As his brief story came to an end, Phyllis patted Lanzius's arm to console him. In a span of a story, Thomas looked older with wrinkles and eyes that lost its luster. He exhaled deeply and said to Lanzius, "Don't blame yourself. It's clear that the Margrave intended to massacre the entire house of Arvena. They even murder kids based on some rumors." Hugo didn't mince words. "If only the High Court isn't so spineless," Ainsi grumbled. "Is it true that the young lord is missing?" Lanzius asked about the gossip he had heard on the road. Thomas reluctantly nodded. A servant boy interrupted their discussion as he brought them a pudding which to Lanzius looked like a tart cake. Without anyone's objection, Ainsi took a slice, followed by the other. Lanzius only took a small portion, fearing it may contain milk. Meanwhile, Phyllis took a big chunk and ate merrily by hand. Well, who am I to judge?" The sweet treat changed the mood for the better. Everybody seemed pleased and ate happily. Thomas cleaned his knife and sheathed it back. "You're lucky to make this far safely. The road and the cities aren't as safe as Arvena." Lanzius nodded. "Indeed. Just today, we had a brush with a kidnapping." That didn't seem to surprise anyone. Midlandia may look prosperous, but many turn poor from the growing industries. "It's good that you got yourself a sword," Thomas remarked. "I felt safer with it around." "But I haven't trained." He abruptly stopped. "Thomas, have you seen Steffi?" He blurted it out. Thomas recalled the female squire and shook his head. "Sorry, lad. We've found the few remnants and survivors." But Phyllis jumped to conclusion that Steffi was Lanzius' sister or lover, and patted Lanzius' arm again. Unintentionally, her grubby finger rubbed some of the pudding on his clean blue tunic. What is she doing?" "My clothes. The pudding. They're made from fat." Lanzius almost wept. He appreciated her good intention, but not the stain to his only clean clothes. "Boss, there's still some light outside." Hugo carried a serious tone. Thomas nodded. "Mademoiselle, may we ask Lanzius out for a bit for a chat?" The pudding was gone, but they had yet to finish their supper, as roasting meat in the fire pit was a lengthy process. Lanzius felt something was off, but he trusted Thomas. Phyllis cleaned her hands on the yellowing tablecloth and declared, "I'm coming too." The five of them went into a small wooded area. Ainsley stood guard at a distance against eavesdropping. Phyllis seemed to read the situation and stick with Ainsley. Hugo went further, but he too gave a wide breadth for Thomas and Lanzius. "It's far enough." Thomas stopped and turned himself to face Lanzius. "Lad, you got something from Miranda." Lanzius' heart raced. He knew this would happen. "Can I say a few words beforehand?" Thomas looked at him sharply. "Speak up." "I'm going to use it to free Steffi if the Slavers got her. If I couldn't find her, then I'll return everything." "No, no." Thomas shook his head in disbelief. "You're entrusted with it. It's not yours to use." Thomas' flat-out rejection surprised him. "Give me a chance. I'll pay it back. I carried it this long." "You can't just appear and grab it away." "Lance, it's not given to you." Thomas refused to listen. "I almost lost my life in that forest. It was me who saved this money. So whoever owns it, they owe me that much." "I didn't go this far for nothing," Lanzius exclaimed, unintentionally raising his voice. He knew there wasn't much logic to his argument, but he was at his wit's end. The outburst forced Thomas to gesture Lanzius to quiet down. "Are you out of your mind? Those guys are Sir Peter's." "What this got to do with Sir Peter?" Thomas exhaled. "Sir Peter is Sir Arian's son." Lanzius took a step back. Only now he realized how Thomas had got his fancy clothing and 2 squires. "Are you here to help the escaping Arvenians or to hunt me down?" "It's not like that." Thomas knitted his brows. "Sir Peter is making a warband, and it needs money." Lanzius became conflicted, but said stubbornly, "I can't go to Feodosia empty-handed." "Lans, the squires will cut you down if you run with the money," Thomas warned. Lanzius exhaled sharply and glanced around. The wooded area was sparse and had the markings of men, pathways, cut down trees, and no old branches on the ground. He hated the forest, but he knew this was far from that ancient forest. He could survive here easily. "Don't do it." Thomas read him. "You may outrun me, but not the squires." Lanzius hesitated. His eyes reddened from all the suppressed emotions. Thomas said nothing, giving Lanzius time to rethink. After losing Theo and Max, the last thing he wanted was to lose Lanzius. "Help me," Lanzius pleaded. "There must be another way." Thomas sighed as if giving up. "Even if I let you, even if I help you, the 2 of us can't take them." "Maybe I could stall Hugo, but not Ainsley." "That lad is a monster." Lanzius' shoulder slumped. Since the first time he saw Ainsley, his instinct has screamed not to mess with him. "Look, I understand your cause, but there's no other way." Thomas' voice was tired and sore. The thought that he would find Steffi and Jan but unable to free them tormented him. He couldn't think of another way. His friend's safety depended on the money he had hid. His muscle tensed, but his mind didn't know what to do. Then he realized just how good Thomas' clothing really was and found a slim opening. "The prize." Miranda mentioned a prize. "You got that nice clothing and certainly more. What would I get?" Thomas was taken aback. He went into thinking and exclaimed afterward, "Fine, take the silver." Lanzius wasn't going to give up. "It's only 16 silver. I can't free a slave with just that." Fuck it, Lance. I'm not some charity." Despite Thomas' harsh words, he reached out for his inner pocket, pulled a money pouch, and fished some coins. He grabbed some and gave it away. Lanzius counted 7 silvers, much obliged. He knew it's far from enough, but that was probably the best Thomas could do. "Ready the gold." "I'm calling Hugo." "Wait." Lanzius scrambled to open the sewn gold coins in his doublet, blanket, and inner part of the bag. Thomas watched and marveled at Lanzius' ingenuity. "Here." Lanzius shone 6 gold coins. The amount could buy 2 cottages, or a well-built 2-story house in a friendly neighborhood. Thomas didn't take it, but whistled to signal for Hugo. The laid-back squire, in a light blue brigandine, approached them. He saw what was on Lanzius' hands and received it politely. "On behalf of Sir Peter, I offer you his gratitude." The problem seemed to be resolved for Hugo and Thomas, but Lanzius still had one concern. Can I get a receipt?" he asked. Hugo and Thomas were dumbfounded by the request, and Thomas couldn't help but be amused. "Well," He's a clerk. What can I say? Hugo and Thomas laughed, and Lanzius couldn't help but chuckle along. Hugo offered his right hand to Lanzius. If my signature is good enough, you shall have it. Lanzius gladly clasped hands with Hugo. The sun turned orange when Lanzius, Thomas, and Hugo headed out. So, tell me about the warband? Lanzius asked. Hugo bent a low-hanging branch so they could pass easily. Not much to tell. We got less than 100, but mostly too young and without weapons. I see. Lanzius paused for a bit. Well, call me crazy, but have you ever considered rescuing slaves? Rescue? Thomas scoffed. That's ballsy, but foolish. Watching Lanzius' reaction, Hugo filled him in. The Lord of Midlandia tolerates our presence, but he'll kick us out if we try something funny with the slave trade. Lanzius reluctantly nodded. He had heard rumors that the Imperium sanctioned the slave trade to appease the two eastern kingdoms that grew powerful, but only now he got an indirect proof. So, not even the Lord of Midlandia dare to go against the slave trade. The local lords are especially jittery about the presence of armed men in their regions. Thomas commented about themselves, but I heard that Midlandia is on our side. Can't they intervene at all? Hugo glanced at Lanzius. Only if it benefits them. This means we need the young lord. As the rightful heir, he could claim Arvana. If we have him, then Midlandia will gladly assist in exchange for a hefty compensation. More likely a debt so large that Arvana could never repay. Thomas sneered. Aye, Hugo agreed. This is why we can't rely on Midlandia too much. With the Imperium like this, certainly Midlandia too wants to carve out pieces of Arvana for themselves and us as the henchmen. Thomas swatted an insect that flew too close to his face. Lanzius tasted the hopelessness, but pushed forward. If we found the young lord, will he do something about the Arvenian slaves? Hugo caught Lanzius' intention and deemed that a mere clerk probably couldn't take it. So, he spared him some hope. Well, those are his subjects. I think he'll try to free them one way or another. Lanzius missed the subtle change in Hugo's voice and nodded at the fool's hope. They trekked the short distance toward the edge of the wooded area and met with Ainsley and Feelers. So, what you guys are talking about? She asked. Hugo looked at Lanzius. Feelers was an outsider. Lanzius nodded, but had another thought. She's from here. Maybe could help. Help with what? Feelers was intrigued. Hugo mulled, but Ainsley nodded at him. Well, why not? Hugo thought. We're looking for a noble from Arvana. You might have heard about him. Young Lord Artie, light brown hair, beautiful jawline, charming, and speak candidly like a bard, and oh, also a scar in his left eyebrow? Feelers sent rapid questions at Hugo. The men stopped with eyes opened wide. Why you saw him? Hugo asked. 46, Chapter 11-2, Northern Hills. Chapter 11-2 Northern Hills. Lanzius and the three squires could hardly believe what they had just heard. Felicity had perfectly described Lord Artie's features: light brown hair, a charming demeanor, a beautiful jawline, and a small scar on his left eyebrow. This could only mean that Feelers had met Lord Artie. You saw him? Hugo inquired cautiously, anticipation swelling in his heart. Feelers' excitement grew. I knew it. He's not just some wandering minstrel. He has a different story about him. Was he alone? Ainsley interjected. He was when I met him. He introduced himself as Archie, perhaps a disguised name. And where and when did this happen? Hugo's voice trembled with adrenaline. Posner, just yesterday, Feelers replied with a smile. The expressions on Thomas, Hugo, and Ainsley were a mixture of disbelief and relief. They had searched fruitlessly for weeks, even venturing to Feodosia in the slim hope that Lord Artie might have been captured and sold as a slave without being recognized. Now, it seemed that luck was on their side. Did you talk to this Archie? Thomas probed. Only by chance. We met at the stable while waiting for our carriages. He introduced himself and made a humorous remark when I asked him a question. Funny? Thomas furrowed his brow. He said he was going to whore himself out to save his friend. Feelers giggled. Her response left Hugo and Thomas dumbfounded. They now had more questions than answers. Where is he heading? Lanzius asked. At last. North, Feelers replied with certainty. Hugo and Thomas exchanged glances, each trying to come up with a plan. Lanzius observed them. While Lord Artie was his master, he didn't know him well personally. More importantly, he had other priorities at the moment. Ainsley broke the silence. "I'll head north and scout around. There should be only one road, so we can easily find each other. You can gather men and follow when you're ready." Thomas agreed. "A few simple markings should be easy to spot." Hugo nodded. "All right then. Thomas and I will head west to gather our men. You and the clerk should go north." Lanzius was taken aback and protested. "I beg your pardon, but I must go to Phodosia." His response elicited stares from Hugo and Thomas, with only Ainsley remaining indifferent. Lanzius hurried to explain. "I cannot fight. I am dead weight. You have my purse, so let's part ways here. I need to find my friend in Phodosia before she's sold to someone else." Thomas looked away, recalling their earlier conversation. He knew Steffi and understood Lanzius' motivations. Ainsley snorted, amused by the turn of events. "There's no need for him to come along. I can handle it myself." Hugo sighed. While he felt slightly offended that a retainer would not prioritize his master's safety, he recognized the truth in their words. "Let's return to the inn." "We'll depart at first light tomorrow." Before they could move, "Do you need fighters?" chimed the lady in a pale blue gown. The group looked at her quizzically. "You're not suggesting yourself, are you?" Hugo asked. "Well, I'm part of the package," Feelers said casually, then added, "I know capable fighters in Phodosia." Men-at-arms looking for contracts. This was welcome news for Hugo, who would take any offer in their current situation. "I need brave stout men, not kids or old men in armor." "Of course, I'm talking about duelists, watchmen, and thief-takers," replied Feelers. Hugo nodded. "How many can you find and at what cost?" Feelers smiled brightly. "Well, I might be able to gather 9 or 10 if I can reach them all, but probably less, since you probably need it quickly. As for the price, let's discuss that later at the inn." She paused and glanced at Lanzius briefly. "We'll need to borrow paper and ink, and then Lanzius can handle the paperwork for us." Why me?" Lanzius was taken aback by the sudden mention of his name. Feelers gave Lanzius a smug look. "I want this contract in writing, and I'd like to secure down payments as well." Hugo glanced at Thomas, who shrugged. "All right, let's do it your way." Hugo conceded. With the arrangements settled, they made their way back to the Swan Inn. Despite their dire circumstances, the squires found solace in the feast before them. Their table was strewn with empty dishes and empty earthen jugs. Even Hugo seemed to be enjoying himself. The unspoken consensus among them was that they might die in a few days, so they ought to save a life while they could. The squires knew little about their adversaries, but rumors circulated that the illegal Slavers were influential and powerful, with enough sway to undermine the Imperium's authority. Engaging them in battle would likely be suicidal, which perhaps explained the group's merry demeanor. Beneath the soft glow of tallow candles, a wandering minstrel played his string instrument. The crowd requested a lively, humorous melody to lift their spirits. Meanwhile, the servers bustled about, providing more ale and food, their work clothes stained from a long day's labor. Thomas had passed out, his head resting on the table. The old man carried a heavy guilt that he kept to himself, unwilling to share. The atmosphere grew rowdier when 5 women entered the inn. Most of the guests became boisterous at the sight of them, with some making bold advances. Hugo was among those flirting, focusing his attention on a woman in a pastel white and dark green gown, her full lips and long, wavy hair capturing his interest. Lanzius, however, felt hollow and disconnected. His guilt prevented him from enjoying the festivities, even in the presence of the beautiful blonde, Feelers, who sat beside him. It didn't help that his evenings were usually quiet, filled with suspicion about who might be sharing the communal sleeping space. Noticing his gaze, Feelers smiled. "Posner wenches." "They're shy compared to the ones from Phodosia," she commented. Lanzius simply nodded. Feelers leaned in closer. "Don't you want to join in? I could help you pick a good one." Lanzius knew she wasn't teasing. "Maybe next time." He politely declined. Feelers giggled and drank his ale. She then turned to Ainsley, who sat at the next table, and tapped his back gently. The noise and music were loud. Ainsley craned his neck and gave her a questioning look. "Come, let's head outside. I need to talk to you about something," Feelers said. Ainsley furrowed his brows. "About what?" "About things that'll involve you too," she replied cryptically. Ainsley thought for a moment before standing. As he did, Feelers gestured for Lanzius to follow. They went outside. Not far from the entrance where two large lanterns provided illumination. Another lantern hung near the wooden fence by the road. The sound of music was now replaced by crickets. "What do you want to talk about?" Ainsley asked, guarded, while Lanzius remained silent. "Well, I want you to talk some sense into your friend here," she began. The two were intrigued. "What do you mean?" Lanzius asked. "Well, you're looking for your friend, right? A female fighter." "A female squire, yes." "Why?" "Lans, I doubt she'll make it to Phodosia," Phyllis said gently. Still, Lanzius felt alarmed by it. Now his plan was in jeopardy. She continued, "I've never seen female fighters in Phodosia. They're popular and in demand as guards for the Eastern Kingdom's harems or as bodyguards." Lanzius was baffled. "So, wait, didn't you just contradict what you said earlier?" "No. Listen carefully. Female fighters are in demand, but we never see them in Phodosia. From what I've heard, someone always snatches them up first, and it's not traders from Phodosia." Lanzius and Ainsley exchanged glances. "Who is this someone?" Ainsley asked. Phyllis shrugged. "Nothing but a bet at this point, but I think it's the same group you're going up against." Lanzius drew a deep breath, finally understanding her intentions. "You want me to go north?" Phyllis nodded. "That's my suggestion." Lanzius hesitated before a large, rough hand patted his shoulder. "Looks like you're coming with me, Clark." Ainsley flashed his predatory grin. Lanzius questioned Phyllis, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "Phyllis, are you absolutely certain?" "Without a doubt," she responded with conviction. "I'm well acquainted with many people in Phodosia who are involved in these matters." Lanzius sighed in resignation and later whispered, "But don't you need company to Phodosia? Hugo just gave you a down payment, remember?" Unfazed by the extra silvers in her purse, Phyllis giggled. "I'll persuade Thomas to accompany me. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, I could easily disappear with all your coins," she teased. Ainsley stifled his laugh while Lanzius gazed at the night sky, uncertain about the consequences his decision would bring. The following morning, as the first light broke, the Arvenians, one Midlandian, and a foreigner gathered. As agreed upon the night before, Thomas would accompany Phyllis to Phodosia, so they parted ways at the inn. As Thomas' horse-drawn cart headed east, Hugo, Ainsley, and Lanzius set off west toward Poznan. Upon arrival, they quickly marched to the stable, where Hugo paid a deposit to rent a horse. "Take care." "I'll meet you in 2 days," Hugo said after testing the horse just outside the stable. "You know my patience. Don't take too long." Ainsley half threatened. Hugo laughed heartily. Despite his eyes still reddened from the previous night, he exuded confidence. Ainsley approached the horse and gave it a firm pat, urging Hugo to leave. He set off at a brisk pace, racing west to gather fellow Arvenians. After Hugo's departure, Lanzius followed Ainsley on foot as they set off to the north. And so, the trio separated, and their plan was set into motion. The hill range separating Midlandia and Romelia was teeming with birds flying freely. Despite being in the middle of summer, the land remained lush and green, dotted with ponds and marshes in the lowlands. Lanzius and Ainsley had traveled on foot for a day to reach this hill, where they spotted a suspicious manor surrounded by a palisade wall on the adjacent hill. They spent the remaining daylight constructing a crude tent. Neither was skilled in craftsmanship, so the shelter was poorly built. After a fireless supper, Ainsley took the first watch. Nothing happened during his watch, so he woke Lanzius, who took turns watching until dawn. The night was quiet, too quiet for Lanzius' taste. At dawn, as the wind blew and the fog dissipated, Lanzius could see the walled manor house perched on the hill, surrounded by farms and cottages. However, even a glance revealed that it was fortified. Aside from the palisade wall, it had guards and even an outer gate. With spare time on his hands, Lanzius drew a map on the ground using sticks and pebbles, depicting the manor's defenses. "It looks like a mini fortress. Walls on each side, fences, patrols, and checkpoints." It looked like a mini fortress, and Lanzius felt that attacking such a place would be suicidal. But knowing the Arvenians, they would most likely attempt it anyway. As he sighed, he couldn't help but ponder how this would all end up. 39. Chapter 12, Cold Steel. Chapter 12, Cold Steel. As the sun rose and the day grew warmer, Ainsley stirred from his slumber, roused by the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. Their crude makeshift tent was far from ideal, but it had served its purpose for the night. Can't believe we traded the inn for this place, Ainsley complained as he munched on yesterday's bread. Lanzius sighed, thinking of the inn's comfortable bed. At least we had the roasted meat, he said. Oh, that finely seasoned and juicy meat. Ainsley's mouth watered at the memory. So tender, Lanzius commented, and they shared a laugh. So, what's your story with that blonde? Ainsley asked, changing the subject. Still groggy from his night watch, Lanzius paused. Phyllis? We barely know each other. Why do you ask? Ainsley stroked his chin. Well, she's not an ordinary girl, you know. What do you mean by that? Should I tell you, or should I not? Ainsley teased. Forget it. I can always ask her myself. Lanzius' defiance made Ainsley laugh. Despite their differences, the two bonded easily. Ainsley, whose birth name was Archibald, came from an esquire family. His grandfather was a knight, but his father wasn't. Ainsley himself barely made it as Sir Peter's squire due to his imposing physique. The sun continued to climb, but nobody ventured in or out of the manor. Nevertheless, the two continued their scouting mission. The area was remote, with only a handful of hamlets within a day's journey, so the road was practically empty, with only the occasional birds flying and circling around. Lanzius fell asleep after breakfast while Ainsley kept watch for any signs of danger. Oi, oi, called Ainsley. Lanzius wearily opened his eyes and crouched beside Ainsley. What did you find? A carriage. Ainsley gestured in its direction. Lanzius looked toward the lone incoming carriage. Well? Ainsley asked impatiently. Well, what? I don't think that's our reinforcement. Lanzius had expected tens of men and several war horses, judging from the 6 gold coins he had given. Oh, that's one of the Slavers, all right. Ainsley grinned wickedly. Lanzius squinted, trying to follow Ainsley's train of thought. Meanwhile, Ainsley withdrew deeper inside their shelter and retrieved his broadsword. What are you going to do with that? Information gathering. Ainsley laughed and strolled out in a relaxed manner. By the ageless, Lanzius scrambled to tie his sword to his belt, grabbed his bag, and hurriedly followed Ainsley. When he found him, Ainsley was already standing in the middle of the road, blocking the carriage. Though not the tallest or biggest, he was muscular and as intimidating as a bear. The 2 horse-drawn carriages stopped as they saw Ainsley blocking the road. The coachman looked at Ainsley wearily, and shouted, What do you want? Just some questions, Ainsley said while shouldering his broadsword. Go on, the coachman replied. Do you know anything about slave trade? Ainsley received no further answer. 3 men descended from the carriage, weapons in hand. The burliest of them, clad in ring mail, led the assault. My, so impatient. Ainsley jeered at them. Ainsley stood defenseless as one of his attackers lunged at him. Yet, at the last possible moment, he executed a slash that was so swift it was almost invisible. The resulting clang echoed loudly through the air. The assailant's grip wavered, and he only just managed to regain his balance when Ainsley launched into another swing, his hands moving with effortless precision. Driven by instinct, the man attempted to parry, but he misjudged Ainsley's speed. His blade failed to meet Ainsley's, which landed with a faint metallic echo, followed by a dull thud. Ainsley's broadsword had broken through the burly man's upper arm bone and didn't stop until it had cracked several ribs. Only a few rings of the man's armor were damaged, but the impact sent him to the ground, gasping for breath. The remaining 2 men were both terrified and enraged. They launched their attack in unison. Ainsley managed to parry the attack from the slimmer assailant, but he intentionally engaged in a blade lock with the larger man's sword. Utilizing his strength, Ainsley wrestled and positioned the larger man in such a way that his back obstructed the slimmer man's advance. The larger man, confident in his superior strength, attempted to force Ainsley's sword in his direction. Instead of further contesting the brute force, Ainsley cleverly redirected the man's sword downward while delivering a swift knee kick to his groin. The move was executed so rapidly that the man could only gasp in surprise before his eyes rolled back, overcome by the sudden shock. Without waiting for his final ally to crumple, the slimmer man launched a desperate attack. Ainsley blocked the thrust with a solid parry and deflected it aside. The man, seemingly blinded by desperation, attempted another strike. However, his stance was sloppy, his movements ill-coordinated. Ainsley's heavier sword swung faster, its blade slicing through the man's gambeson and burying itself into his right shoulder. I yield. The slim man shrieked as he knelt with his right arm dangling. A deep gash and blood soaked his layered fabric armor and tunic. Lanzius was Ainsley's backup, but he only stood in awe. He was glad that Ainsley was on his side. Ainsley heard his opponent's plea and snorted. "That's why you should introduce yourself, so I'll know whether to keep you for ransom or to end you." "Money? I have money, take it." He scrambled for his money pouch with his left hand. "Just let me live." A horse's neigh alerted them. "That can wait," Ainsley said, and then to Lanzius, "Keep them down. I'll be back soon." He casually ran after the speeding carriage. Lanzius, with a drawn sword, watched over the man who sat on the ground whimpering from his injury. Lanzius pitied the man. "Cut some of your cloth and press it on the wound. That'll stop the bleeding. Otherwise, you'll be going cold soon." The thin man nodded in fear and tore some of his cloth to dress the wound. Meanwhile, Ainsley chased after the slowing carriage as it ascended the hill. He climbed from the back, and soon enough, the coachman flew overboard and tumbled onto the dirt road like a sack of wheat. He groaned loudly from his injuries. But Ainsley wasn't feeling generous and turned the carriage around and pursued the man until they came to a stop near Lanzius. The coachman collapsed to the ground with bated breath and bruises covering his body, pleading for mercy. "Please, forgive me. Do no more harm." "No more," he rambled. "I know you," Lanzius said to the coachman, then turned to Ainsley. "He's the one who tried to kidnap Felicity. Please, have mercy." "I won't do it again," the coachman begged. "Oh, I'll give you my mercy," Ainsley declared as he jumped down from the carriage and holding out a bloodied circuit for Lanzius to see. Lanzius recognized the heraldry of a river and a small castle. "Riverstead," he exclaimed. The coachman trembled with fear as he realized he was dealing with Arvenians. "Lanz, you better climb up. There are kids and women." Lanzius hurried toward the crude-looking carriage, climbed up, and discovered scattered baskets of clothing, along with 3 frightened women hugging 2 children. He did not recognize any of their faces, but it did not matter. "Don't be afraid, we'll get you out of here." After midday, Ainsley and Lanzius, with some help from the women and children, had pulled the carriage to the side and hidden it from sight. All of the captured men, fainted or not, were tied up. The burly man might not make it, but there was nothing they could do but turn him on his side so he wouldn't drown in his own blood. Just as they finished, the promised reinforcements arrived. Hugo led 30 men, most of whom were in their teens. They also had 3 war horses and 4 additional horse-drawn carts. Lanzius informed them about what had happened, and they went to meet the coachman. The man confessed that he was a smuggler, who dealt with everything from contraband to slaves. Today, he was sending a fresh batch of slaves from Avena. Realizing that his safety depended on his willingness to talk, the coachman smuggler glossed over how he got the slaves from Avena and instead shared more information about the manor complex. "The den is fortified. They have lots of men, 100, if not more." 100, no way. That surprised everybody. Normally, a baronet could only muster a dozen men or 2, while a knight could only muster himself, his son, and his squire. Only a baron could muster such a number. However, Hugo didn't let that fact bother him. "Why do you need to keep them there?" Normally, the coachman would snigger at such a question, but Ainsley had slapped him once, which broke one of his front teeth and made the cheeks swollen. The slavers wanted to keep the price high. They kept the slaves there and only sell a few. Isn't slave trade legal? Why bother with hiding and smuggling? Lanzius found it hard to grasp. The goods bound to Feodosia are bad batches, they're too old, too sick, crippled. They're only good for the eastern kingdoms, the man reluctantly explained. The young, healthy, and those with skills, they command a high price. The purveyor will secure them before the Feodosia's slaver arrived. And then sell them to who? Hugo asked. The man watched left and right, before answering meekly, anyone with money. The barons, baronets, knights, even rich city folks. In Midlandia? He nodded and added, also Romelia, Elandia, Nicopola. The smuggler's answer triggered a murmur amongst the men. Many felt sickened that fellow Imperium subjects bought slaves. Lies. No man would take slaves under his household. One of Hugo's men said from behind, followed by a ruckus of support. The eastern kingdoms are human too, but they used slaves for everything, the smuggler said, and unintentionally silenced the place. All right, that's enough. Ainsley, get the men to rest and arrange for scouts, Hugo commanded. Ainsley whistled and waved his hand. It was enough to direct the men outside. At least they're listening to command easily. But 30 against 100. Lanzius felt that victory was slipping away. As the surrounding area was being emptied apart from several individuals, Hugo asked the smuggler again, "Do you know anyone named Archie? I never ask their names. It's better that way. Less guilt." Ainsley knelt beside the smuggler and whispered, "Try to remember." The man nodded fervently. Out of fear, Hugo gave him Archie's description, but the coachman shook his head. "Are you the only one transporting slaves to this den?" Lanzius asked. "Of course not. I'm merely a middleman. They got others as well." Sensing the opportunity, he drove the point home. "I think your Archie friend must be with one of them." The interrogation gave no concrete evidence about the young lord's whereabouts, but stopping wasn't on their mind. Hugo checked the knots on the man's wrist, nodded to Ainsley, and strolled out. Afterward, Lanzius approached the smuggler, a female squire with fierce eyes. "Have you seen one?" The man hesitated for a moment. "I recall taking one into the den, but she never opened her eyes." "What happened to her?" Lanzius asked, his voice laced with a chilling edge. The coachman swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously between Ainsley and Lanzius. "I don't know." "She had a bandage wrapped around her head. The men carried her both in and out." "That's all I know." Lanzius let out a weighted sigh, leaving the coachman behind as a flurry of mixed emotions began to consume him. It could be her. The decision to follow Feli's lead was starting to appear more justified. Instead of wandering aimlessly in Feodosia, he found himself in a place where the prospect of rescuing his friend seemed abruptly within grasp. 51. Chapter 12-2, Ducia. Chapter 12-2, Ducia. A horse-drawn carriage, trailed by two canvas-covered carts pulled by pairs of mules, approached the hill leading to Sabina Rustica. Ainsley, on lookout duty, recognized Thomas and Felicity swiftly descending from his vantage point. Ainsley waved at them and guided them to the camp where the others awaited. As promised, Feli's was accompanied by seasoned men in their late 30s or early 40s. These duelists, watchmen, and thief-takers formed an intimidating group, some sporting proud moustaches while others were clean-shaven, dressed in gambesons or brigandines. They were ready for battle, and their carts were loaded with poleaxes, swords, helmets, and shields. Feli's introduced the 7 men-at-arms for hire first, then presented their leader and his assistant. "This is a special friend of mine, Caleb, the alchemist, and his assistant, Jardin." Caleb, a tall, tanned man with short curly hair, wearing a milky white leather coat, offered a slight bow, followed by Jardin. While Caleb had the appearance of a scholar, the shorter Jardin exuded an imposing presence, his beard and muscular arms evoking the image of a living dwarven statue. "Fire grenade!" Ainsley's eyes flashed. Caleb heard the comment and smiled in response. Lanzius guessed the two would become fast friends. With little daylight remaining, they proceeded to discuss their battle plan, together with Feli's group. They had around 40 men, but they had yet to decide on a course of action. Palisade walls with almost no gap. Armed men, patrols, even stables, Ainsley reported. From the smuggler, we learned that the compound houses at least 100 men, possibly more, Hugo informed the newcomers. "Looks rough," Jardin commented. No one spoke for a moment, so Ainsley took the initiative. "It's within our strength. I say let's storm them from 2 sides." Using both hands to illustrate a pincer attack. Caleb shook his head. "You may have the numbers, but not the age or experience." Hugo and Jardin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, many are too young," added old Thomas. Lanzius wanted to suggest a different approach, but his background as a mere clerk weighed him down. He even felt that he didn't have the right to be there. Meanwhile, Feli's seemed eerily comfortable. "We only have 5 crossbow users, including me." Many, including Lanzius, doubted her ability, but they couldn't risk offending her and her associates. They also needed as many hands as possible. "The spear and shield will do just fine," Ainsley remarked. "The men have met the women and children I rescued earlier, so their morale is high." No one contested Ainsley's words, leaving the decision to Hugo. Among the 3, Thomas was older but had only recently become a retainer. Before that, he was merely the equivalent of a foot soldier. Ainsley, on the other hand, was younger and had less experience than Hugo. "Ainsley, take Thomas and 20 men. I'll take another 20. You'll attack first and draw them out. Keep them preoccupied while I attack from the west side and stage a rescue." Hugo then looked at Lanzius. "We'll leave the younger ones in your care, just wait here. If we need help, we'll come to you." By the ageless, that's only a bit better than Ainsley's plan. Lanzius glanced at the rest of them, but nobody say a word. What in the art of war does 40 go against more than 100 with half-baked plan like this? Thomas, Feliz, and Caleb turned away, signaling the end of the discussion. "Do you mind if I share my thoughts on this attack?" Lanzius spoke up. Everyone paused. Caleb looked at Lanzius and asked, "You're what, a scribe, a clerk?" Lanzius corrected, "But I have also studied warfare." Hugo and Thomas contemplated Lanzius' suggestion. Feliz gave him an encouraging smile, while Caleb nodded once to show his openness. However, it was Ainsley who broke the silence. "May, we've heard the slowpokes, might as well listen to the clerk." Lanzius knelt down and quickly drew a rectangle, a series of lines, and a circle on the ground using a stick. Hugo, Thomas, and Caleb immediately understood his intention and knelt down as well. "This is our target, the manor on the next hill." Lanzius pointed to the rectangle, "And this is the only road from there leading to us." Caleb followed the crude map, nodded, and asked, "And what is this circle in the middle?" "There's a lake between us and our target, just beside the road," Lanzius explained. "The lowlands," Ainsley remarked from behind. Lanzius continued, "My plan is not to attack them at their strongest point, but to lure them out and fight them at a location of our choosing." Thomas glanced at Hugo, who nodded. "And how do you propose we beat them once they're out?" Hugo asked. Lanzius placed 3 stones on the map, saying, "We'll bait them here, and then one team will hold them while another team flanks them from behind." Lanzius' basic plan began to make sense and captured everyone's attention. "My men and I can stage a defense." "Even with a small force, we could easily hold off dozens of men if the terrain is suitable," Caleb offered. "A bait and ambush might work better than just a surprise attack," Ainsley commented. Hugo seemed to like the plan, but first, Lanzius warned them, "This can only work if we eliminate their horses." Thomas let out a big sigh. He knew all too well how fighting on foot was at a great disadvantage against cavalry. They needed a way to counter this. An elderly man reclined in solitude beneath a large tree near the manor's palisade gate, though the sky was overcast. The summer heat was still relentless. He had hung his doublet on a nearby branch, allowing the breeze to cool him down. Since morning, he had toiled to maintain discipline among his men, resolving minor quarrels and ensuring order in the newcomers' dormitory. The sounds of steady plowing and weeding bore witness to his efforts. Everything was well organized, just as his master had demanded. Following the Avena War, Sabina Rustica Manor, also known as the Den, experienced an influx of newcomers. They were assessed like commodities. Those with potential were further cultivated to garner a higher value, while the mediocre were assigned to work in the shops or on the farm. Contrary to popular belief, female slaves did not fetch high prices. What drew a premium were skilled individuals. Unprincipled nobles would pay handsomely for laborers, carpenters, or scribes. Laborers were employed on farms or orchards, carpenters for private construction projects or concealed rooms on estates, and scribes to handle confidential dealings and transactions. There was minimal risk of leaks, as slaves were bound to their masters. This loyalty made them ideal candidates for sensitive roles, such as serving in the inner chambers where family affairs were prevalent. Not all requests were malicious. Occasionally, a secret adoption would be arranged. There were other specialized roles, such as female bodyguards, as opposed to eunuchs. Nonetheless, it was indisputable that these slaves would never experience freedom again. At the heart of this illicit operation was Bogdan, an old veteran of the Northern Uprising. As the caretaker, he directed his laborers to expand their fields. He had ambitious plans to enlarge the complex, which already included an additional farm, dormitory, and vineyard. For Bogdan, the manor symbolized his reward, sustenance, and retirement, all in one. Though not the owner, his role as caretaker granted him near ownership. Sabina Rustica afforded him a life far superior to what his social standing would otherwise permit. This advantage extended to many of Bogdan's accomplices, including the elderly man who now enjoyed his tranquil private garden. The day was far from over, yet he was already contemplating his evening meal, a game of dice, and spending time with his mistress as he swatted flies away from the festering wound on his right hand. He was reminded of the incident 2 days prior, when he had been careless with an Arvenian woman. While punishing her, an unexpected guest had arrived, and Bogdan needed him to bolster security. A sly smile crossed his face as he pondered the retribution he would exact upon her once the guest had departed. Clang clang clang. As if doused with icy water, the old man sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings before focusing on the sentry atop the manor house. The sentry finally noticed him and yelled, "3 horsemen!" This revelation alarmed the old man. The den was only expecting a carriage from Avena sometime this week, but no one mentioned horsemen. Hastily, he donned his doublet, grabbed his poleaxe, and sprinted to the gates. "Does anyone know about this?" "No, boss." No one heard any. One of his men replied. He clicked his tongue, sensing something amiss. "You lot come with me." 4 men groaned as they emerged from the wooden gatehouse. The heat was oppressive, and they had been secretly drinking. "Where'd these horsemen come from?" "I thought the boss had bought off all the local baronets and knights," one queried. "Maybe they're just the guests' men?" Another suggested nervously. "I didn't sign up for this." A third grumbled. "You signed up for rape, loot, and arson, but not fights?" The fourth taunted his comrades, inciting a commotion. "Silence or I'll cut off your noses." The old man barked. The 5 men stood and waited until the 3 horsemen were close enough to shout at. They could see the horsemen wore brigandines and ring mail, but bore no banners. "I'm Archibald, a champion from Avena." "Prepare to die," the lead horseman declared. "What did he say?" The men glanced at each other. Their instincts told them to flee, and so they did, legs pumping at the first sound of hoofbeats. The old man readied his poleaxe, but he knew he stood no chance. He, too, sprinted away, yelling for support from behind the gates. "Crossbows, crossbowmen!" The 3 horsemen thundered after the fleeing men, who desperately cried for their allies to open the gates. The horsemen easily caught up and attacked ruthlessly. 3 of the fleeing men collapsed in an instant. "Crossbowmen!" The old guard made his final plea before a lance pierced his back, fulfilling the old man's dying request. A meager 2 shots were fired from the slits near the gate. Both missed their marks. The horsemen laughed as they cut down the last man, who went limp before his face hit the ground. 2 of the horsemen dismounted, dragged the victims away, and stripped them of their gear. "Wow, look what I found. A gold ring and a necklace." "These guys are loaded." Ainsley laughed and turned his attention back toward the gate. "Is there no one with manhood inside?" The sentry above hammered the iron bell again. The sound drove everyone into the gatehouse. They had yet to learn what had transpired when they heard the sound of shattering glass from outside. Suddenly, the left side of the gate erupted in flames. "Fire!" The guards panicked and backed away from the gate. "Get the buckets." "Tell the slaves to fill them." It took several moments, but they eventually extinguished the fire with buckets of water. That was when Bogdan arrived on the scene. "What are you waiting for? Get the riders out." Black smoke still billowed from one side of the gate as the heavy wooden door swung open. 8 riders brandishing swords and lances galloped out in pursuit of the 3 horsemen. Seeing the new threat, Ainsley led his 2 comrades in a hasty retreat. 38. Chapter 13, Sabina Rustica. Chapter 13. Sabina Rustica. The 8 riders from the den relentlessly pursued Ainsley, charging downhill towards a picturesque glade where the dense forest met the tranquil waters of a large pond. The unsuspecting pursuers, focused solely on their quarry, failed to notice the strategically positioned men hidden amongst the trees. As the riders entered the glade, a group of determined men armed with spears and swords burst forth from the woods, catching the riders off guard. "It's an ambush! It's an ambush!" the riders exclaimed among themselves. They slowed down and attempted to wheel around. The men from the woods hurled rocks at the riders, while another group of spearmen moved to block their exit. "Courage!" the leading rider urged his companions. However, he failed to notice Ainsley, who had turned round and was now closing in on him from behind. A gasp echoed as Ainsley's lance pierced the leading rider's ring mail. The rider fell from his horse, a section of the lance still embedded in him. The unsettling scene caused the remaining riders to grind to a halt, their faces reflecting panic and fear. "Yield, or I'll do the same to you, Slavers, decide now," Ainsley threatened, while his allies regrouped by his side. In spite of the threat, 3 riders made a desperate dash for the exit. Spear in front, keep formation, Lanzius commanded as the 3 riders galloped toward them. 8 men readied their spears or polearms. In addition to the 8 spearmen in the front row, Lanzius had only 4 crossbowmen and feelers in the second row. He prayed that he had enough forces to deter a cavalry charge. "They won't stop," Feelers remarked cheerfully. "What kind of girl is she? Pick your targets," Lanzius directed the crossbowmen. At this range, he didn't need to question their accuracy. Loose, the 4 crossbowmen around him and Feelers pulled their triggers. The sounds of bowstrings and wooden prods snapping back into place filled the air, followed by the whistling of bolts. 2 steel-tipped bolts found their targets. One struck a rider, while the other hit a horse. Both veered off course. Small cheers erupted from Lanzius' ranks. "Not yet, one more." Lanzius moved to the front row to fortify their undermanned wall of spears. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the other men, he planted the end of his spear into the ground like a stake and held it firmly. The lone horseman, less than 40 paces away, continued to gallop, appearing mad enough to force his way through. Lanzius wanted to rally his men, but the words wouldn't come. Others clenched their jaws or ground their teeth, as they stared at the approaching terror. The charging horse made each of them feel as if it was targeting them personally. "This isn't going to work, we're too thin." The ground shook from the thundering hooves of the warhorse. Taller than a man and weighing more than 9 of them combined, the warhorse alone was a formidable opponent. Its large black nostrils flared as the beast went against its instinct to keep away from the column of men. It continued galloping, leaving a trail of dust and dirt in its wake. Lanzius' fingers turned white from gripping his spear tightly. The other men trembled, cowered, and braced themselves for the inevitable. Suddenly, a deafening yet familiar sound came from behind. Lanzius hesitated to turn. His focus locked on the horse in front of him. He noticed the sudden shift in the horse's movements as the powerful beast slowed, its gait becoming unsteady, seemingly rejecting the idea of continuing its charge. With a sudden swerve, the horse changed course while its rider slumped lifelessly in the saddle. "Oh, I got it," Feelers declared, her tone dripping with casual confidence. Only then did Lanzius look back and see Feelers, who had clearly fired the last shot. The other crossbowmen were still busy reloading. Realizing they were out of danger, the men cheered exuberantly. Many could barely stand straight, and the ground reeked of urine, but they raised their fists in the air and taunted their opponents. "Great shot!" Lanzius shouted to Feelers, amid a chorus of compliments from everyone else. Feelers chuckled but didn't celebrate. To her, this was just what she expected. After all, it was nothing compared to shooting at a running goblin or other foul beasts inside the labyrinth. Lanzius took a deep breath. They had stopped the riders from breaking through, but the battle wasn't over. In the distance, he saw another rider challenging Ainsley. Ainsley's horse seems tired, one of the crossbowmen observed. Lanzius squinted his eyes. "Nah, he'll be all right. The man is a natural," Feelers reassured. "You can tell?" Lanzius inquired. "The way he controls the horse. He's not relying on the reins, as the nomads do," Feelers explained. "Ah, indeed." Nomads used bows on horseback. Just as they had predicted, Ainsley bested the final challenger without any drama. Afterward, the remaining riders finally threw down their weapons. Witnessing this, Thomas, Caleb, and a few other men rushed from the far side to capture the riders. Ainsley and Thomas meant secured the captured raiders, who had surrendered their weapons and horses. Ainsley dismounted, checked his horse for injuries, and patted the mare when he found none. Thomas approached with a water skin. "I can't believe this actually worked." Ainsley took the water, drank some, and offered the rest to his horse. "Your friend has a sharp mind. I never knew he was more than just a clerk," old Thomas admitted. "Maybe you never asked?" Ainsley suggested. Thomas chuckled. Caleb approached the two and said, "Sorry to interrupt, but I think we should send a messenger." "No need, the marshal is right there." Ainsley gestured towards the line of spearmen who had yet to move. Thomas followed Ainsley's gaze and saw Lanzius in front of his men. Thomas laughed while Caleb tried to understand the humor. In Sir Peter's retinue, Hugo had always acted as if he were in charge, much to Ainsley's annoyance. Despite Hugo's laid-back attitude, he was rather bossy. Seeing someone else in command now gave Ainsley a great deal of satisfaction. So, Caleb wasn't sure what to do next. There wasn't a clear chain of command in a ragtag warband like theirs. No need for a messenger. I'll speak to Lanzius myself on my way up, Ainsley said. You're going up again? Oh, the second, or is it the third step? Thomas asked, half guessing. Ainsley tried to count on his fingers. First step is the baiting. Second is luring them here. Now, it's the third, Caleb clarified. As an alchemist and part of the educated class, he easily understood Lanzius' seemingly complex battle plan. The other two nodded in agreement. Having tasted a minor victory, they were eager for more. Their success was proof enough that they could trust Lanzius' plan. With renewed confidence in their strategy, the group started planning the next steps. Ainsley and his fellow riders took a short break, giving their horses a chance to recuperate before continuing. After the rest, Ainsley observed his horse panting heavily, so he affectionately patted the horse and switched to a more rested one. With the sun on their back, Ainsley proceeded at a relaxed pace alongside 4 other men, while 5 footmen joined them, each guiding 1 or 2 horses. As they came into view, the manor complex came to life with the sound of metal hammering and shouting. Unfazed, Ainsley paraded the horses they had acquired from the riders. I thank you for these lovely horses. Anything else you can offer? He taunted in a loud clear voice. This time, the Slavers responded boldly, with the gates swinging open as armed men poured out. Charge, punish these fools. Bogdan, clad in bright brigandine, commanded. Ainsley surveyed the scene, noting 70 men lining up against him, with another 30 emerging from a hideout on the far side of the complex. Surprised by the wide front, Ainsley hesitated before retreating in disarray, losing 2 captured horses in the process. Sensing panic in Ainsley's retreat, the Slavers threw their full force into the pursuit. 100 men charged downhill, with Bogdan leading them all in. He was suspicious after the 8 riders he had sent earlier never returned and didn't want to risk another piecemeal attack against his opponents. As the Slavers descended, their line became stretched out. The front group kept pace with Ainsley's men and reached the glade in the low ground, where they discovered 4 horseless carts blocking their path. Ainsley and his horsemen rode past the carts, which were guarded by a group armed with spears and swords, confident of their numbers. The Slavers charged headlong into a direct assault. A fierce battle ensued, with the defenders using the carts as makeshift barricades. Slavers attempting to climb the barricades were met with brutal resistance, being hacked down, pelted with stones, or shot by crossbow bolts. Undeterred, Bogdan directed his fresh men into the narrow gap where Ainsley had slipped through. The bulk of the fighting took place in the tight space, with both sides thrusting and raking with spears and polearms, each struggling to gain or maintain their ground. Casualties started to pile up on the slavers' side, but that didn't faze them. Their morale remained high. After all, they had 100 fighting men, a significant force they believed their opponents could not match. Even if the neighboring baronet and knights combined their forces, they could only muster around 30 fighting men. Thus, no one on the slavers' side thought they could lose this fight. In their minds, their opponents had merely poked a hornet's nest. Fresh blood and gore stained the grass as the fighting grew more intense. Suddenly, desperate shouting and screams erupted from the slavers' rear. Bogdan looked back and saw their rear ranks under attack by a swarm of men who had seemingly descended out of nowhere. What's going on? What are our men in the back doing? 24 men or more attacked our rear, one of his aides hastily reported. Bogdan realized that his 100 men had been stretched thin as they marched through the narrow hill path. However, he never expected that the enemy had enough numbers to pull off such a deception. Indecision breeds disaster, Bogdan thought. On me, boys. That's where the bastards are hiding. Time to give them a warm welcome. He rallied his most veteran group and led them toward the source of the trouble. Old Bogdan knew he could still salvage this situation. The enemy was cunning but seemingly lacked experience. 46, Chapter 14, Burning Sands. Chapter 14 Burning Sands. Hugo and his men had been hiding on a secluded trail that branched off from the hill path. They had waited and watched as the Slavers' 100 men charged downhill. The hill path that connected the low ground to the manor complex was narrow and in several parts no wider than a cart's width. Such terrain formed a natural bottleneck and forced the Slavers to make an elongated formation like a snake. Hugo wiped the sweat from his forehead and noticed Jardin's glance. Now? The alchemist assistant asked. Do it, Hugo said. Jardin puffed the smoke from his clay smoking pipe and grabbed 2 glass bottles from a nest of hay inside a metal container. He pulled out the corks, jammed waxed linens into them, and lit one of them using the ember from his pipe. Once it was lit, Jardin glanced at Hugo. "That section over there and there." Hugo pointed his hand toward the 2 narrowest sections on the hill path. Jardin lighted the second bottle using the fire from the lit one, loaded the first one into his leather sling, and then whirled it over his head several times before releasing one of the cords. The bottle flew with an astounding accuracy. Jardin didn't wait. He quickly loaded and let loose the second one. The glass bottle hit the ground without an explosion, but the liquid turned into mist from the impact and readily caught fire from the linen wick. It burst into a fireball and its flames spread over a small area. The Slavers' rear formation was stunned as several men got caught in the fire. Before they could react, another bottle landed and caused another fireball. The Slavers reeled and scattered away. For Avena, Hugo led his men to attack. Lanzius had instructed him not to attack at the very end of the Slavers' formation, rather in the middle, to sever the rear from the main body. The fire and surprise attack had scattered the Slavers, but they soon reformed into several large groups to defend themselves. Jardin launched another bottle and successfully prevented 2 of the largest group from joining. That would be his last assist as melee fighting broke between the 2 sides. Knowing the element of surprise wouldn't last, Hugo had concentrated his best fighters at the front. With spears and polearms, they hacked and slashed the Slavers' rear, who were lesser fighter compared to their vanguard. Against Slavers, with little chance of highborn, the Arvenians ditched the formalities and went for the kill. Today, they were not in the mood to take hostage. The fighting was brutal. Patches of red and dark gore stained the grassy ground. Meanwhile, fire kept blazing from several patches of dried grass around. The Slavers' middle and rear combined had more than 40 men, but the narrow terrain negated their numerical advantage. The gap in skills and resolve made the Slavers to lose men rapidly. It didn't take long for them to fear the frenzied Arvenians. Hugo's small but hardened party whittled down the Slavers' number and secured a footing on the hill path. Then they split in 2. One chased the rear section. The other, led by Hugo, continued their fight against the middle section. They lacked men, but the opponent did it worse. The Slavers were in disarray, not wanting to die for nothing. Many pushed and jostled against their allies to avoid fighting. However, those who stood and fight were no slouch. One tall man answered Hugo's halberd thrust with the swing of his sword. A thin metallic sound rang, and the man tried to recover his stance. But Hugo raked and locked the sword using his halberd's axe. The man tried to yank it out, but Hugo was ready for a follow-up. However, unseen by Hugo, his ally to the right blocked a vicious attack from his opponent, lost his footing, and bumped into him. Their lapse freed the tall man's sword, and he roared whilst launching a thrust into Hugo's chest. The sword came too fast and Hugo parried it poorly. The steel's sharp point stabbed Hugo's brigandine, dented the thin metal inside before slipping harmlessly into the shoulder. Staggered, Hugo took a step back and raised his weapon just in time to block a cut aimed at his neck. Unflinching, Hugo grabbed his shaft closer to the tip, and lashed it out against the opponent's arm. The halberd's axe bit the opponent's left elbow and the tall man groaned. Despite the gambeson that extended to his wrist, he was in so much pain. He went on defense whilst Hugo continued to swing his halberd. Hugo saw an opening and hooked the halberd upward into the tall man's face. Gah! The tall man winced as the halberd's axe struck his chin and made a deep gash. Pain and shock made the man to lash his sword against Hugo. Hugo sidestepped and lunged at the man. The impact felt squishy as it plunged into the man's abdomen. The victim shrieked momentarily before kneeling down powerlessly. Hugo kicked the man's shoulder and pulled his halberd out. The man collapsed to the side while gurgling blood. Hugo didn't celebrate, but breathlessly recovered his stance. The fight to his right immediately demanded his attention. He went and made a quick thrust when his ally parried. The unexpected attack scored a clean hit. The man dropped his weapon while gasping for breath. He stared at the halberd, which jutted out from his stomach. His breath became erratic as he gazed at Hugo with bloodshot eyes. He ground his teeth and pulled the halberd's tip out. Hugo brandished his halberd again, but the wounded man turned pale. He took several steps back and collapsed, never to stand again. "They're running." A wave of emotion erupted from behind. Breaths of relief and some chuckles quickly followed. Hugo realized he had slain the last opponent. Despite praises from his men, Hugo felt humbled. How the battle had played was exactly as Lanzius had predicted. The fighting on the hill path was practically over. The Slavers' middle section had ceased their struggle and fled to their main body. Uphill, Hugo's split group had routed the Slavers' rear, who fled to the manor. The Slavers were just local troublemakers. Even strengthened by a percentage of men-at-arms, they weren't qualified for war. They're paid to guard slaves, not fighting a pitched battle. Hugo spat before drinking his water skin, and then he looked at his allies, whose faces were full of sweat, dirt, and blood. Don't celebrate yet. Wash those blood from your hands. There's still another fight upon us. The fighters nodded in solemn anticipation. They had taken the hill path, but the Slavers' main body on the low ground was still intact. And now, even without squinting their eyes, they could see the Slavers marched into them. Led by Bogdan and reinforced by their best fighter, the reformed Slavers column looked solid and intimidating. "I believe it's my time again?" Jardan asked Hugo as he arrived at the front. Hugo exhaled deeply. "Do as you're told, but nothing extra. We're a little tight on the purse." Hugo's jest tickled Jardan's nerve. He chuckled and replied, "Most certainly." The sun was searing hot despite the multitudes of clouds. Bogdan's men slowed their march just before the hill climb as exhaustion piled up. Bogdan led his men to catch a breath before the big push. This was not a race. They needed the stamina to fight. Made by mostly veterans, their morale was high. Their earlier failure against the Four Carts barricade didn't dampen their spirit. In their eyes, they had forced the main perpetrator out, and now things would be resolved quickly. Hugo's men had arranged themselves in a 6-men wide and 3 ranks deep. They were similarly exhausted after the last fight, but they had time to catch their breath and were in a better position. In terms of numbers, Bogdan commanded more than 50, of which half were his veterans. Meanwhile, Hugo had less than 20. However, the Arvenians looked every bit intimidating as they stood their ground and brandished all their spears and polearms. Led by Bogdan, the Slavers resumed their march, but suddenly a small-sized object flew in their direction. It cracked like a clay jug when it hit the center of their formation and burst into flame. The attack caught several men's garbs and made scaredy cat of the younger folks. "Push forward. Let nothing stops you," Bogdan commanded. Whatever the cost, he needed the assault to happen. Another clay object flew to their front and blazed, just like the first one. However, this time, they were ready and only 2 got caught in the fire. Both fires fizzled after a while and left a plume of white smoke. Bogdan capitalized on the enemy's apparent failure. "See those men in front of you? They're nothing but thieves and robbers. Your wealth, your money, they're going to take it all from you. Are you going to let that happen?" Bogdan's words pumped his men, and they clamored for battle. "So, what are you waiting for? Make them pay." Bogdan raised his sword. Emboldened, the men howled their battle cry. Their distance was less than 200 paces away from Hugo's men. "Onward!" one of the lieutenants shouted, but a wave of screaming from their ranks alerted everybody. They looked around and saw panicked men trampled left and right to get away from the white smoke. The smoke was clearly unusual. They noticed everywhere the white smoke passed, men immediately suffered. The men avoided the smoke like a plague and left the formation in shambles. Indeed, it was hazardous. It contained a fine white powdery substance that reacted with moisture and caused burns. A person engulfed in the white smoke would felt their eyes, nostrils, and throat burning. It blinded them and filled them with immense pain. Even breathing felt like swallowing a burning charcoal. Many scrambled toward the large pond to douse themselves from the pain. The white smoke had only caught less than a dozen, but it shook the column. Bogdan had shouted on top of his lungs to keep control. However, 10 horsemen and a score of Arvenians appeared behind. The Slavers were distraught. A wall of spears in front, the threat of another white smoke. And now, 10 horsemen appeared at their back. Their situation was desperate. "This is madness. We can't win, not like this," one rambled. "There's no hope in this. We should run and meet back at the manor." Another tried to convince their comrades. Many nodded and fled as the horsemen advanced closer. Watching his men fled, Bogdan nearly kept his calm. Instead of running, he dismounted and gave the horse to his aide. He was too old to lick boots. Moreover, he had no child of his own and little love for his concubines. Together with 20 minded-like allies, Old Bogdan joined the reformed column and readied themselves against the cavalry onslaught. Ainsley led his horsemen to form a wedge formation. Instead of galloping, he opted for a trot to better aim the lance. The horses showed some resistance, but eventually they charged directly into the Slavers' last stand. The column of men and horses clashed. In an instant, many fell by the lances whilst the war horses tore, trampled, and crushed whoever stood their way. It wasn't clear how many died, but the remaining Slavers group frantically disengaged and ran. Ainsley wheeled his riders and gave chase. He wasn't going to risk the opponent to regroup. While Ainsley went on a chase, Lanzius arrived at the scene. Thomas, Caleb, and Felix were at his side, together with 11 men who almost all had wounds. They had given their best just to march and kept standing. Lanzius looked around with deep concern on his face. Many took it as reading the battle, but in reality, the scattered corpses, blood, and gore mortified him. He took a deep breath, but the distinct smell of blood only made him nauseous. Caleb took notice. "You okay?" "I'll be okay when this is over," Lanzius replied. The white smoke had dissipated from the field, as Caleb had warned them. The area wasn't ideal. There was a strong wind coming from the hillside, and thus the smoke could only last for a minute or two. Still, it got the job done. Without the burning sands, their casualties would be higher. An evenly matched battle was the worst in terms of casualties. They were lucky that Felix brought the alchemist, who spared them from that fate. Caleb and Felix, in turn, were grateful for Lanzius' uncanny understanding of his tools and how he could integrate it into his plan. Thomas stepped forward. "I'm going to lead some men and round up the survivors." Lanzius nodded. "Try to link up with Hugo." "I will do." Thomas was about to walk away when Lanzius grabbed the old man's arm. "Be very careful. No ransom is worth our men's lives," Lanzius said. Thomas gave a warm, fatherly look. "We'll avoid danger as much as we can." Thomas went with just 4 men and scoured the battlefield. The other 7 quickly lost their composure and dropped to the ground. Their role as reserve luckily wasn't required. "Don't drink if you got deep wounds. Dab some water on your lips to keep it from drying." Lanzius watched the men and got reminded of the few he had left behind in the 4 carts barricade. Earlier, they had to leave the mortally wounded with just a youngster to care for them. Lanzius looked at the bright sky momentarily. He shook his head to keep away the feeling that he was responsible for the dead. "I did my best. Nobody should blame me, but the plan wasn't flawless. Originally, 2 of the carts should burn to keep the attackers away. However, the small amount of fire bottles had failed to burn the cart. Thus, their severely limited number had borne the brunt of the attack. Lanzius knew that was his mistake. He feared that Jardin and Hugo may fail. Thus Caleb assigned most of his stock, including both of the burning sands, to Jardin. If only Caleb kept one. As Lanzius had witnessed, even a single jar of burning sands was powerful. If it was used on the barricade, it would certainly keep their opponent from attacking and saved many. Lanzius chastised himself. He had downplayed the technical side and incorrectly assumed that the dry wood would catch fire easily. However, the thick wood on carts proved to withstand the small douse of benzene from the fire bottles. "Good job, Lanz." The sudden praise took Lanzius by surprise. He turned round and saw Felix. Her smile and blue piercing eyes almost made him blush. "Hey, be proud. This is a significant accomplishment," she added heartily. Lanzius felt guilty, but the verbal pat on the back felt so good that he let out a stiff smile. Felix noticed, but refrained from commenting further. She knew Lanzius needed time to deal with the situation. The Arvenians finally secured the battlefield. Ainsley had returned and sent a few riders on patrol. Hugo and Thomas secured several men for interrogation. Meanwhile, the Arvenians loot the dead for gears and trinkets. They collected all they could, but surrendered the more valuable ones to Thomas for safekeeping. Despite the victory, they had one last hurdle: Sabina Rustica Manor. Fortified by palisade walls and gatehouse, the manor complex would repel a half-hearted attack. Thus, they needed time to rest and prepare. Lanzius sat on a large smooth rock and mended his bruised right hand. Something had smashed the thumb during the fight and caused the nail to cave in. The throbbing pain made him to wrap it tightly. At least he could fix that one. His left palm got some wood splinter that went too deep. Sigh. If only I got a tweezer. Hugo was done with the interrogation. He met up with Lanzius and gathered the rest. Bogdan, the caretaker of the place, is amongst the dead. A wave of relief was on everyone's face. They felt victory was within grasp. Thus, everyone involved agreed to stick with the plan, despite the risk. The fear that the Slavers might retaliate to their loved ones drove them to attack. Lanzius also knew that Ainsi and Hugo would storm the manor regardless of his decision, for the two were looking for a far more important prize, the future Lord of Avena. This made Lanzius weary. Attacking wasn't only the things in his mind. Thomas, get the wounded somewhere cool and safe. Start some fire and boil the water. Treat their wounds if you could. Thomas nodded. He cared for the men and was happy to oblige. Next, Lanzius looked at Caleb. Can I ask you to go with Thomas? I need to warn you that my knowledge of medicine is limited, Caleb said. We have no one else. I'm only asking for a bit of cheap wine to clean the wound, clean linen to wrap it, and some honey to treat. Lanzius' explanation caught Felix and Hugo's attention. They were familiar with the treatment, but Lanzius' confidence was rather peculiar. Caleb smirked and asked, so you're also well read in medicine? Just a bit. Oh, promise me, no bloodletting. Even if they got fever, don't draw blood. Lanzius warned sternly. The alchemist's grin grew wider. I'm not a barber surgeon. Anything else? Lanzius offered his hand. Just wishing you a good luck. The two clasped hands. You too, stay safe. Afterward, Caleb departed with Thomas. Ainsi, who had stood there patiently, finally stepped forward. Are we done with the preparation? Pretty much, Lanzius answered. So, what's next? Hugo asked in anticipation. Lanzius looked him in the eyes. The men are well rested. Yes? Hugo looked at Ainsi and Ainsi looked at Felix, who replied, the men are ready. Lanzius looked down momentarily. Nothing was amiss, he thought, and involuntarily nodded. Let's move to the summit and claim the prize. Ainsi chuckled and gestured his riders to saddle up. Meanwhile, Hugo turned to his men and shouted, Gentlemen, time to free your sons and daughters. Let's move out. Only 23 Arvenians were left in shape to fight, but they responded with a fierce battle cry. Just some historical tidbits. Spoiler 1. The way I portrayed the alchemist is clearly ahistorical. In history they are closer to medieval researcher before alchemy became known as chemistry. However, since this is an isekai, I made them closer to how alchemists are depicted in games or anime. My reasoning are the existence of different races, creatures, monsters, and different world that cause the job to flourish as they have access to exotic materials not found on Earth. 2. The fire bottle is basically a crude version of Molotov cocktail. Meanwhile, the white smoke, quicklime and similar hazardous materials have been used throughout ancient and medieval warfare. Chemical weapons weren't unique to the First World War. Quicklime may have been used several times throughout the medieval ages as a destructive chemical agent. Quicklime, or calcium oxide, is what's left over when you burn limestone or other things with calcium carbonate at high temperatures. It also gives off energy as a chemical reaction with water, which produces heat. Medieval tacticians likely used it most frequently at sea to blind opponents before boarding their ships. The quicklime reacted to the water in the sailors' eyes, mouths and lungs to burn, blind and choke them. https://sandpointreddit.com/mad-about-science unusual medieval weapons/ 3. Barber surgeon. The barber surgeon, one of the most common European medical practitioners of the Middle Ages, was generally charged with caring for soldiers during and after battle. In this era, surgery was seldom conducted by physicians, but instead by barbers, who, possessing razors and coordination indispensable to their trade, were called upon for numerous tasks ranging from cutting hair to amputating limbs. In this period, surgical mortality was very high due to blood loss and infection. Yet, since doctors thought that bloodletting treated illness, barbers also applied leeches. Meanwhile, physicians considered themselves to be above surgery. 1. Physicians mostly observed surgical patients and offered consulting, but otherwise often chose academia or working in universities. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/barber_surgeon. 4. Draw blood/bloodletting. Bloodletting, or bloodletting, is the withdrawal of blood from a patient to prevent or cure illness and disease. Bloodletting, whether by a physician or by leeches, was based on an ancient system of medicine in which blood and other bodily fluids were regarded as humors that had to remain in proper balance to maintain health. It is claimed to have been the most common medical practice performed by surgeons from antiquity until the late 19th century, a span of over 2,000 years. 1. In Europe, the practice continued to be relatively common until the end of the 19th century. 2. In the overwhelming majority of cases, the historical use of bloodletting was harmful to patients. 4. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/bloodletting. 5. Halberd. The halberd, like the poleaxe, is a combination weapon that brings together an axe and spear. The poleaxe additionally features an integrated hammer. The halberd was designed to be able to cut and thrust, and it could prove very deadly. It was very popular in Switzerland, where massed groups of halberdiers could deter cavalry charges, then be prepared to engage with the incoming infantry as would not be possible with the more unwieldy pike. https://www.twitter.world/article/2929/collapse. 46. Chapter 15. Catulus. Chapter 15. Catulus. The sun had yet to turn orange when the Arvenians secured the battlefield. Ainsi had returned and sent a few riders on patrol. Hugo took captured men for interrogation. Meanwhile, the Arvenians looted the dead for better gears and trinkets. They collected all they could and surrendered the more valuable ones to Thomas for safekeeping. Sitting on top of a big rock, Lanzius was busy mending both of his hands. Something had smashed his right thumb during the fight and caused the nail to cave in. The throbbing pain made him to wrap it tightly. At least that he could address that one. His left palm got somewhat splinter that went too deep. Darn it. Wish I got a tweezer, even a flimsy one. Done with the interrogation, Hugo met up with Lanzius and gathered the rest. Bogdan, the caretaker of the place, is amongst the dead. A wave of relief was on everyone's face. They felt victory was within grasp. Thus, all agreed to storm the compound. Despite the risk, the fear that the Slavers might retaliate to their loved ones drove them to attack. Lanzius knew that Ainsi and Hugo would storm the manor regardless of his decision, for the two were looking for a far more important prize, the future Lord of Avena. This made him weary. Thomas, get the wounded somewhere cool and safe. Start a fire and boil some water. Treat their wounds if you could. Thomas nodded lightly. He cared for the men and was happy to oblige. Next, Lanzius looked at Caleb. Can I ask you to go with Thomas? I need to warn you that my knowledge of medicine is limited, Caleb said. We have no one else. I'm only asking for a bit of cheap wine to clean the wound, clean linen to wrap it, and some honey to treat. Lanzius' explanation caught Feli's and Hugo's attention. They were familiar with the treatment, but Lanzius' confidence was rather unusual. Caleb smirked and asked, so you're also well read in medicine? Just a bit. Oh, promise me. No bloodletting. Even if they got fever, don't draw blood. Lanzius warned sternly. The alchemist's grin grew wider. I'm not a barber surgeon. Anything else? Lanzius offered his hand. Just wishing you a good luck. The two clasped hands. You too, stay safe. Afterward, Caleb departed with Thomas. Ainsi, who had stood there patiently, finally stepped forward. Are we done with the preparation? Pretty much, Lanzius answered. So, what's next? Hugo asked in anticipation. Lanzius looked him in the eyes. The men are well rested. Yes? Hugo, Ainsi, and Feliz looked at each other. I think the men are ready, Feliz answered. Lanzius looked down momentarily. Nothing was amiss, he thought, and involuntarily nodded. Let's move to the summit and claim the prize. Ainsi chuckled and gestured his riders to saddle up. Meanwhile, Hugo turned to his men and shouted, Gentlemen, time to free your sons and daughters. Let's move out. Only 23 Arvenians were in shape to fight, but they responded with a fierce battle cry. Taunts and screams echoed across Sabina Rustica. The Arvenians had cleverly used a cart and inclined wooden poles as makeshift ladders in their assault. The defender rushed to contain the breach by sending their best group of fighters. Even being leaderless, the Slavers zealously defended the place and almost succeeded if not for their disunity. Despite their heroic attempts, too many had left through a hidden back door with their gold and silvers. The lack of men finally turned the tide for the Arvenians. The fight turned sporadic, but quickly died down as the Slavers fled to the manor, the only stronghold left standing. The manor's usually clean courtyard was now littered with blood and gore. The last few continued to fight inside the main hall and storage area. Only after they had nowhere else to run did the remaining 4 yielded. The thud of their swords on the wooden floor marked the end of the Slavers' resistance. However, another party existed. "Drop the sword," demanded Ainsi, whose broadsword dripping blood to the wooden floor. "Easy. We're not related to the Slavers," said one of the 3 men in red brigandine. Despite the declaration, both the Arvenians who had stepped foot on the manor's 2nd floor, and the 3 guards, kept staring at each other. Ainsi spatted to the side. He looked around for threats before hollering down the stairwell, "Get Hugo, we got company." At his behest, a few rushed downstairs. They passed the call and not long after, hurried footsteps echoed against the stone stairwells. Hugo appeared with bloodied face and hair. Ainsi snorted. "Someone got you good." "Fuck off, 'tis just a scratch," Hugo retorted and then gazed at the men in the red. "We're not hostile unless you threatened our master," the most senior of them replied. "Who's your legion? What are doing here?" Hugo asked. "We're accompanying our master, the Baronet of Brunner." The name made Hugo to take a double look at the 3 guards. He noticed the deep red color and surmised that the claim was true. "Tough luck. It seems that we got your master with his pants down." "I'm sure we can. It's a walk to the gallows for Slavers. It's not a path you should follow." Ainsi cut in. The 3 looked stressed and gave no answer, but continued to stand in front of the guest chamber. Hugo gestured his men to lower their weapons. "Yield, and we'll promise the safety of you and your master," he proposed. "Will you hold us for ransom?" "Nothing substantial for you 3. 2 goats or 1 if you're poor." One of the guards snorted. The joke came out of nowhere. "What about my master?" "I can't decide for a baronet. We'll let the nobles decide." The 3 looked at each other before lowered their swords. "Fair enough," the senior guard said and presented his sword to Hugo. "We yield on the conditions that no harm befall our lord and the 3 of us." "I, Hugo, on behalf of Sir Peter, accept." That brief ceremony marked the end of conflict in Sabina Rustica. Now, Hugo and Ainsi were free to roam the 2nd floor for their biggest prize, Artie of Avena, but his whereabouts remained elusive. "Nothing here but marks of looting. You sure there's no hidden cell downstairs?" Ainsi asked as they searched the master chamber. Hugo exhaled deeply while patting his forehead with a clean linen he had found. "There's nothing in the cellar or storage. Must be outside. There are several suspicious buildings." "Wait, we haven't checked the guest chamber." Ainsi marched out. Hugo ran after him and they watched how the red guards called their master. Without avail. "No answer?" Hugo asked. The senior guard shook his head. "No luck. We explained it's safe to get out." "But," Ainsi snickered, "is he dead?" The guard sighed and lowered his voice. "I hope not. I have a family to feed." "Yo," Ainsi called for one of his men. "Get me an axe." How about a poleaxe?" A rather young-looking man offered his weapon. Ainsi grabbed the poleaxe and found it solid. He smirked. "This will do." Inside the guest chamber on the 2nd floor, things remained calm. The room had seen better days, but the plasters on the walls still retained their bright color. Cool breeze rushed from a fully open decorated glass window on the far side. Lacquered furniture completed the fancy look. Nowadays, guests rarely use the chamber anymore. Decades ago, potential customer would need to travel to see the wares, but nowadays the Slavers had bribed enough that they could smuggle their wares directly to the customers. Thus, there was seldom a reason for a visit. However, 3 days ago, a valued customer, no less than a baronet, had traveled on a whim. He just had a new company, an effeminate wandering bard from the looks. They wanted to browse the wares before deciding on a purchase. Their host was just too happy to oblige. But now their trip had came an abrupt end. Muffled roar from outside followed by a violent smack, shuddered the room. The oaken door creaked whilst wood splinters flew. A dozen more powerful bashes followed until one of the door frame gave up. Despite the layers of tallow, but the metal hinges had rusted. "Jam it into the gap." "We need a chisel." "Stand back." "Yeah arg." The hinges burst while the iron locks lipped. Ainsi, the ones who brute forced it, sneezed loudly as wooden and plaster dust gathered around. The room was too quiet to his liking, but that didn't stop him. "Yield," he demanded while brandishing his reddened broadsword. "You're too loud," came the answer. The tone and the sight dumbfounded Ainsi. An effeminate young man sat naked on the bed. His shoulder-length light brown hair swayed by the wind as he filed his fingernails calmly. To his side, a grotesque man lay exposed in an awkward position with mouth foaming. "Oi, what happened?" Hugo asked from behind. He impatiently shoved Ainsley aside and saw the young lad. "Who are you?" "I'm just a guest here. You must be looking for this big ass." The naked lad gestured his hand at the grotesque man. "He's a slave buyer all right, but not the owner." The heightened tension and heat caused blood on his head to start dripping again. He wiped it off as he approached the bed. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. "That's the Baronet of Brunner." "A baronet?" the lad asked. Hugo nodded while ascertaining that the baronet still drew breath. "Oh, to be taken advantage by a baronet," the lad said as if in a play. "I thought he's at least a baron in disguise. Brunner is a wealthy estate. He's as powerful as a baron." Hugo felt compelled to explain while he took a piece of cloth and dabbed the reddened sweat from his eyebrows. "You better get that checked." He was cut by the appearance of a lady at the door. Phyllis held her crossbow in her arms as she went inside. "Oh, my!" She noticed the naked lad and gawked at the beautiful yet masculine body. "Please pardon my uncouthness, my lady." The lad jumped from the bed after he had noticed the blonde and made a gentlemanly bow, all without trying to cover his groin. "A most unfortunate circumstance just befall me." "Not at all." "Please, I'm not a noble," Phyllis corrected him. "But, you're Archie, right?" She saw through the heavy makeup. The name forced Hugo and Ainsley to do a double take. As mere squires to a knight, they rarely saw the Lord Morris's son in person. Only now, they began to see the resemblances. "Ah." The lad's surprise turned to smile. "You're the lady from 3 days ago." "Such a good fortune to be blessed with your presence again. But tell me, on what purpose, my lady, is here in such an unpleasant place, and are they your men?" Phyllis smiled. Before they could interact further, someone intruded from outside. "What's happening? Is my master all right?" "Oh, he's fine, just a bit drunk." Ainsley blocked the way and passionately guided the guard out. "Listen, there's personal stuff happening, totally unrelated to your master. So, grunts like us, we better wait outside." Hugo breathed a sigh of relief at Ainsley's quick thinking. Afterward, he approached the naked lad and took a knee. "My lord, I'm Hugo, Sir Peter's squire. We come to rescue you." To be found by my own retinues. "'Tis is so unexpected." The lad, no other than Artie of Avina, stood taller as he straightened his back like a seasoned fighter that he was. To their side, Phyllis gathered the scattered clothes and offered them to Artie. "Gratitude, my lady, and pardon for the sight." "Not at all, my lord." "I heard it's a sign of nobility when one isn't ashamed of their own body." Artie chuckled at Phyllis' flattering while Hugo readily assisted him to don his clothes. "Squire, tell me about your master." "My master is Sarian's firstborn son." "Ah, the Baronet of Ardna. It seems that the ancient's light has not forsaken me." Artie closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. "I'm indebted to you and your master, but for now, let's drop the formality. I'm in a poor state and there are likely assassins going after me. Until I can stand on my 2 feet, call me Archie, a knight from Arvina." Hugo bowed his head and then asked, "Sir Archie, may we ask what happened and why you're here?" "It's a long story. Maybe for some other time." Archie looked at the man in the bed. "You only need to know that I used this poor excuse of a man to hide from my pursuer. Unknowingly, he kept me safe, but there's always a catch." Hugo nodded diligently. Outwardly, he looked content to serve his newfound lord, but inside, he knew the story didn't add up. However, there was no reason for a lowly squire like him to pry further. "So, what did you do to him, Sir Archie?" Phyllis innocently asked. "Well, how should I explain? This sorry man enjoyed my company, so it's only prudent to return the favor, no?" Archie let out an innocent smile. Phyllis unexpectedly giggled. Meanwhile, Hugo found it hard to digest. "He's passed out from that?" Archie laughed but didn't offer an explanation. "More importantly, now you've rescued me, what is your plan?" Hugo's back tensed up. He knew it was best to consult with a certain someone, but this was too good an opportunity to pass. "Sir, I think it's best to head out tomorrow at the first light." Just some historical tidbits. Spoiler: medieval view on nudity. Historically, A percentage of high nobles, not all, only in some places and eras, have a slightly different behavior regarding nudity. This happened because of their upbringing. Pampered by personal servants and attendants since birth, they grew accustomed to be surrounded even in their most private time. From taking a bath, wearing clothes, to toilet, all were done with the help of their trusted attendants. Thus, they have a greater tolerance to nakedness, at least to a degree. Related links: https://www.forbes.com/sites/sarahbond/2017/10/27/medieval censorship nudity and the revealing history of the fig leaf /?/ sh equals 120a 721 fb 455 https://www.quora.com/what is the medieval view on nudity. Collapse. 39. Chapter 16. Missing. Chapter 16. Missing. Nightfall descended on the newly liberated Sabina Rustica, the sky awash in hues of dusky purple and blue. The manor was now under complete Arvenian control, but there was no sign of celebration in the air. They ended the day with only a small feast. Despite a cellar full of alcoholic caskets, only bitter pale ale was available. This wasn't due to self-restraint, but a need for preservation. Exhausted and weighed down by wounded men, the Arvenians also faced the risk of a counterattack. The Slavers could return with fresh accomplices and stage a night attack. Thus, the feast started abruptly and ended just as quickly. They knew they needed their rest before their rounds of night watch. Meanwhile, freed slaves and captured men drank wine merrily, an absurdity that was actually a calculated gamble. The Arvenians were trying to calm the slaves while simultaneously robbing them of their fighting abilities. With the slaves' loyalty in question, the Arvenians couldn't take any chances. They simply didn't have enough eyes to watch everyone. Despite earlier hostilities, the Arvenians provided their captives with meals, blankets, and linen for bandages. It was a stark contrast to what they used to have, but they could only drink their sorrow. The only thing that kept them from the sword was their labor. After all, there was no rose garden after the war, only piles of dirty jobs. It fell to the defeated to dig burial pits, bury the dead, and wash looted articles. The victor fare only slightly better. The care for the wounded was taxing and, oftentimes, ill-fated. As the night fell, the remaining uninjured Arvenians barricaded themselves in the manor, gatehouse, and dormitory. Inside the manor's main hall, injured personnel were being tended. The atmosphere was heavy and riddled with whimpering, whining, and sobbing. However, on the second floor, an altogether different scene was unfolding. Clean and serene, the private hall was filled with small chuckles and lively discussion. A number of peers were waiting for a ceremony. The air was scented with the fragrance of incense wafting from a censer. Inside the master chamber, Sir Archie prepared himself by donning a fresh clean tunic. Today, the Arvenians had won a brilliant victory against an opponent thrice their size. He should be ecstatic, but he remained dispirited. Truthfully, he had gone to Sabina Rustica not to hide, but in search of a servant boy who was like a brother to him. The two had gotten separated when they escaped Riverstead. Ever since that day, Archie had been on the lookout. Unfortunately, he couldn't find him, not even at the den. Archie remembered their times together and let out a sigh. However, he did not dwell on it. He was the Lord of Arvena and his men needed a leader, not an emotional youngster. Two knocks on the door alerted him. "Enter," he said without hesitation. An old esquire named Thomas appeared. "Sir, we're ready for your presence." Archie strode out from the master chamber, into the adjacent hall where a big mahogany chair stood in the center. He sat on it and looked at the guests arrayed before him. Some looked Arvenians, some were not, but all were equally unfamiliar to him. Squire Hugo was the first to approach and knelt down in front of Archie, formally stated his deeds in an embellished manner. Originally, this was a herald's job, but the only one they had been injured. After Hugo finished, Archie offered a praise and bestowed 3 gold coins, a share of the loot, and a promise of sizable arable land in Arvena. Hugo rose and returned to his colleagues, and Dainty stepped forward to play the jester and embellish his merits to an extreme degree, causing a riot of laughter. The unexpected entertainment helped him win a bigger prize. Valor and courage alone weren't enough. One needed to promote oneself to gain a reward. Next, Thomas stepped forward, delivering his performance solemnly and politely. For his efforts, He received 1 gold coin and a promise of 2 horses. Felis and Caleb were then called forward. Sir Archie praised them for their assistance, giving a sizable pouch of looted richness as payment. The ceremony ended quickly, and they got down to business. Hugo started with the information about the Slavers. We stumbled upon a powerful group who surely will try to exact revenge on us. Archie pondered about the new threat. Nothing we can do about it but to proceed carefully. Anything else? Since the time they had found him, Archie had been a constant relief to his retinues. He lost his father, his closest colleagues, his loyal entourage, and the whole province, yet he remained steadfast. Thomas coughed once to draw attention. From what we gather, this Gottfried bastard and his northerners barbarians have captured the entire avenue except the western area. The reinforcement from the Duke of Tiberia forced Gottfried to withdraw. Even he couldn't act brazenly against them, Hugo added. Archie nodded, but didn't say anything. A haunting memory gushed into Thomas' head. These barbarians are no better than animal. They kill and chain whoever they cannot use in their army, even children. The Margrave will pay, Archie stated with a cold and loaded emotions. Satisfied that his pleas were heard, Thomas bowed his head deeply. If nothing else. Hugo looked at the other and then at Archie. Tomorrow, we'll move out with 10 riders to Selene Castle. Archie looked perplexed. Selene? Shouldn't we head for Lubina Castle? Sir Peter is a guest at Selene Castle. But more importantly, it's Lord Bengreve's summer residence, Hugo explained. The name made Archie nod easily. While only a seneschal and not the Lord of Midlandia, Bengreve held the actual power. If Arvina was to survive, he needed that man's support. How about the rest of us? Ainsley asked. Hugo recalled the conversation he had with a certain someone. Thomas will lead the men to Pozna. Remember to pillage this manor before leaving, otherwise, brigands will use it. If you have trouble, consult with Caleb or Lady Felis. Isn't it better to ask Lanzius? Caleb suggested with a faint smile. Lanzius? The name seems familiar, Archie remarked. Hugo's heart raced as he hastily responded, he's just a clerk from Riverstead. The room fell silent. Hugo shot a look at Ainsley and Thomas, who reluctantly nodded their heads in agreement. Having previously discussed and agreed to advance their own interests over some unknown foreigner, Archie's eyes narrowed, and he leaned to one side in his seat with a face devoid of any expression. The tense silence in the room deepened. While his colleagues were being rewarded for their merit, Lanzius was facing harsh complaints from 14 freed slaves inside the dormitory. Instead of being grateful, these women vehemently refused their newfound freedom. Something about opportunity. Can't return home? Really? He tried to listen, but his mental capacity had reached the limit. Outwardly, he only looked slightly tired with bags under his eyes, but deep inside, he was in pieces. He had risked so much, yet he couldn't find the one he sought. Damn, the fingers are all blackened. Is this toxic? Lanzius worried about his injured thumb and palm, now covered in coarse soot from the torches he had used during his searches. The torches also left a strong tallow scent on his padded coif. Suddenly, the sole remaining Arvenian attached to Lanzius, a young man, couldn't hold himself back and exclaimed, "You want to be sold as slaves? And what's wrong with that?" A woman snapped back. Their exchange triggered an avalanche of heated accusations, with the young man pitted against 14 angry women. Lanzius watched the verbal melee with contempt from the sidelines. Only when it died down did he intervene, saying, Now, everyone, please calm down." He also signaled to the young man to step back. "I apologize for the sister's outburst. My name is Leda," said one woman in gorgeous blue traveling attire. "It's just that you don't know our situation. Where we came from, there's only back-breaking labor waiting for us. Or death in childbirth," another woman hastily added. Despite their attempts to explain the situation, Lanzius' lack of response deterred the women. Leda continued, "Some of us come from Nucapilla and Lowlandia, but we're mostly Romelians. We're born poor. The land was hard to cultivate. Even with children working in the field, there's only food for a person or two. Not the whole family. Raids from the east are becoming more frequent. If we stay, we're going to end up as slaves either way," added another woman. Lanzius tried to understand their situation. "I get it, but now you're free from this place. Isn't that a good thing?" The women exhaled or let out a sigh, but the woman in blue calmly said, "Can't you see our clothes? Can't you hear the way we speak? Sabina Rustica gave us education and a chance at a better life. Lanzius suddenly realized that these women, who were born in villages, spoke and behaved like city folks. They were obviously educated, and it showed in their confidence. "This place is a school. We don't mind being sold to the highest bidder. They're more likely to give us a better life than if we stayed in Romelia," one of the women said, and the others shared their tragic stories one by one. "Two of my sisters died young, one in childbirth, another beaten by her drunken husband. My mother died from hunger, and my auntie's family, who raised me, got sick with the black eye plague. I watched as her fingers rotted away. They sold me away to spare me from the same fate. Anything is better than staying. If you think whoring is bad, you haven't seen the brothels in Romelia where women are seasonal meat to be discarded before winter." Lanzius raised his hand. I get it. I was not aware of your plight. I apologize." A wave of relief greeted the response. "Can you do something to help?" Lanzius exhaled deeply. "I'm not a slaver, so I can't help you with that." The group of women clicked their tongue or sighed. "Can't you go to Phodosia and sell yourselves?" The ill-trained and undisciplined youngster couldn't resist a taunt. The boy's comment was met with a chorus of jeers from the rest of the group. "All right, enough," Lanzius rebuked the youngster. "Just take it easy and let me handle it." The youngster stubbornly looked away. "Hear me," Lanzius started slowly. "You can't expect us to sell slaves. However, if you have a quill pen, ink, and paper, I may be able to help." The women frowned, puzzled by the request. "Please wait a moment," Lena said, gesturing to her sisters, who sent the youngest among them to gather the necessary supplies. Lanzius took a seat in the nearest chair facing the long table in the dormitory hall, and the rest of the sisters followed. "What do you need the supplies for?" Leda asked as she handed them to Lanzius. "I'm going to write your name, age, place of origin, and skills you have," he said while resting his back on the stiff wooden chair. "And then?" she inquired. "I'll report to my superior, and then we might find a solution." Leda looked confused. "Pardon me, but will it really help? If what you're saying is half true, then some of you are bookkeepers, scribes, musicians, or bakers." The sisters realized what Lanzius had in mind and grew excited. "I promise nothing, but at least this is legal." Lanzius sharpened the quill pen and looked at the women. "Now that I've helped you, it's time to return the favor." "What do you want?" Leda asked with reddened cheeks. "Companion for the night?" Lanzius paused but shook his head. "Nothing like that. Any of you know anything about a female squire from Arvina?" Leda's shoulder stiffened. "Are you looking for Thilda?" Lanzius shook his head as he remembered the woman they discovered at the small wooden cabin on the far side of the vineyard. "No. We already found her." "She's not the one I'm looking for." Many of them drew a breath of relief. "Thilda was new," Leda commented, the youngster fidgeting from curiosity. "So, what's her story? Why is she on a cell?" "Thilda's background story is different from ours," Leda reluctantly explained. "She's born an esquire and only recently taken from her family's estate. Naturally, she wishes for her freedom back. A senior guard took a liking to her. We don't know what happened, but they got into the row and she bit a chunk of his flesh." "No wonder." Lanzius felt disgusted as he recalled the wounds on Thilda's limbs. "So it was torture." "Unlike us, she never faced hardship and famine," said another sister with pity on her voice, followed by nodding from the rest. Lanzius kept a stern gaze on the youngster on his side to keep him from throwing a stupid comment. The male raised his palms in protest. Leda clapped her hands to gain everyone's attention. "So, the master's original question. Do any of you know anything about a female squire from Arvina?" "Sharp eyes, short hair, good with swords," Lanzius added descriptions. No one answered. "None of you?" Leda confirmed, before turning to Lanzius. "I'm afraid your friend isn't here. We oversee this dormitory and we'll certainly know if someone special like her was inside." "Special?" "Sword-trained, short hair." Lanzius felt utterly hopeless. "No chance you missed her?" "I'm sure, for certain. We got nobody with short hair," Leda clarified. "I see." Lanzius sighed as his heart pained. Leda sympathized with him. "I'm sure she's in a better place." "There's a good chance that your friend is free somewhere out there. The den rarely accepts combatants. If your friend was caught, she would likely be sent to Phodosia," another suggested. Lanzius felt torn. He had spent several precious days here, all for nothing but a cruel detour. "There's no hope in this. I'm just fooling myself." Leda sat down next to him and spoke in a soft, concerned tone. "You appear exhausted, Master. Perhaps you should consider getting some rest." Moved by her sincere offer, Lanzius exhaled sharply and reached for the coarse, thick parchment. He carefully dipped the quill pen into the ceramic inkwell and asked, "Your name and training, please." Before anyone could respond, a knock on the door interrupted them. They turned to the source and saw a man in a broken white leather coat accompanied by a stout but shorter man. The door had been left ajar, so this was either out of courtesy or urgency. "Master Lanzius, they require your presence," said the stout fellow. Lanzius felt a twinge of unease. 44. Chapter 17, Arms Bearer. Chapter 17. Arms Bearer. The main hall was somber, weary shadows flickering on the walls as if the lanterns and chandelier breathed life into them. The Arvenians had taken the hall as their quarter and had acted accordingly by arraying their temporary beds across the floor, despite their numbers. But the place was devoid of life. There were only faint whispers and weak groans. The floor was littered with piles of dirty linen bandages, also buckets that reeked of blood, piss, or vomit. There were no medical staff but volunteers who had their fair share of fighting today. They were mostly driven by a sense of camaraderie to care for their unfortunate allies. Some had lost limbs, while others had lost a friend or family member, with only alcohol to ease the pain. Many were lost in their own thoughts. The cold evening air blew in as the night watch pushed the door open. Footsteps echoed as Jardin, Caleb, and Lanzius entered the hall. What greeted them was dampness, the smell of blood, and the rancid wine they used as antiseptics. Lanzius immediately noticed a few eyes wandering at him, so he kept his gaze low. If he had to guess, he would say that the looks were directed at him in resentment or hatred. With this many injured and deaths, Lanzius couldn't shake the feeling that he had let them down. However, Caleb, the alchemist, seemed unfazed. Led by Jardin in front, they walked briskly toward the end of the hall where a stone circular staircase was located. As the shadow from the staircase fell over him, Lanzius exhaled deeply. "What does the law?" Caleb, who had barely ascended several flights of stairs, raised his hand. "He's just a knight for now." Lanzius had heard that they found someone named Archie and deduced that Hugo found what he was looking for. However, for the young lord to use another disguise was surprising. "And why does the knight want to see me?" "Better ask that directly," Caleb replied as they reached the second floor. The spacious, illuminated room and the scented air felt a world different from downstairs. As he entered, Lanzius noticed that the conversation had stopped and grew wary of the nature of the summon. He wasn't sure what to do when Caleb turned to face him and whispered, "Be mindful that now they've found him, there's no need to carry out another attack." Lanzius' eyes widened. Just what did he imply? He was yet to get an answer when Phyllis approached. She feigned friendly greetings whilst spoke softly. "Only ask for money. Your goal may lie in Phodosia." Despite how normal-looking their exchange was, it still grabbed everyone's attention. "Better presented yourself," Caleb said openly to allay the room's suspicion. Phyllis smiled and motioned Lanzius to follow her. Meanwhile, Caleb and Jardin made their way to the side. Lanzius noticed the stares from Ainsley and Hugo. While Ainsley eventually flashed his teeth, Hugo simply closed his eyes and feigned ignorance. "Something is indeed wrong. Now, go." Phyllis smiled and then proceeded to bow her head slightly toward the chair in the middle, where a man sat idly to one side. It was the same person Lanzius has met in Bellandia. His hair was longer now, and he was wearing a much plainer outfit. "It's been a while." Archie addressed Lanzius first. "Come closer. You can call me Sir Archie," he instructed plainly. Lanzius swallowed his fear and knelt near his master. "Your servant is gladdened that Sir Archie is all right." An eloquence Lanzius never knew had flowed from his lips. "You seemed well yourself." Archie's face looked bored or annoyed. "So, tell me, O servant of mine, why didn't you report your deeds to me?" he said without even looking. The tone made him uncomfortable. "I am just a clerk, sir. I only partake a little in the fight." Archie moved his gaze toward Lanzius, and after a few moments of thoughtful silence, said, "I know you're a foreigner, so maybe your concept is different. But here, you need to claim your merit. Else, you're going to be a deadweight." Not knowing where this conversation was going, Lanzius could only play it safe. "My apology, but I only help a little." Archie scoffed. "I remember our meeting. Back then, you act like this too. Too shy for your own good." Embarrassed, Lanzius quipped before he could think. "My good sir, do you wish for an ambitious retinue?" It was almost a rhetorical, yet Archie responded lightly, "And what if I am?" The answer surprised Lanzius. and he quickly regretted it. Archie watched Lanzius' expression and chuckled. As his mood improved, so did the tension in the room. As a lowly clerk, Lanzius usually put up with humiliation, but today he felt exposed. The wound from his failure to find Steffi was still fresh. So, uncharacteristically, he fumbled in his bag and retrieved a scroll. "May I approach?" With a finger, Archie motioned Lanzius to come closer. "What's this?" "No shame in trying." "A gift for my good sir's freedom." Archie read the parchment, and his lips turned into a sinister grin. "Clerk, why do I see names and their professions?" "Sir, I'm sure you'll need them to rebuild your forces. You offer me slaves?" Archie couldn't believe what he just heard. "Sir, we're not enslaving them. We're recruiting them." Archie snorted as he found the suggestion to be funny. "And how will you explain when the Imperium send their agents?" Lanzius could have stopped there and excused himself as a foreign fool. However, his wounded pride wouldn't let him. "Sir, they could inquire all they want. I made no trickery. It's the freed slaves who wanted this. They begged me for this chance." The answer made Archie to lean forward in his seat. "Is this not a jest?" "Sir, if you wish to find out, you may ask the alchemist." Lanzius named a third neutral party. All eyes were on Caleb, who serenely enjoyed the limelight and proclaimed, "The clerk spoke the truth. I overheard that the enslaved Romelian wanted to join. They refused to return, as their homeland was rife with constant raids, famine, and extreme poverty." Archie shook his head and massaged his temple with one hand. "I have yet to ascertain whether you are the ones responsible for today's battle. However, here you are bearing a substantial gift." "Lanzius, what kind of man are you?" "An ambitious one, sir," stated Lanzius nervously. Archie couldn't hold himself and burst into a fit of laughter. After he laughed his heart out, he exclaimed, "So why do you refuse to claim the highest honor?" "Refuse to claim the highest honor?" Lanzius was clueless, but felt obligated to honor the men. "Sir, I'm just the one making plans. It's Saintsy, Hugo, and Arvenians who bleed for you. I dare not to claim the honor." "So you don't deny making it?" "Indeed, sir, I made the plans, but they're not even worth mentioning." "To beat 150 with just 40, and you said it's not worth mentioning," Archie said with a dry chuckle. And then he suddenly proclaimed, "Enough. You shall not make fun of me any further." Like a storm in a daylight, Archie's wrath was so unpredictable. Lanzius almost begged for a pardon, but Archie stood over him and asked, "Tell me, O clerk, what is thy desire? Is this a trick?" Cold sweat ran down his back. Then what Felis had said flashed through his mind. "Money," Lanzius said and quickly added, "I want to free an enslaved friend in Phodosia." The answer seemed to be correct, as a stiff smile was on Archie's lips. He believed that he had exposed Lanzius' true colors. He recalled his father's teachings: people fight for their own interests. A man who asks for nothing cannot be trusted. He mumbled to himself. Lanzius couldn't hear the words, but saw the change in his master's expression. Archie gazed upon Lanzius with renewed interest. "Lanzius from Belandia, from this moment on, I take you as a squire of the tent." The sudden declaration was met with a clamor from the room. What kind of job is that? I don't even like tents." As for the money, Archie reached for a small wooden chest and showed its content. The bottom part was filled with valuables. "One part for my house, another for the troops, and the rest shall be yours." He grabbed a fistful from there and opened his palm for Lanzius to see. The emotional roller coaster made Lanzius speechless, but he was so thrilled by the golden reflections. The prize he never expected just slapped him in the face. Archie dangled the prize from his hand, so Lanzius crouched with a raised hand to accept his reward. The small coins and 2 heavy rings trickled into his hands. A few hit his bandaged right thumb, but the adrenaline dulled the pain. Lanzius stared at the 5 gold coins and 2 rings in his hands. It felt surreal, so he grasped them and saw it stained by traces of soot, ink, and blood from his hand. "It's real. They're real." Filled by gratitude, Lanzius exclaimed ecstatically, "All hail, Lord Artie of Avena!" Archie guffawed and slapped his thigh. "All hail, Felicity, my goddess of luck." Lanzius had received a substantial reward and it would be foolish to ask for more, yet he couldn't betray his conscience. "My lord, may I ask another thing on behalf of the wounded men?" Archie looked at him cautiously. "Speak."